Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Monday so far, at least as good of a Monday as you could have. Let's see what we have here in the chat. We have Random Guy, Johnny, as well as Proxy, Catman, Ben. I'm glad to see you guys all in here. We have Star, Justin, Andrew, Weather Nature, and everyone else who's in the chat who I may have forgotten to welcome, or if you're just now tuning in and not chatting, glad to have you here with us. And like I said, hopefully having a great Monday so far. Glad to see you in here also. Kevin, Jefferson, and J Pro, welcome all to the stream. Let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene. I did forget something. I was wondering if I forgot something. I did. I'll be right back. There we go. We're good now. always gotta do that check because sometimes I do forget stuff, and in this case I did. So yeah, everything looks good enough here. Level 4 out of 5 for severe weather today. We're under a moderate risk for severe weather today here across Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and into Nebraska. So pretty big risk for severe weather. We already have severe storms popping off actually out here in Indiana and in Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on those. Those are just your ordinary damaging wind gusts line of severe storms there. So we'll continue to watch that. Just really some damaging winds there, some small hail. Wouldn't fully rule out a brief weak tornado somewhere in Indiana today, but it's a very low risk. Our main risk is back out here in Kansas, where we just had our first main updrafts go up right now. These are going to end up being probably the main storms today, right out here across north central Kansas. These storms should continue to intensify. They may be a little bit slow to intensify at first, but once they really get a hold of that very favorable environment, they'll begin to rapidly intensify. But yeah, the main threat today, for time frame wise, is from about 3 p.m. Eastern. So here in there's your tornado watch. It's not PDS. Here from about 3 p.m. Eastern in about an hour, all the way till probably 10 o'clock is your main risk for severe weather today. And in tornadoes, that's what it looks like. Your main tornado threat will probably be done close to 10 p.m. We could still see an isolated tornado threat and a few severe instances after 10 o'clock, but it looks like from about 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is the main time frame today. The absolute peak for tornadoes looks to be from about 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. So that should be from when storms are all by themselves, all the way up until they begin to weaken inside that MCS. So that's from 4 p.m. Eastern all the way till about 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. Eastern, right around there. Let's see. So yeah, there is your new tornado watch. It is a non-PDS, which we weren't really expecting a PDS tornado watch today. We knew it was possible, but wasn't really. Is it? You guys are saying it's PDS. Y'all don't. Not. It's normally rare that a lot of you guys say PDS and it's not. You guys are saying it's PDS. Oh my goodness, it's PDS. Holy crap. It is. Wait, what? It is PDS. Really? If I turn this to red. Weatherwise says it's not. Weatherwise is lying. It is a PDS tornado watch, y'all. This is a PDS tornado watch. Weatherwise is wrong. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch now. Wow. I didn't see that coming. I knew it was possible today, but I didn't actually think they'd put that out. Wow, wowza. That's till 9 o'clock Eastern. Several strong tornadoes likely. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Yeah, you're right. Weatherwise doesn't have the probabilities yet, so it will probably turn PDS here once those probs come up. But yeah, if you are in this area, this is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued. This means several long track, strong to intense tornadoes are likely, and we could even see a violent tornado or two today across this area. So there you go. That is not something you see too often. That is inside of our main risk area, right dead center of our 15 sig 2 risk for today. So there is your tornado probabilities for today from the SPC Outlook. We have a 10 sig 1, a 15 sig 1, and then a 15 sig 2 for tornadoes. And 15 sig 2 is the main reason why we have that tornado watch. Yeah, it's probably 80-80. That's your safe bet. I don't think they'd go higher than that. But yeah, this is your second PDS tornado watch of the year. The first one was a complete and utter bust, full-blown bust. We didn't even get a single tornado. I don't think we had a single tornado warning. I think we had a few severe watches, but not a tornado warning inside of our PDS tornado watch a couple days ago, last month. But this will not be the same because we are going to have storms fire, and this is not as conditional as that PDS watch was. That PDS watch was relying a lot on a 700 millibar conditional shortwave trough to initiate. This, we don't have that. We don't have that. We have a very large forcing for ascent, huge trough ejection, paired with a volatile environment. Let's go ahead and show y'all that real quick. So we'll start in the nationwide scale here. This is your 500 millibar wind speeds. And you could see, there's your big old trough right there. We have a big old trough across the Four Corners area, and it is negatively tilted. It's angled in this direction, so you've got a negative tilt to it, and that greatest flow is right across western Kansas, southeastern Colorado, northeastern New Mexico there. And we do have an outflow boundary today if we zoom in. I saw some of y'all were mentioning that in chat. Our outflow boundary is fairly weak, but it is still present. We have it's stronger down here. We have a bit of a stronger outflow boundary here. And then it fades out into a little bit of a weaker outflow boundary, and it's somewhere in those dotted vicinity. You can maybe see it a bit better on satellite. Really can't pinpoint it too well, but it is there. It's a very, very weak outflow boundary, and I don't really think the outflow boundary is going to play much of a role in today's greatest severe weather threat. The main reason why it played a role in today was to potentially wipe out our open warm sector, which it didn't. It did wipe out, of course, some of it, but not in our main risk area. So I don't think the outflow boundary really is going to have a big role in today's overall severe weather threat. Let's see here. That's crazy. Let's look at all the chasers here. Dude, there's so many chasers out here. Pretty much every chaser and their mother is right now going towards central Kansas. It is going to be, let's see here. I'm going to get rid of this. It's going to be a little bit tough on exactly which storms have the highest potential today. But I think it's going to be this northern cluster up here. This southern cluster, we'll have to see if that tries anything, but I really think it's going to be this northern cluster up here, north of Salina, that ends up being our main tornado maker today. I still haven't gotten the Torwatch probe, so let me go over here. Yeah, it is 80-80. The wind probability is shockingly low. Look at that. We've got we've got high, low, high. Everything is high except for the risk for 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater. Everything is high, so we've almost got a full high risk across the board. Except for the potential for damaging winds greater than 75 miles per hour. Watch us end up with like a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust in this. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Let's go to mesoanalysis again. So this is our instability. And you'll notice, really, it's not as small of an open warm sector as what we were thinking. You know, yesterday we had this, the HRRR was a very sharp, narrow warm sector, very small, narrow warm sector up here. And that's not the case today. We have a very large open warm sector here across a huge chunk of Kansas and northern Oklahoma. And our little sharp instability axis, it is still relatively on the smaller side of things, but it's not as small as what some of our models were really forecasting. So today easily could be a bit more widespread of a tornado threat as what as compared to what our model ones yesterday were showing for today. Here's your supercell composite. The hot spot is going to be right where that instability meets with our upper level and lower level wind shear, which is right in that vicinity, right in there. So the hot spot is definitely central to north central Kansas. That would definitely be the area to target. You see a 9 violent tornado parameter there, and STP is at 4. So really, I would say probably those northern storms are going to be the main risk for today. These guys right in here. The southern storms could definitely be a big problem, but I think the northern cells are right on where that front is. So I think this northern batch will be the biggest problem. Let's see. Think the cold front could... Do you think the cold front crash faster like it did yesterday? No. No, the cold front definitely will push things upscale, and that will be the ultimate deciding factor on how long storms stay discrete. But I don't think it's going to be like yesterday where we just see one tornado and it's over. Because that's how it was yesterday. If you just... If we're just looking at the discrete storms that fired in Nebraska yesterday, it was a one and done thing. That's all it was. We had that one discrete supercell in Nebraska, and it produced a tornado. And then after that, we had the cluster in southeastern Nebraska as it was getting messy that warranted that Tori. And then we had a crazy QLCS overnight threat. So yesterday was we still ended up with a tornado outbreak, but it was definitely more on the really exactly what we expected. It definitely wasn't a worst case scenario, wasn't the best case scenario. It was really exactly what was forecasted yesterday. Here's the Wolfus run for today. This is Wolfus 1. And you can see a lot of these are a bit sloppy. A lot of them have a sloppier mode, but all of them have the opportunity for discrete to semi-discrete storms. So I do think storm mode is going to be the ultimate deciding factor on how today plays out. With all the storms that are firing to the south, this is definitely going to be pretty close. It's going to be pretty close. Those storms to the south definitely can help cluster up the storms to the north, and we could get a pretty good underperformance. Storm mode's the ultimate deciding factor for today. Check 17Z. I mean, even a lot of those. Well, it seems like kind of you get main updrafts that win. So you start clustered and a little bit sloppy, and then things turn a bit more discrete. I'm curious if that will happen at the 1730Z run here. We'll see. Do I have a second round of storms coming in later this evening, or just the slop fest right now? Probably just the slop fest right now. There will be a second round of like heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds, but definitely not a good severe threat for you. Not a good severe threat for you. Are you in a slight risk? Yeah. I'm surprised you're even in a slight. But could be some gusty ones tonight. For some reason I got something stuck in my throat over here. We're getting a new HRRR run. Late tonight, probably close to like 10, 11 o'clock Central. Here's our... What's up with that? Look at that. That's a funny looking corrupted HRRR bit there. But if we keep going, you can see that's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I mean, golly, that just has a dominating discrete supercell. That just has a dominating discrete supercell for like 4 hours. That would be a worst case scenario right there. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think we'll be a little bit more messy than that, but you never know. Tornado report down here. I don't know. Obviously, that's a illegitimate report. Like my post on Twitter. Yeah, I put out a lot of tweets. Put out like 3 or 4 different tweets today. Which one was the best one, though? I love that meme. I'm going to keep doing that meme for as long as I live. Let's see. Curious what StormNet has if that uptrended. StormNet is not very confident in a tornado threat until after 5 p.m. Eastern. Not too sure if it will take that long. Yeah, the HRRR has stuff popping off at 3 here in an hour. And, I mean, Wolfus does take a little bit longer. But even then, stuff starts popping off about 3:30. So I don't think it will be 3 hours before we see any good activity. I will say, this is a conditional warm front risk down in here. So you may need to watch that actually, Lucy. Those storms may intensify as they're beginning to get into your area. There is a conditional risk for a few tornadoes, even a conditional strong tornado threat along a little warm front, I believe that's down here in southern Illinois. I think the main area will be southern Illinois, but you never know. That could also include southeastern Missouri. You can see the 15ZH really has the worst threat being towards 8, 9 o'clock tonight in southern Illinois. But if that stuff gets going a little bit quicker, it definitely could be a pretty good severe threat for like 6 o'clock central across your area. About like 4 hours from now. We'll have to take a look at the new mesoanalysis, see what that has. It depends on that overconvection. Is that lifting north? Yeah. It depends how far north that stuff can get. If you're looking for a really good threat for severe weather today across this area, you got to get that overconvection up and out. You need to have a clear open warm sector right here. And right now you have just a bit too sloppy of severe storms there, or strong storms. They're not severe. Let's see. Let's go over to here again. Still haven't got the probabilities on weatherwise, which is why we haven't seen it upgraded to PDS. Yeah, this mesoanalysis will be very important. All the mesoanalysis today will be very important. Today's a big real-time observation type day. But this is definitely a look that you get before a huge severe weather outbreak. But definitely questioning if we end up with a little bit too much overconvection down here. So we'll have to see if these storms can kind of escape that and get well removed from it. If that does occur, then this could be a long-tracked, intense to violent tornado threat. If that happens. Here's the new WOFUS run. And you could see a good chunk of them have semi-discrete storms in northern Kansas, but also a good chunk of them have it a little bit more clustered today. No, I don't think today should be a high risk. No. I think the outlook is perfect for today. The only thing I might argue is a 45 sig 1 wind risk. But I understand why they kept it 30% sig 1, because there's not a huge amount of confidence in how large this MCS may be tonight. A new severe thunderstorm warning. First one of our main risk area. This is going to be in north central Kansas for this cluster of storms that is fired. We'll need to see if the cluster sorts itself out. That's going to be the big question mark today. If we don't see this cluster sort itself out, you could definitely end up with a big underperforming risk. Storm mode is really everything today. Alright, this is still 17Z mesoanalysis. It's between 17 and 18Z. Well, there's your new violent tornado parameter, and you definitely have a hot spot. Definitely have a hot spot in Kansas. Which that's basically just where the highest wind shear, right in here, overlaps with Cape. And that wind shear is going to get more north with time, so We'll have to watch lower level wind shear to be a limiting factor. But it's ultimately going to come down to storm mode today. What do you think will happen in central Iowa? Iowa's a little bit more of an uncertain risk. You're in the main risk area. Central Iowa's in the level 3 out of 5 all the way up till north of Des Moines, Iowa. So you're in a pretty solid severe weather risk. But there's quite a bit of uncertainty on how messy storms will be. If they're not messy, you're looking at a huge severe risk with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, 2 to 3 inch hail, a few tornadoes, and maybe even 1 or 2 strong, all being possible late this evening and tonight. But if they're a little bit messier, then that's not going to come to fruition. Just depends how messy storms are. Yeah, 2% tore out there in Illinois today. Just a bit more sloppy mode is what's limiting that, but I mean, you're in a good environment out there. As long as the destabilization keeps occurring, we definitely could see the risk for a few tornadoes, maybe one strong right along that front. Let's go back to WOFUS. You could see a bit more of a cluster on these newer WOFUS runs. That ultimately is going to be the deciding factor for how today performs. But WOFUS hasn't done very well this year, so I'm not too trustworthy with that. And here's the new HRRR, which shows that cluster. It actually shows the southern cluster being the biggest issue. That southern cluster right in here moves to the northeast and becomes a big problem, whereas the northern cluster goes into southeastern Nebraska. So it actually shows this cluster, we'll go back over here, shows this cluster continuing into southeast Nebraska, southwestern Iowa, and becoming a big problem. And this cluster moving into that volatile environment and being the potential threat for an intense to violent tornado. Yeah, there's your PDS watch. Finally, the probabilities came in. There's the WOFUS site for those who wanted to see it. Alright, so again, there's your PDS tornado watch. Very dangerous day ahead. As we know, that was issued a little bit earlier, but weather-wise took a bit for those probs to come in. So that's a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch. Everything is high probed on that except the risk for 75 plus mile an hour wind gusts. So we're high for 2 or more tornadoes, high threat for EF2 plus tornadoes, high threat for 10 severe wind events, low for one of those to be 75 miles per hour, high threat for 10 severe hail events, high threat for 10, or rather one of those 10 hail events to be almost just said hail event EF2. One of those hail events to have a hailstone of around 2 inches in diameter. Everything is high. Yeah, hailstones can't be rated EF2. That would be crazy, but yeah, probability of one or more hailstone around 2 inches in diameter is high. Yeah, there's a risk for a violent tornado threat today, for sure. There's definitely the risk for a violent tornado or two today. EF2 hail and 3-inch tornadoes. That'd be something. Yeah, and then you can see on the rest of this HRRR run, the very significant hail threat. And this would be very, very significant. Matter of fact, your tornado threat might even peak inside of the QLCS threat as these storms congeal up into a clustered embedded supercell threat. That might be when your tornado threat peaks, which would be closer to 8, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then by the time you get to 10, 11 p.m. Eastern, they start to gust out like they did yesterday in northeastern Iowa. So that would be very, very significant for northeastern Kansas. And that's what StormNet has been very, very much sold on. StormNet has really been focused on that tornado potential as opposed to the discrete supercells. It is starting to increase with tornado probs, though, on these southern storms. For 3 to 4 p.m. So we'll have to see. It's just a wait and watch ordeal. That's how weather is. Back to WOFUS again. It's like split. Really, it's half and half. They're really half and half. Some of them are discrete, some of them are more sloppy. But they all have severe weather occurring in north central Kansas over the next few hours. Let me go to, let's see. Which one should we go to? Maybe this one. It's your hourly updraft probability. You can see very quite high confidence there in north central Kansas. Not as much confidence further to the south, and then very little confidence, you could see just barely off the screen right there, in south central Kansas. Very clustered. First significant severe of our main risk, already at 70-mile-an-hour winds apparently for this storm. Going towards Lincoln. You could see that little area right there of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts heading up towards Lincoln in Kansas. And then back here in Michigan, we have a TOR possible 70 mile per hour significant severe. This is actually very significant. You know what? I'm going to have to get a analysis radar on that. Let's see. Interesting. There is some CC there. It's impossible to say if that CC is from a weak spin-up tornado or if that's from debris being lofted from the damaging winds. But either way, this storm is capable of producing some sort of damage, whether that be with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts or a spin-up tornado. So you want to be indoors, away from doors and windows here as this goes through Grand Rapids. I think the worst of this storm will stay on the south. Actually, it might be heading right for our radar. It's going to stay on kind of the southeast side of Grand Rapids. I have to see. Let's see. So it's moving like this. It's where the worst quadrant of your severe storm is. And that keeps going to be pretty close for downtown Grand Rapids, Michigan. And right there is where your highest damaging wind threat is. And again, that's moving kind of right towards that radar site. We'll have to see if that shifts a little further west or east, but definitely going to be watching that very, very closely. And that actually could have wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour with it. Velocity is saying 85, 86 mile an hour wind gusts, 88 mile an hour wind gusts. So by the time those winds that are, you know, about 600 feet up get to the surface, you could have about 75, 80 mile an hour wind gusts there. Topeka, Kansas. Let me see. Your tornado watch will be later today. The reason why you're not in a tornado watch now is because your severe threat will be quite a little bit later. We're not expecting storms to be in that area for about another 3-4 hours. Whereas where we have that tornado watch active, storms are already beginning to pop off. Oh, the SPC will be live in 40 minutes. The Storm Prediction Center is going live in 40 minutes. I'm assuming that will be, what's his face? I forgot his name. But yeah, they'll be going live in 40 minutes. We'll watch that. Already a little bit of mesocyclones trying to develop on these storms. They're staying very weak and very miniature right now, but it's only a matter of time before that changes. It's so strange because the tornado watch got issued and then just out of nowhere it's just upgraded to PDS on WeatherWise. So weird. It's because WeatherWise didn't get the probabilities right away. So WeatherWise thought it got issued as a lower prob watch, and then it was actually PDS. Yeah, Bentley. So they'll be going live on YouTube. Let's see. I want to go back to that newest meso analysis that should be fully in. They're developing right in that very favorable corridor. Right there is where our most favorable corridor is.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So very, very favorable environment. Look at that photograph. Gracious. So that's a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning, and that is a EDS PDS. You heard a lot about that yesterday. This is now observed 80 mile an hour winds heading into the southeast side of the city of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Observed PDS severe right there. And there's your pocket right there. That small little pocket is where your 80 mile per hour winds are. We still could actually get wind gusts, at 70 miles per hour, a little bit south of that, but the main area for 80 mile an hour winds is right in here, going over Corinth. And if that holds, that will go, like I said, right into southeastern Grand Rapids. And again, that is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So you need to be in your safe spot. Treat that as a tornado warning. If you're in southeastern Grand Rapids, Michigan, treat that PDS severe as a tornado warning. Wherever you'd go for your tornado shelter, that's where you need to go for that severe. Yeah, we had a lot of them yesterday, Misty. We had at least 2 or 3 ADS PDSs yesterday, 2 of which were very large. I think we actually had 4 that I can recall. And then today we already have had 1. That is a crazy environment. Just a crazy environment right there. And that really favors the southern storm. Even though the northern storm has a little bit higher wind shear, I feel like that southern cluster is the more favored. Let me go to here. Right now they're riding. They're actually riding the boundary right now. So we'll need to watch to see if any of them turn due east. And these are like 3 separate mini supercells up here. They're like 3 mini supercells in that cluster. So until these turn, they're not going to pose a very large tornado threat. Again, there is your batch of 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Once again, that's heading right towards, a little bit more northeast of that, right towards the radar site. This is in Michigan now. So we've got a PDS severe in Michigan, heading towards southeastern Grand Rapids. But our greatest overall severe threat today will be in northeastern Kansas, which is where you're looking now, as well as southeastern Nebraska, southwestern Iowa, and northwestern Missouri. This is your main area we'll probably be talking about today. Right in there. That's where I expect the most severe activity today. Now, there is a chance we talk a bit more about southern Kansas and into Oklahoma as well, but it seems like we won't see initiation down there, but there's a chance. It's a question mark, but there is a chance further to the south. That is a tiny little storm right there, barely severe worthy. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds for halfway in south central Missouri. And then there's kind of a surprise, really a surprise severe weather event happening right now back in Michigan and Indiana. We did expect some severe weather, but not a full line of severe thunderstorms here. And that's what we have. So this is a more of a surprise severe weather event in this area. And we're seeing 60 mile an hour winds to the south, and then 70 to 80 mile an hour winds on the northern edge of that. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for Danville and Indianapolis, Indiana. That includes one of our viewers, V, out around the west of the Indianapolis area. So if you're in that severe, just stay away from doors and windows. The only life-threatening storm right now where you have to be in your safe spot is this pink polygon, which is a PDS and EDS severe. Again, that means it is a particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm warning heading into an area that is prone to high damaging winds. So EDS is damaging winds heading into a prone area that is not used to said wind speeds. And it could cause significant damage because of that. And in this case, I'm assuming they pulled the EDS trigger on this because it's heading into the southeast city of Grand Rapids. And you could see right in there. That's your pocket of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, still heading right for that radar site and the southeast side of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And also, if you're in downtown Grand Rapids, there's still going to be 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour wind gusts being possible as a bit of a weaker portion of the line, but still strong enough to cause some isolated severe damage. Will enter downtown Grand Rapids. So you have this little notch right here. And at that edge of the notch, the southern edge of it right here, that's where your greatest wind speeds are. But you still have wind speeds up in this area here. It's just your worst winds are right there where that notching is the most prominent. Yeah, there was a possible CC signature earlier. I don't know if you're talking about this one right here. Let me see. It was further back. Right there. There it is. Right there. We had about 2 frames where there was some CC there. But it was right in the low precipitation area of a possible hook. So it could have been contamination in clear air. Let's see here. Yeah, you can see a few of these starting to get more of a mesocyclone feature on velocity. Not much on this northern storm, despite it having a bit of a supercell characteristics. But these southern 3 storms have tiny little velocities that hints towards an upper level mesocyclone trying to form. I think the most impressive one is probably this one here. This one looks the most impressive. If any storm in the next 30 minutes goes tornadic, it's probably going to be this one. With that tiny little area of a mesocyclone. So watch that. If we do end up with any type of tornado warning in the next 30 minutes for any of these storms, it'd probably be that middle one on the northern cluster. But as of right now, our most concerning storm is heading right now into southeastern Grand Rapids, about to hit our radar site. That area of blue velocities is 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts being possible. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Like I said, wherever you'd go for a tornado warning here in southeastern Grand Rapids, Michigan, that's where you want to go for this severe. Since that severe is a PDS severe. Meaning it's going to produce 80 mile an hour winds. We won't get prefrontals. We may get like some storms in southeastern Kansas to try something for some isolated severes, but in terms of like crazy prefrontals like in south central in this environment here, I'll just show you. In terms of like prefrontals out in here, no. I don't think we'll get anything out there. We could get some isolated severes down in this area, but our main risk will be focused where the forcing is, right along that front. Very upper echelon risk in here. A little bit more conditional back down in this area. Not as certain on storms initiating, but as for the first, the next hour or two, that's going to be the main area to watch. All hazards, of course, include sig to intense, perhaps violent tornadoes. You forgot that, I'm assuming. Forgot the most important word on that. It depends, because when I say all hazards, most of the time I'm referring to large hail damaging winds and the potential for a tornado or two. But with today, yeah, in this area, the all hazards threat in this region is, 3-inch hail, maybe even 4-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, and multiple tornadoes, a few of which could be strong to intense, possibly even one or two long tracked, possibly one violent. But all hazards means that there's every hazard types possible: tornadoes, wind, and hail. Yeah, Misty, I don't think it's going to get far enough north for you. Let's see. I don't think it's going to reach far enough north for you. I think if we get a good tornado threat in Missouri today, it's going to be somewhere near the St. Louis area. Somewhere in there. But the entire area to watch is right along that boundary. We definitely could see a few tornadoes, a few weak brief tornadoes, maybe one strong there if things destabilize well enough. I wonder what the new HRRR has for that, actually. Yeah, you can see that goes pretty crazy about 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, right around the St. Louis area, and then continues eastward for multiple hours until finally about 10 o'clock when it starts to die out. So that would be a pretty good severe threat and pretty good tornado threat right in this region. Maybe a little bit further west, too. Maybe this area in here. But like I said, I don't think that's going to get far enough north to you. I think that stuff will stay decently well to your south. The furthest north that gets is like Troy. I don't see it getting any further north than that. So it might get like one county to your south. Well, that's strengthened quite a bit. This is that middle storm we were talking about. Let me see. Let me get a new radar open. Go over here. It's definitely not like crazy rotation, but on a day like today, that could be enough to try to produce a brief weak tornado soon. So watch that as it goes up towards Wayne. Very close proximity to Concordia in north central Kansas. So, yeah, we'll watch that. It's in a very good environment. It is in a very good environment. That's what, like right there? Very favorable environment. Right on the edge of the 10 violent tornado parameter today. Be nice if the photograph would load, huh? I believe this is tied for our greatest watch prob, Tor watch prob. Pretty sure this is tied. Now, actually, we could go into specifics and actually look at each probability. But if we're talking about strictly just the tornado watch prob and not the wind or the hail on the Tor watch prob, I think it's a tie. When was that? April, was it the 27th? Or the 28th? 27th, I believe, was that PDS watch. Yeah, that was 80, 80, 60, 20, 70, 50. So if we go by every watch prob, which you can see here, this one wins because it has higher hail probs. It has higher SIG hail probs, but one actually 10% lower wind prop. So if you combine all the probabilities, the watch from April, that PDS tornado watch would be 10% lower than this one. So if we're being very technical, this one wins, and this is the highest watch prob that we've seen all year. But if you're strictly talking about the tornado probabilities on the tornado watch, it's a tie. So it depends on what you're referencing. Wall cloud reported 3 minutes ago by a spotter over here. Doesn't surprise me. Not sure if it's worth a tornado warning yet, but we'll see. Yeah, and it's not staying very consistently strong either, so they probably won't pull any sorts of warning on that. It's fine. It's not extremely early and it's not like late. It's fine. If it was a bit later, the wind shear probably would get a little bit better. But based on how the trough is and with everything else, I'd say convection firing when it did is all right. It firing a little bit earlier doesn't increase or decrease the overall severe threat. Do we have a new Office coming in yet? We do. Let's see here. Yeah, it's all gonna come down to storm mode on how today performs. I really think that's gonna be the main thing. Lower level wind shear could play a little bit of a role in it, and some other factors too. But really, it's gonna come down to storm mode. And right now, this storm mode is for sure favoring a bit of an underperformance. As long as we continue to see this messier mode. Let's see. Yeah, so at least Storm's actually fired in the PDS watch this time. That's crazy. That's crazy. Another wall cloud reported 3 minutes ago. I'm assuming these reports are for the storm to the north, right? I don't really think it'd be for a storm to the south, because that'd be very difficult to see. So I'm assuming these guys are watching the storm to the northwest, right in there. I actually might be able to get better. Something better here. Let's see. Breathe a moment. I want to see if I could pull up these exact reports. Oop. Let's see here. Gotta see if I can find them. Nope. Can't pull them up. It depends on where they send the reports. Sometimes they send more details with them, sometimes not. But either way, there's wall clouds reported in this vicinity, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be on this more northern storm.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Most likely, Haley, you'll end up in a tornado watch. I'd imagine we're going to get a good-sized tornado watch in this vicinity later today. We could end up with two separate watches, you know? We could end up with a tor watch down here, and then another tor watch, like, up in here. See if we lose our Grand Rapids radar site. Look at this. We also got a huge Sig Severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds right here. Big old Sig Severe. Observed 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. Well, that's what a moderate risk and a PDS watch does, Jake. Everyone and their mother's going to be on any storm in there. This risk is cooked. Nothing's going to happen. Pack it up. Everybody go home. See, what you have to do is you have to say that. If you're chasing a risk, you have to say that. So that way you hope other storm chasers around you actually pack up and actually go home before the real stuff happens because they have TikTok attention spans and can't wait more than 1 hour for severe weather. It's a quick way to get people to leave the risk area before anything happens. I wish we had a bit better radar coverage here, but you know, if this storm turns to the right, we'll have better radar coverage, so it's not that bad. I don't think it's as bad as radar coverage as last night. Yikes. That was rough. No, not my attention span, Pez. Man, I have sat here for 12 hours for a marginal and a slight risk back in 2024. So, no, I don't have that attention span. And even last year, I sat here for almost 12 hours for an enhanced risk bust. Yeah, we'll just have to watch these storms to see if any of them become dominant right movers or not. It's the government, Ben. I'm telling you, man. It's the government. They know where to fire these storms at. I'm pretty sure every moderate risk this year is busted tornado-wise. Possibly... Oh, besides possibly this March 10th and April 17th. So pretty much every moderate risk except for 2. I'm pretty sure we've had, what, 5? I think this is our 5th moderate. We had 2 moderates up here that occurred and both verified. We had a moderate risk that verified on only the southwest quadrant. However, that wasn't a moderate for tornadoes, so it doesn't count. And then we had a moderate for tornadoes that was a big underperformance out here. So I think out of, if we count for the 3 moderate, this is our 4th moderate for tornadoes. We had another moderate for hail alone and another moderate for hail and wind out in Kansas. So we had a hail and wind moderate that underperformed a bit here. A pretty good hail and actually just hail alone moderate that underperformed here. And then 3 moderates in this area for tornadoes, and out of those 3, 2 of them performed. So I think so far it's pretty good track record tornado-wise. We've only had 1 underperformance for a moderate tornado-wise. And then the moderate here in Kansas, the hail risk performed for that moderate, but the wind risk didn't. And then, like I said, in Oklahoma, the moderate there, the southwest side of the moderate performed, but not the middle and the northeast side. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a moderate. Well, it performed fairly well wind-wise. Considering it was a SIG 1 wind risk, it performed fairly well. It definitely didn't perform very well, but wind-wise, it performed okay. And it wasn't a moderate for Tor. despite a lot of people thinking it was. So it doesn't count for a moderate for Tor. It was a high-end enhanced for tornadoes. This storm's got one of the better looking hail cores we've seen today. Maybe that could be a sign to come that it tries to intensify a little bit more. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. Weatherwise update. Oh. Yep. What that means is it's an update for iOS alone. Unless you're lying, which I doubt you are. So it was probably a weatherwise update for iOS only. Why did the last moderate bust? If you're referring to the one in Missouri, which was our last moderate, it was an inversion at the 700 millibar, and also a few other things. Temperature dew point spread, not enough forcing for a 700 millibar. Temperatures were a little bit too warm. Storm mode.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Storm mode, and those are about all the ones I can think of off the top of my head. There was probably a little bit more, though. This is our seventh moderate of the year in general. Well, funny considering it only feels like the second one. April 17th was the first real moderate. It felt like it performed as like a high-end echelon moderate. You really have to think for the other moderates. You really do. Like I said, I literally just fully forgot that my area was under a moderate risk this year. That's how forgettable some of the moderates have been. Moderate for hail in Oklahoma, pretty forgettable. Moderate for Kansas, for hail and wind, pretty forgettable.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Moderate for wind in the eastern U.S., pretty forgettable. And you had that huge moderate in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois on the 17th of April that wasn't forgettable. Had the huge moderate in Missouri that underperformed, pretty forgettable. And then today. 7 moderates is a lot. Yes, that's pushing probably about above average at this point now. But the reason for that is because of our new, probably our new SIG outlooks have made moderates a little bit more common. We've had 2 moderates for wind, and I believe 3 moderates for hail, and then 2 moderates for Tor, and some of those overlap with one another.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm counting that risk twice. The 17th of April was the moderate for hail and wind down here. The tornado risk was 10 sig 2, right? That's the same day. I forgot about that. I was trying to think. I'm like, what day was moderate for Kansas? What day was that? Yeah, it was the 17th. We didn't actually get a moderate for Tor up there in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois. That was a 10 sig 2. I forgot about that. Wall cloud reported 4 minutes ago on our Lincoln storm. I think this storm has very real potential.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
If it can turn right. If it could become a right mover, which it looks like it is, y'all. It looks like it is starting to turn to the right. If it becomes a full right mover, I think this has very, very high-end tornado potential. The only day that I think could have warranted a high risk is April 17th. And that was actually, funny enough, only an enhanced for tornadoes. Thank you, Jake, for reminding me of that. And we just got a tornado warning. First one of the day for our main risk area. We have a tornado warning for our Lincoln storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So get to your safe spot if you are there in Lincoln, in northeastern Kansas. I think this storm could become a long-tracked supercell. If it turns right. That's the biggest thing. If it turns right. If it stays latched onto the boundary, it's just going to turn into a bit of a slop fest. So make sure you get to your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. That is our first tornado warned storm of the day in our main risk area. StormNet is extremely confident in the QLCS threat at 6 o'clock tonight. I'd be curious to see if that performs. Think we have chasers on this? Yep. We sure do. Dude, there is so many chasers out here. Might be one of the most active chaser days I've seen. No, Lucy, that'd be for the northwest Missouri. StormNet is picking up on tornado potential, though, in Rolla, Missouri. Around 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. That's from your front threat. It's also still... It's actually starting to now really pick up on a damaging wind threat for your area at 5 o'clock. That wasn't as prominent before, but now it's really increased. StormNet does pretty good, so... Yeah, that has about a 55-60% chance of damaging winds in your area at 5 Central. Check satellite. I already know exactly what it's going to look like. Let's see. Yep. There you go. Reminds me of yesterday. Reminds me of yesterday. Crazy satellite imagery. There's WOFIS. Let me see if we got a new WOFIS run. It's already wrong. SPC is about to go live. Yeah. I don't know if I'll fully pull that up or not. We'll see how this merger goes on its tail end here. It's got one or two mergers to go through, depending on how fast it turns to the right. I'm going to pull up the SPC site. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to show it if I want to, yeah. Pretty sure. Let's go over here to Michigan. We just got a new PDS EDS severe again for observed 80-mile-an-hour winds for Lansing in Michigan. So treat that as a tornado warning. If you're in Lansing, Michigan, that's a PDS EDS severe. If you don't know what that means, once again, the EDS portion of that means that it is heading into an area that is prone to damaging winds and could see severe damage from the severe thunderstorm warning. And the PDS side of it is particularly dangerous situation, which in this particular case means 80-mile-an-hour winds have been observed. So you have 80-mile-an-hour winds confirmed moving into an area that is prone for damaging winds, which makes it a very dangerous situation for Lansing and Michigan. So please get to your safe spot. Treat that as if it were a tornado. Wherever you would go for your tornado spot during a tornado, go there for that severe thunderstorm warning, as that is quite a dangerous storm. Let's go see the 18ZH triple R. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't believe that. Sure, buddy. I don't believe that for 1 minute. Hey, look. It also gives Lucy a tornado. Look at that. If that actually does come to fruition, that definitely would have a tornado threat with it. What the heck? I just got a... Oh, I bet the SPC went live. Yep. I was like, I just got like a messenger type notification on my computer that I realized that was from the SPC. SPC going live. Freaked me out for a second. I was like, I got messenger on my computer. So if you want to watch the SPC live stream, you could keep it up. You can keep my live stream up, or you could just go watch theirs, whichever one you'd like to. I just put it in chat for those who don't have the link. And he's live now, not talking yet, so it's going to be another 2-3 minutes before he really gets going. I remember that, Tracy. I remember somebody said a possible strong tornado ongoing, and the NWS replied no, and then it literally got observed as a strong tornado. That was the biggest gotcha moment right there in history. Because literally some weather enthusiast got told no. Somebody who had their own radar site tweeted out a strong tornado could be ongoing in this location, and he showed the CC drop, and it looked very valid. And the NWS office from that area replied no, and then later on observed it as a strong tornado. It shows you that you could still have, the NWS isn't perfect. They're going to make their mistakes, but that's pretty wild. That's very, very wild, in my opinion. Going out of your way to reply no to someone who's saying that there's a potential tornado on the ground, and then it eventually ends up getting confirmed as a strong tor. It's crazy. I want to go find that. I wonder if that tweet is still up. That would be crazy. That's right up there. I think that's right up there with the NWS North Platte moment in 2024, where there's a violent tornado on the ground. I don't remember exactly how that happened, but I do know that was a crazy incident. I don't want to go talking about it and be dead wrong about it, but yeah, I have a live stream that's still up from that if you would like to go watch it. But just know the warning process on that was very bad. There we go. Trying to get the NWS audio on the back side of things so I could listen to that. Yeah, we'll see if this storm can turn more to the right. Again, if it keeps moving northeast like this or like this, that's going to not promote as much of a tornado threat. But if it could turn more to the right and begin to move more like this, that will promote more of a tornado threat. And if we take a look at our radar, right now it looks like it's trying to turn. You could see it used to be heading almost due northeast like that, and now it's turned a bit more towards this direction. So it's turned a little bit, but I think it still is going to need to turn a little bit more for that tornado threat to be maximized and really a higher end threat. And these storms still ongoing, still a bit clustered. We'll just continue to monitor those to see if a tornado threat could emerge from that in the short term. That we've entered our peak tornado threat. It's 3 o'clock. We already have 1 tornado warning issued. Our absolute peak tornado threat is closer to 5. So we'll see when the greatest risk pops up here. StormNet is still thinking 4 o'clock. Let's go back over to Michigan. So again, we've got a PDS, EDS severe thunderstorm warning here for Michigan. Make sure you get to your safe spot if you're in that light pink polygon there. That is in place for 37 more minutes. And we also just got a new warning in that flashing white and orange box there. New considerable severe. Just be away from doors and windows there. I knew a PDS watch was possible, but I didn't actually think they'd pull it. So that did catch me off guard a bit. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll continue to watch this storm. I think that storm has the highest tornado potential at the moment. I think that could be our biggest problem. That is a crazy model run. Yo, that is insane. If that comes to fruition, that would be an absolute absurd. We would see multiple long track strong plus tornadoes if that came to fruition. That is wild. Yeah, I did see it, Tracy. It was, the Tory came out literally 20 seconds after I went live. Is there a new MD out? Yeah, there is. Tornado threat is increasing. So there you go. Tornado threat is increasing inside of the PDS tornado watch. And there's your outflow boundary. They mark it right there. And then it goes into your cold front, warm front, right into your low pressure, and then into a cold front. So that's your triple point. Right in there. And that is for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. Let's see. Given the location of these storms within the modified outflow with back to surface winds and an increase in lower level jet wind speeds through the afternoon, this activity will be the primary focus for tornado potential for the next 2 to 3 hours. Surface winds near Great Bend and Russell have trended more westerly but further north, where there are storms ongoing, the winds remain more northeasterly and northerly. This at least suggests that a linear forcing will remain weak, and in the short term, keep storms more discrete deeper into the afternoon. And thus, the risk for 4-inch hail, an intense to violent tornado, and 70 to 80 miles per hour will continue. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll continue to monitor these severe storms here. That PDS severe warning is continuing still for Lansing, so just make sure you are in your safe spot in Lansing, Michigan. I really feel like this storm's going to be the biggest problem, so that's what I'm going to keep most of my focus on. I think that could be the biggest problem, so... is that the same Minneapolis we were talking about the other day? That looks very familiar. Was I talking about that yesterday? I feel like I was. That's in Kansas. It's like the same area as yesterday that we were talking about. Watch them go high risk. They won't. Well, I mean, I can't say they won't because I'm not the SBC, so I can't exactly predict their outlook, but if they do, that'd be absurd. It would bust if they do. Because there's no shot today verifies as a high risk. I mean, you never know, though. Maybe I'll bite those words in 2 or 3 hours. All right, let's see. We got a new mesoanalysis here at 19Z. Let's go, let me switch. There you go. Yeah, there's your hotspot. 20 to 28 supercell composite. Let me go to violent tornado parameter. Wow, 15. The thing with that is this storm's not in that most favorable environment. So what that means is it's going to move into that environment and probably ride with that favorable environment all the way up into northeastern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska eventually. Unless it turns sharp right. If it turns very sharp right, it could go just into central Kansas, but I doubt that will happen. I doubt it will turn very sharp right, but that's going to be riding like right on that peak environment. And that's kind of what the HRRR has here at 4 o'clock, as it just rides with that very favorable environment up into southeastern Nebraska, and there it is right there. At 6 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock starts to get embedded from in front of the cold front, with the cold front, and then becomes a big line at 8 o'clock. I doubt it will be that aggressive and that actually intense. That would be one of the rare scenarios where today actually could verify as a high risk. Let me see. Let me go to mesoanalysis again. No, your event's not cooked yet. It's getting cooked, but it's not fully cooked yet. I think the highest tornado threat may be off to your west, but you're at least in the risk for damaging winds. I'd be pretty surprised if you don't at least get, some risk for damaging winds later today. But then again, you do have a mod dome, so you never know. Maybe nothing happens. That'd be pretty funny for like the third time in a row. What if you get prefrontals before the line? That definitely would increase the tornado threat, but your environment is not perfect. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like the highest risk is about 6 p.m. Central, right over St. Louis for damaging winds, small hail, maybe a brief spin-up tornado. If we do get a prefrontal like that, that would be our very conditional threat for a strong tornado, closer to 5 Central here in about 2.5 hours. Let me go ahead and loop this here. It's moving more and more east. I think it's moving in a very good direction now. Pending cell mergers. So we'll need to monitor that, give it another 15-30 minutes, see if it looks crazy, and if it does, then this is probably going to be a long-tracked, strong Tor threat. And there's a few other storms to watch here. Like there's this one here, northwest of Washington and northeastern Kansas to keep an eye on. This one near Concordia to keep an eye on as well. Go back over to Michigan. They are still continuing the PDS severe here for 28 more minutes for Lansing in Michigan. So please remain in your safe spot there, as that is a particularly dangerous situation. So we'll monitor that closely as well. But that's a pretty surprising, overperforming, damaging wind event there. That definitely could have warranted an enhanced risk up there. Tornado warning continues into Minneapolis. Let me mute this. So if you're in Minneapolis, I believe I mispronounced that just a second ago, Minneapolis, Kansas, make sure you get to your safe spot. New tornado warning there. Yep, it's gonna bust. You're right, Lake. It's gonna be a bust. You're correct. Surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this yet in Concordia, or just a little bit north of Concordia. That looks very, very tornadic right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And even this one, northwest of Washington, looks pretty good. Look at that. That definitely could try to put a tornado down as well. Both of those look pretty good. Surprised we don't have 1 or 2 tornado warnings on
that. A new
that.
flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, those are flood warnings coming out for, that's for Illinois. I believe that's continuation of this one right here. New one there. Go back to listening to the SPC. These could be a little bit too far north. A little north of that outflow boundary, so I don't think they have as high Tor potential as the one further to the south. But they still could produce tornadoes. So we'll need to watch both those storms again. The one northwest of Washington and the one in Concordia. Man, Oklahoma wouldn't do anything anyways, Cat, man. even if it did fire, Oklahoma would find another thing like too high of temperatures to decrease the tour threat. You gotta go up to northern Kansas if you want to see severe weather if you're from Oklahoma. Just move to Kansas at this point. Or move to western Oklahoma. A lot of the threats in Oklahoma this year have been western Oklahoma or far southern. We haven't had a lot of good threats in eastern, northeastern, or north central Oklahoma. A lot of our primary threats have been right in here. Of course, we had the random QLCS that moved through Catman's neighborhood. Opinion on today, it's cooked. Nothing's gonna happen. Everybody should just go home. Totally not rage bait to try to get people to go home and not chase. But I think it looks pretty good. I definitely think the Southern Storm has very high-end tornado potential. I think these could be a little bit sloppy, but I still believe they could produce a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong. But I think today's verification is gonna really come down to this one storm heading towards Minneapolis, Kansas. I'm in Virginia. You can't be talking right now. Hey, I'm talking from somebody who actually got a foot of snowfall this winter season, which is well above average and something we haven't seen in many years. So this state, it has its moments, but it's pretty good. Also had a tornado in my city too, so I think my weather's been pretty good to me, chasing wise. Sure, I wasn't here for the tornado, but still, that's my fault. That's a forecasting issue. That's a skill issue. So we do have a tornado warning now for just northeast of Concordia in Kansas. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Let's see. Yep, it's a bust. You're right, Indiana. Yeah, this looks crazy though. That looks crazy. If this could stay discreet, this does have strong tornado potential. That looks absolutely crazy. And the southern storm in Minneapolis, those are the two very concerning storms right now. The one in Minneapolis, Kansas, and then this one northeast of Concordia, Kansas. This northern one looks a little bit more organized. It looks a little bit more like an actual supercell, whereas the southern one looks a little bit more bulky. It's undergoing a cell merge on the tail end right now, which is why it doesn't look as supercellular. You know, you got something funny happening with the hook there. But I think after that cell merge is done, we'll see if this one impacts it and helps it to not produce a tornado imminently. But I feel like in the next 15 minutes, we're going to see a much stronger tornado threat come out of this in Minneapolis, Kansas. Let me see. So, yeah, make sure you get to your safe spot if you're in either one of these tornado warnings. There's 3 tornado warnings there. And then again, we still do have this PDS severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Lansing, so get to your safe spot in Lansing, Michigan. I like how two of the questions so far that the SPC just answered, one of the SPC forecasters was, is today going to go high risk? And is today going to go SIG 3? Then weather weenies, man, all they care about is a categorical risk. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's going to head right into that volatile environment. I think the biggest concern with those more northern storms is the fact that they're simply just north of the outflow boundary. But there's so much wind shear up there that I think still those far northern storms are in a very similar environment to where the southern storm's heading into. And thus, there you go, new tornado warning. Hard to say exactly for what area of rotation that's for. I'm assuming maybe this general area of rotation. There's actually another little area back here, too. Looks like this one. Neither of these look very notable tornado-wise, but yeah, they have upper-level mesocyclones, so those could turn into lower levels and try to produce tornadoes. Could a SIG 3 risk be issued today? Could it? Yeah. Do I think it will? No. I don't think today warrants a SIG 3. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually shrink the 15 sig tor to like just this area up in here. Wouldn't surprise me. I think that's where our greatest tornado potential is going to be today, is right up in here. So we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me if they drop that southern 15 sig too. Because you can see if we zoom into the southern risk, well, this environment for these cells is not even close to this type of environment. So I think those southern storms are going to be mainly hail-dominant storms. Could still produce a few brief tornadoes, maybe one strong, but I don't think the southern mode is as worth a tornado warning, or not tornado warning. We just got a new tornado warning. I don't think that southern mode in southern Kansas is as worth of a SIG 2 moderate as what we have up there in Nebraska and northeastern Kansas. Now, where's that new tornado warning that just made me mess up my talking? It's right in here. There you go. So it's for that little area, most likely for that area of rotation. Right in there. And you can see how these storms are very clustered too. So that's going to help decrease that tornado threat. If we do get a tornado out of one of these in the very short term, it's probably going to be a weak, brief spin up because they are all very close to each other. So they're all fighting for that same environment. Whereas this storm here in Minneapolis is more discreet, so I think that has a better chance to be a long-tracked, intense tornado threat. We do get a new SPC outlook for today in 30 minutes. We get a new day 3 outlook. We just got that, but it's just a marginal, so probably not many, if any, people care much about that. Yeah, look at that. Still widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds happening around and north of Lansing in Michigan. Let's see. All right, let's go back over to Kansas. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll continue to watch this storm, but right now the mesocyclone, radar-wise, doesn't look very impressive. So we'll we'll keep watching that. Very curious to see if these storms merge with it. I don't think they're gonna play a big role in this storm's lifespan, but you never know. Look at the one up here. Wow. I wonder how much of that is corruption or not. This is the only radar that shows it not that strong, and it's the one that has the most corruption. Because this looks like it's going straight into this storm, so that looks like a clean beam. I'll have to get another scan on that. That could be a legit signature with the potential for a strong tornado here for Blue Springs in southeastern Nebraska. So we'll keep a really, really close eye on that. New mesoscale discussion for northwest Oklahoma, southern Kansas. A tornado watch will be issued for the potential of 4-inch hail or greater, as well as a few tornadoes, one strong possible, and 65 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. I'm sure that includes only a very slim portion of Oklahoma, a very small portion. Because I don't expect Oklahoma to do anything today. Yeah. That's actually a little bit further south into Oklahoma than I was thinking, but golly. Yeah, so that new MCD is down in here. I'm curious, does that include Enid? Nope, it doesn't include Enid, so it's not that far southwest. But generally in like this vicinity, back over here. Right in there. I'll show you the full one in a bit, but a tornado watch will be needed. I haven't gotten the full discussion yet, Catman. I don't know about that. I feel like this is at least somewhat contaminated, but still could be a strong tor threat trying to drop here. Strong tornado attempting to form near Odell in southeastern Nebraska. Is the border of Nebraska and Kansas. Large to very large hail, severe winds, and tornadoes will be possible this afternoon. The degree of the tornado and very large hail threat will depend on how discrete storms are. A watch is likely. Towering CU is increasing in the vicinity of Dodge City as convergence along a cold front has increased over the past couple of hours with effective 40 plus knot wind shear and observed 7.9 mid-level lapse rates on the 18Z DDC sounding. Initial supercells capable of very large hail, severe winds can be expected. Tornadoes will also be possible where discrete modes can be maintained for longer given the lower level wind shear. However, a linear forcing from the cold front may be enough to encourage a very quick transition to a more linear mode. Regardless, the exact evolution of all hazards will be possible, and a watch will likely be needed. So, regardless of discrete storms or linear storms, a tornado watch will be issued. Let me see. Since that graphic won't load in because it's taking forever. Weatherwise probably already got it. There you go, right there. So we'll probably get a tornado watch in roughly this area in here. Not sure. I'd say the biggest uncertainty with this is how far southeast it goes. We'll definitely end up with a tornado watch in here. The question is, does it include Wichita, and how close is it to Enid and Fairview? Let's go back to Michigan, where the PDS Severe still continues for 9 more minutes over Lansing. Make sure you remain in your safe spot there. Gracious. I mean, like I said, I do think it's corruption to some extent, but it's hard to say how much of that is corruption. I want to see further up north here. Wonder if these storms are going to become a problem. I mean, I know that they are north of the primary environment, but do they have any most unstable cape up there? 3,000 most unstable cape. So if those storms do actually end up getting going here, they could be a very large hail threat. Yeah. I'm not very confident that that is a legitimate signature, but either way, it's still tornado warned. And then this is strengthened on the latest scan here for Brantford. So just be in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings. Today is definitely the type of day where you need to take tornado warnings very seriously, as tornadoes can develop very quickly. And some of these tornadoes easily could end up being strong to intense. So we're going to keep watching that one in Minneapolis. I still think that that storm has the absolute highest tornado potential today. I don't know about Oklahoma, Catman. I feel like most of the storms are probably going to stay out of Oklahoma. I feel like it's probably going to... If we do see storms, it would be on like the border of Oklahoma and Kansas, but I feel like most of the storms today will stay in Kansas. Like right in there. So like literally we could get some development in northwestern Oklahoma right in here, but outside of that I highly doubt it. I think it's going to be mainly in this area. I can tell you this, I don't expect any development down in here. If we do get storms from Oklahoma, it would be out of a CU up in here. And again, those storms aren't moving like southeast or even east. They're moving northeast like this. They're moving to the east-northeast. Namely northeast. Never doubt Oklahoma, especially on a day like this. Yeah. I have my doubts for Oklahoma, man. I haven't seen anything good enough to think that Oklahoma is under a big risk of severe storms today. What's the categorical risk? I mean, why is there a 2 sig 1 in Oklahoma? That's definitely a very aggressive outlook for Oklahoma. I really don't think... Yeah, you can see the sig 2 hail risk stops before the border of Oklahoma. I agree with that more. All right, Catman, just wait until there's only like one severe in Oklahoma for the entire day, and that's it. Yeah, we've got kind of 3 embedded supercells here. So you can see we have one big supercell here. You have another big supercell down in here. And then this one is partially a supercell. It's very much embedded and messy. But you could kind of make out another smaller supercell there. So you've got 3 embedded supercells. The leading supercell up here for Blue Springs is probably the best chance for a tornado out of this cluster. But also the tail end one could be just as high as potential there for Brantford in northern Oklahoma, or northern Kansas, rather. Northern Kansas. Brantford. Some reason can't say that. Brantford in northern Kansas. Catman got me thinking of Oklahoma more. Just called Kansas, Oklahoma. We're 18 minutes away from the 4 p.m. Eastern update. So, I don't expect them to change too much for that update. We also just got our first PDS severe of our main risk area. We've had, I think, 2 PDS severes up there in Michigan, but this is our first one in our main risk area here for Kansas and Nebraska. This one being in southeastern Nebraska for 2.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 18 minutes. That's for our leading supercell. So we'll keep watching this area of rotation here in Minneapolis, but this storm looks smaller. Like if we compare it, it looks smaller for some reason. Maybe that could just be the fact that it's been undergoing a lot of cell mergers, and those cell mergers maybe are finishing now. But it looks a little bit smaller there, but I still think that one's going to have pretty good potential as long as it stays by itself. So, yeah. Yeah, SPC just ended their stream. That's what I was listening to. Well, I wasn't talking as much. All right, I'm going to go check StormNet here, see if it's changed at all. Not really. It's still thinking about 430 for the greatest tor threat, 430, so. Yeah, the StormNet still has the absolute peak tornado threat being from, like, the absolute high peak tornado threat from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., which is pretty odd. That's the, mainly the QLCS potential, I imagine, there. I would imagine that's for the QLCS potential. This is 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. That's where it has the greatest tornado potential from 7 to 9. And it's painting mainly northeastern Nebraska. Let me go see if it's painting anywhere else. Or rather, my bad, southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, northwest Missouri. It's actually painting pretty much exactly where the HRRR has its greatest threat for 7 o'clock. StormNet is painting right in here for the highest severe threat and highest tornado threat. From 7 o'clock till about 9:30. It's really right where the HRRR has that QLCS. And again, that's from here, 7 p.m. till 9 here. This frame, this frame, this frame. Watch the QLCS threat end up going crazy. Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. It did yesterday, so there's no reason why it couldn't tonight. Although I do think if it goes crazy, it will actually be very late this evening, a little after sunset. Not like yesterday. Yesterday's crazy QLCS threat was actually closer to like midnight. It was actually a lot later. Yesterday's was from like 10 to midnight was the craziest QLCS threat yesterday, whereas today is from like 7 to 9 or so. Thank you, Charles, for the $2 donation. Tomorrow's threat, not a very concerning threat. Really nothing to be too worried about. We just have a huge slight risk for severe weather. A lot of damaging winds across the slight risk is going to be the biggest problem. I wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado somewhere along the slight risk area. The best chance for that spin-up tornado is up in here. But it could occur anywhere in the slight risk area. And the greatest hazard for tomorrow and the highest severe hazard will be in Texas for hail. So that's really the main area we're watching for severe weather tomorrow, and that's in Texas. And if we take a look at our newest HRRR, and we go out, you can see I wouldn't even be surprised if we get an enhanced risk for hail tomorrow across south central Texas. I think that's going to be where our risk is the highest for tomorrow. Storms really start popping off about 4 o'clock Eastern and continue to be pretty rough up until probably about 1 a.m. tomorrow night, Eastern time. So that could be pretty rough there in Texas. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado there, but the biggest threat would be up to 3-inch hail and maybe even up to 75-mile-an-hour winds. So we could get an enhanced for hail, maybe even wind as well. As for the northeastern U.S. here for tomorrow, really not a whole lot on the HRRR. The HRRR not very confident in any notable severe weather there in New York. Just some leftover heavy rain showers tomorrow night. And then as for back into like Ohio and Indiana, not really a whole lot there either. So really the HRRR has some scattered severe storms tomorrow in the northeastern quadrant of the Midwest, as well as the northwestern quadrant of the... Oh.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
As well as the northwest quadrant there of the New England states, and then also down there in Texas. So that's where I think our greatest severe threat will be focused. If we go back to the outlook, I think our highest severe threat tomorrow will be in Texas, and then also a decent severe threat right up in here. Those are the two areas I'm watching the most tomorrow. But especially Texas. All right, first observed tornado warning of the day. It's going to be on our leading supercell. No surprise that that's produced a tornado. You can see very good couplets still maintaining there in the upper levels. So no surprise that that's producing a tornado. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado there. Pretty good area of rotation. Pretty good hook echo. That's towards Odell and southeastern Nebraska. I don't think today will overperform. It will probably perform near as expected, assuming that we get that discrete storm in Minneapolis to go fully discrete and become a right mover. There's definitely a chance that today doesn't perform if we keep seeing a sloppier mode. If we take a look at our SPC outlook, you can see we are entering now we're now entering the 2 SIG2 risk area, 15% SIG2 risk area. So we're into our highest risk for tornadoes today. Yeah, still going to keep watching that area there too, north of Moroville. And then also the area of rotation here in Howarth in northern Kansas. That new tornado warning was a continuation of our tornado warning for, Minneapolis. And that has me a little bit more interested now. A little bit more interested in that area. Pending this storm merge and cell merge, we'll see if anything happens with that. But that looks a little bit more promising. And again, if this can get going, nothing's stopping it. We're looking at a long-tracked, intense to violent tornado threat if this storm can get itself together. That's a big if. Like I said earlier, this is probably going to be the storm that makes or breaks the moderate. It could be the storm that verifies the moderate, or it could be the storm that helps today underperform. Today is not going high risk. We've got one singular good supercell that has a 50-50 shot at producing a long tracked intense plus tornado. There's no way they're pulling a high risk for a single supercell, dude. .5 SIG 2.5 incoming. Yeah, I could get behind that because it doesn't exist. But yeah, I don't see a high risk happening. There's no shot. But it's all going to come down to this storm here in north central Kansas. Again, it's in a very good environment, but it's right on that edge of the greatest wind shear. Right on the edge of the greatest wind shear. I think if it continues, as long as it keeps moving more to the northeast, which it's doing, I think from here on out, it's just going to get a better and better chance to produce a stronger tornado. A stronger tornado threat. So, we'll have to see what happens with these cell mergers on its rear flank. And right now, I'm still quite convinced it's going to be able to produce an intense to violent tornado threat once it gets up towards Clay Center and Morganville and Milton Vale. Gracious. Are there any chasers on this? Chaser stream of a brief cone tornado. Well, that answers my question. But I imagine there's a lot of rotation here. Maybe not an actual full-blown tornado yet. Because they said that was a brief... What was it? Brief rope tornado? Brief cone tornado. On that chaser feed. So, we'll wait and see what that does. That's been a storm that I've pointed out for a while because it's on the leading edge of this cluster. And you can really make out that it's a good looking supercell. The tail end doesn't look to be doing so hot. And then our storm in Minneapolis, Kansas here. Looking okay. Like I said, I really think it's just a matter of time before that ramps up, pending the cell mergers. A lot of our activity today has been focused in our line of damaging winds that is tracked across this area. Will continue to track across this area here from eastern Illinois through a good chunk of Indiana, northwest Ohio, and central southern Michigan. We've had multiple 80-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts, multiple 60-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this has been a long-lived line for like the last 4 hours. But thankfully, hasn't been much of a tornado threat. So although it's been our biggest severe weather maker today, it has not been our biggest hail or tornado maker today. Our biggest hail and tornado makers are back out here in Nebraska and Kansas. So far, we've only had one, maybe two tornadoes right now, but I have a feeling that tornado threat's going to increase considerably over the next hour. Yeah. Definitely an increasing risk for a strong tor threat here. Still continuing. Has today underperformed so far? Nah. Yeah, today is it's performed like garbage, man. Huge underperformance. I know it's 4 o'clock and the event is just now starting to get underway, but yeah, it's a huge underperformance. I can't believe it. I know the watch just got issued like an hour, hour and a half ago, and still has another 5 hours left, but yeah, it's crazy. Underperformance like I have never seen before. We should be getting the SPC outlook here within about the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we're not going to be able to confirm if this is a tornado based on radar unless it's like a violent tornado and we can clearly see the CC drop, which let's hope we don't ever see that. But it's a very good area of rotation that is capable of producing a tornado still. Now remember, we are looking high up. We're looking very high up, so the area of rotation could be weaker than this as you go down closer to the surface. But still, we know this storm has produced a tornado, so it could produce another one. And you need to get to your safe spot here if you're in or around the Odell area in southeastern Nebraska. Not much from our storm to the south here from Moroville. But we'll keep an eye on that. Also, this tornado warning is no longer observed for Odell in southeastern Nebraska. No longer an observed tornado warning there. I'm not sure exactly when we're going to start seeing our severe threats start to pop off down in here. It might be a little bit later. If we take a look here at our HRRR, HRRR is saying closer to 4:30, 5 o'clock for that threat to pop off. So probably about another hour or so. Give it an hour and we'll start to see some good storms pop off here in central, southern Kansas. We'll probably get a new tornado watch on the southwest side of our PDS watch to correlate for that. Oh, there's a tornado report from earlier. Spotter network 42 minutes ago. Yep, SPC's late. Never mind, they are dropping a high risk. I apologize. SIG 4 coming in hot. 75% SIG 4 risk coming in hot. Watch them already have issued the outlook and I just missed it. That'd be funny. Nope. They haven't issued it. Should come in, though, in about 5 minutes. New tornado watch. Yep. There you go. That might not be the full tornado watch. Weather-wise is quite often to not actually have the entire watch out. That is the entire watch. There is no tornado watch for Oklahoma. There you go, Catman. How about them apples? No tornado watch for Oklahoma, despite the MCD going well into Oklahoma. So that is your tornado watch, and it does not include a single county of Oklahoma. 60-60, wow. That is a pretty high probability tornado watch, to be honest with you. I mean, it is on the tail end of a 15 SIG 2, so. That's a little bit higher prob than I was thinking, though. But that is 60/60. Oh, that's a new observed one. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Huge problem could be brewing here. Huge problem could be brewing here in southeastern Nebraska. Let's go up to that with this radar. Put both of our radars on that. Wow. That is extremely strong rotation. But again, we are looking far up. Now, the question is, which one's further? This is 7,362 feet up at that exact location. This one is, which is more contaminated now, 8,000 feet up. So our other one is a little bit more accurate. And this one is also scanning through the hail core. So this radar is going to be more accurate, which is the one that shows the stronger area of rotation. So we got big problems for Wymore, or Wimore? Wymore? I'm not sure how you would say that. And Blue Springs here in southeastern Nebraska. If you're in that area, you got to run, don't walk, run to your safe spot. This could be a large tornado on the ground here in southeastern Nebraska. So please get to your safe spot. So we'll keep watching that very, very closely. We're going to just stay with this one because the other storms are not much of a tornado, not too high of a tornado concern. This one is a fairly high tornado concern. See this new scan coming in here. And now, it's a little bit early. Still looks like a good air rotation. Obviously, this is very far up and a little bit side lobed, so we don't, we can't do our calculations and say this is a violent tornado or something like that because we're looking very high up in the atmosphere, and these readings are not going to be very accurate. So we don't have like 100-mile-an-hour winds out here. That's not the case. We're not very close to the surface with these radar scans. We're very high up. So even though this looks like it could be, 100 and like 50, 160 mile an hour rotation, which is an intense area of rotation, it could be considerably weaker than that as it goes towards the surface. And we still don't have any notable CC, so hopefully if this is ongoing, it's picking up not much debris. Because we don't have any big CC drops yet. So we'll keep monitoring that. Once again, if you're in Wymore, that's how I'm going to pronounce it. Wymore, Blue Springs in southeastern Nebraska. Run to your safe spot. Don't walk. Run to your safe spot. And then still a pretty good area rotation on our storm in Milton Vale in Kansas. So get to your safe spot there as well. It just depends on if this storm merges with it, because this is a very large storm that definitely could disrupt our supercell and inhibit it from producing a tornado in the short term. Still no clear CC there, so that's good. A good sign. Yeah, SPC is fairly late, so now you know we have like a 10 out of 5 risk coming out here shortly. Could be a wedge on the ground. Also could just be a giant wall cloud with rain wrap. With it being rain wrapped.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And I still don't see any very clear CC, but when you're looking this high up and you're in a rural area, yeah, there very easily could be a wedge tornado on the ground with this type of signature. And it's just not picking up enough debris to be scanned. But regardless, if you're in Blue Springs, Wymore, get to your safe spot. This storm is either producing a tornado or is very close to producing a tornado right now. So you don't want to risk it. Just get to your safe spot. Yeah, what if it's actually reversed? What if they're downgrading to like a marginal risk? Why is it always got to be worst case scenario? Maybe they're just downgrading the risk, getting rid of the moderate and the enhanced. That's another good point too, Misty. If this is a large tornado ongoing, it's very, very, very rain wrapped. So if there is a tornado, you won't be able to see it as this goes towards Blue Springs and Wymore in southeastern Nebraska. So don't try to go outside and look for the tornado. If it is on the ground, it is going to be rain wrapped, hard to see, and potentially large. We get a new mesoanalysis here any minute, but I'm not going to look at that for just a bit. I want to stay here with this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we got flashing polygons left, right, center, and everywhere else in between. Bunch of flashing polygons. All right, there's your new outlook. They did maintain the moderate, and it looks like they maintained the moderate in its entirety, which is a little surprising. I thought they would have dropped some of the southern extent of that. There ain't a high risk. Y'all lying. It's moderate. I'm looking right at it. It's moderate. Imagine it wasn't, though. That'd be wild if they actually pulled a high risk. New MCD in western Oklahoma storm development is uncertain, but all hazards would be possible if storms develop. 40% MCD western Oklahoma, north central Texas. Don't worry, Oklahoma won't do anything. Let me go to here. Yeah, I guess maybe the only change they could have made is adding like
flash flood warning has been issued.
Adding a 45% wind risk. 45 sig 1% wind risk. But I don't see the probs yet. Let's see. Oh man. Allergies. Let's see. High risk was considered cap. They didn't say that. Let's see here. Still remains unclear how storm scale interactions will impact discrete supercell mode, but strong tornadoes are a concern in this region. No changes to the moderate area have been made due to the conflicting model signals. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. I would have thought maybe they would have disextended some of the southern risk, but wasn't really necessary, I suppose. Oh, wow. That is a insane velocity signature right there. I can see exactly what's happening. I mean, that is just as perfect as it gets. That area of rotation, a lot tighter on that newest scan for Milton Vale in Kansas. Does that coincide with our other radar? No, but this one matters a bit less because it's further away. This one is almost 1,000 feet closer for your radar beam. Doesn't line up perfect. We'll see what it has in next scan, but we could get a tornado out of this for Milton Vale. Who knows? Maybe this storm and the second storm in Minneapolis, Kansas, could stay discrete by itself as well. But these are in very close proximity to each other and easily could screw up each other's environment. Yeah, it looks like they changed, like, literally nothing. From what I could tell. They did say they lowered probabilities. Where was that? Northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and eastern Iowa. Yes, they did. They did. You could see they took a bite out of the slight risk. This used to be a perfect slight risk. That whole area was under a slight risk, but now there's a huge bite out of it. They took a huge bite out of that slight risk. No, they didn't consider going high. The only thing they may have considered is a SIG 3, but I don't think today is worthy of a SIG 3. Especially how it's actively evolving right now. I think that's a new scan. That looks strong. This definitely could be producing a tornado here in Milton Vale. In northeastern Kansas, so get to your safe spot. We've already had 2 tornadoes today. And this definitely could make a third one here shortly. I don't know what's happening up here in Blue Springs, man. If you're in those tornado warnings, get to your safe spot because we're going to have literally no idea what's happening up here. Yeah, actually, the hatched wind risk 15 Sig 1 was expanded to the east. The hail risk looks almost the same. They extended the 5 Sig 1 into south central Texas. And the tornado risk, they took a big bite out of Illinois and northwest Indiana. But aside from that, I don't see any huge changes. They did expand the 5 Sig 1 a little bit more into Missouri as well for the potential of QLCS tornadoes. So they expanded the outlook a tiny bit further east for that QLCS potential tonight. StormNet now still has the it has the absolute peak from still 7 p.m. till about 10 p.m. It's staying very consistent with that. Whoa. I would be shocked if this is not producing a tornado right now. And if it's not, it's probably going to be producing one very, very shortly. That has got to be either a very crazy wall cloud or maybe even a tornado. If this drops, it's going to go into Milton Vale in northeastern Kansas. I can tell you this, if it does drop, we ought to know because of all the chasers. I'm sure there's plenty here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty, all right. But that is a very strong area of rotation that matches up almost perfectly with your hook echo. Not too many people with the rain-wrapped slop fest up here in Blue Springs. Only very few handful chasers chose that far northern cluster. Most have stayed with this one. So we'll wait to see. No CC drop on that next scan. So may not be a tornado right now, but definitely could be in the future. Oh, never mind. Just fell apart. Day's over. It's done. Pack it up. Go home. Nearest flight home. It's over. Risk is done. If that ain't producing a tornado, nothing is. Gotta try to get all the chasers home, y'all. I'm just kidding. Risk is definitely not over. This storm's only going to get in a better environment. So as long as this doesn't interfere with it too much, which it hasn't been interfering with it that much, I think this is still going to have very high tornado potential as it goes towards Morganville. Yep, I saw that, Jake. We've been watching that forever. It used to be a tiny little cluster that we thought was just going to be a storm merge, but now it's turning into a full-blown storm itself. That could become a tornado problem as well. There's no reason why it couldn't. So, I don't think that would have as high tornado potential as the one in front, but still could have some tornado potential there. I think this one will have the highest tornado potential there in Milton Vale. But this one, still, in Minneapolis, Kansas, could try something. Now, like I said, don't know what the heck is happening up here in Blue Springs, man. They dropped the confirmed tornado warning, so they don't believe a tornado's ongoing anymore. Just be in your safe spot anyways, just in case. And either
A
way,
new flash flood warning has been issued.
you're still in a tornado warning, so you actually still need to be in your safe spot. There we go. Ooh, better looking hook echo there, but it's going to be hard to tell if anything's happening velocity-wise. We'll wait and see. New scan in 5 seconds. CC likes to come before velocity, so it takes a little while for that to update. There you go. There's your new scan. So much better information, huh? It's impossible to tell what's happening. I could tell you one thing, though, is this is about to undergo a cell merge. It's not 2024. If it was 2024, I'd say a strong tornado is probably going to come out of this. But cell mergers still can produce and still can aid in tornado genesis. So, you know, we do want to watch that as this storm heads right into this hook echo. So we'll watch that. Could get a tornado out of it in Virginia. Virginia and southeastern Nebraska. And still a okay area rotation near Hollenberg. Nothing too insane, but you want to be in your safe spot, Hollenberg in northeastern Kansas. This is the border right here of Kansas, Nebraska. This is Nebraska. This is Kansas. So we're right on the border of Nebraska, Kansas here. Let's go back to here real quick. There we go. Mesoanalysis time. How we looking? Is that a decrease? I can't tell what number that is. I think that's a 12. But I can't tell. So we'll watch that. We'll watch that area. That's your best environment tornado parameter, which still, again, favors this storm here because it's heading into that environment. I wonder if that storm might be a little bit too slow. It could be. But even if it is, it's still in a very favorable environment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still in a really good environment, even if it is a little bit on the slower side of things. So that's a new tornado warning into Morganville and Clifton in northeastern Kansas. Make sure you get to your safe spot there. This area of rotation that has attempted to produce multiple tornadoes and has likely failed pretty much every attempt is heading up your way. And the environment, again, it only gets better with time. I think this storm's best opportunity to produce a tornado, if it stays discrete all on its own, is going to be probably closer to maybe 5 o'clock Eastern, about an hour from now. StormNet says its highest tornado threat is actually right now, like in the next 10 minutes, but it looks like it's undergoing a cell cycle right now. Oh, we should have a new HRRR too. Okay, so the HRRR just wants one big fat supercell right now. Man, the HRRR was doing so good too. So this is what it says the radar looks like right now. This is what it actually looks like. We got storms popping up in southern Kansas, storms already up in central Kansas, a big cluster southeastern Nebraska, and then a few cells, 2 supercells trying to fire in central Kansas there. Let's see what it does in the future. It has multiple other supercells firing at, this is now 6 o'clock. So it's pushed back by 2 hours. It said earlier it was saying about 4:30, and now it's 6 o'clock before stuff gets going there. Look at that crazy bow echo. Gracious. That would be a wild bow echo. That's for 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and then somewhere right around, somewhere between 10 and midnight, these storms should really start to weaken. I think our absolute peak will be over about 10 o'clock. And again, this is what StormNet's most confident in being the highest tornado threat today. Between about 7 o'clock till about 10 o'clock. Nothing has been confirmed as a derecho so far this year. We have had 2, both yesterday and the day before that, feature 2 very long-tracked MCSs, but neither were confirmed derechos if you look at the wind reports here. You can see yesterday's was pretty rough. Tracked from Nebraska all the way till northeastern Iowa. And then the day before that, tracked from eastern Colorado all the way till northeastern Kansas, somewhere right in here. Tracked from about here to here. This is from separate storms in this area. That's from separate storms, so that doesn't count. So we had two very long MCSs that tracked about a full state. Yesterday's tracked almost the whole state of northwestern Iowa. And then the day before that, an MCS tracked pretty much the whole state length of northern Kansas. Never been so over for me. Nah, trust. You're gonna get something. No, you won't. It's over. That's how weather is. Weather gives you such good hope that you're gonna get something and then just crashes it and destroys your hope. I mean, the boundary did actually move a tiny bit further south, so yeah, you're cooked. I mean, HRRR still shows stuff happening, but yeah, your best chance for that is about 6 Central, right around there. The thing is, a lot of that's elevated slot, because if we draw where the boundary is here, you could see pretty much all of that is just going to be like 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe 1 inch hail. The only tornado threat would be if that magical prefrontal supercell fires right there. Tomorrow is a year since I've seen my first tour, so I need something. You won't get anything. I saw someone on Twitter talking about an enhanced risk for St. Louis tomorrow. I think that's almost impossible. We'll have to see how the morning round performs, but if you're getting rain tomorrow morning, that's going to wipe out your open warm sector. So you can see the difference. This is what happens if you get a line of morning rain showers tomorrow. And if you don't get a line of morning rain showers, that warm sector could recover very well, and you could end up with severe weather around 5 o'clock. So pay attention to the morning convection. If this happens, do you get a big line of morning convection like what you got this morning, or is it completely dissipated in the morning and not present? Right now, the RAT model, which is fairly accurate, shows a warm sector. The NAM shows it, the NAM 3K, and the GFS. So actually, everything is working against the HRRR right now. So pay close attention to that. Just know if there's a big line that wipes through your area in the morning, you're cooked. Nothing's going to happen. But if it's not that big of a line, or it's a very weak line, the atmosphere could re-destabilize. But I don't think they'll be issuing an enhanced tomorrow for that area. I wouldn't rule out an enhanced in Texas, but not in your area. Either they'll keep the slight risk or drop the slight risk. If the cold front pushes through like that, like the HRRR says, they'll drop the slight. If not, they'll maintain the slight risk. Salem, Missouri. It could be a tiny little area of rotation, a very weak mesocyclone that is your supposed prefrontal storm. And the environment is not terrible there. It's definitely not great, though. This is bugged. Took me a half second to realize that. There you go. Yeah, not a terrible environment. Could be a little mesocyclone. So I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado if that can maintain, but I doubt it will. And these storms are just turning too clustered. These are just turning way too clustered. I can tell you this, our intense tornado threat's going to be drastically dropping here in about an hour or so if these storms don't do something soon. And they might turn too clustered. We'll see. We shall see. New mesoscale discussion for the potential of an intense to violent tornado threat. Let's see. The threat for severe storms will be increasing into the evening. Tornadoes will remain possible along the Iowa-Missouri border, with hail becoming the primary hazard with a northern extent. That would be if storms get north of the front, they will be primarily hail. One or more watches will be needed this afternoon. Yeah, they even mentioned that the tornado threat will be maximized south of the boundary, with a transition to more hail-dominant threats as storms move to the north. PDS Tornado Watch 222. What are the chances of that? There's your mesoscale discussion where one or more tornado watches will be needed. One or more weather watches, my bad. We'll probably get a tornado watch down in this area, and then probably like a severe watch back up in this area. Somewhere in there, where however far north they think this boundary is going to go. If this boundary goes, say, like up to here, we'll see a tornado watch on that boundary and south of that boundary, and then we'll see a severe watch north of that boundary. So we'll probably see a severe watch north of the boundary and a new tornado watch south of the boundary. I didn't realize the PDS watch was watch issuance 222. Look at that. PDS tornado watch issuance 222. Can't tell what is happening with that cluster. Yeah. I'd say our tornado threat is fairly low imminently right now. I think I think our low-end scenario is being realized at the moment. We just have to hope that continues for the rest of the day. Which there's a chance it won't. Where is this? Okay. Enhancements for Ohio is possible tomorrow. I wouldn't completely rule it out. If we do get an enhanced, it's going to be for wind. I wouldn't fully rule it out if the cold front doesn't sweep through and instability goes absolutely crazy. I wouldn't fully rule out an enhanced for wind tomorrow in Ohio. I think it's highly unlikely, but I don't think it's impossible. I wonder what NATOcast has for tomorrow. Let's see. Whoops, I did not mean to download that. Accidentally downloaded the NATOcast Outlook instead of just looking at it. So tornado-wise, tomorrow NATOcast just has a bunch of 2% tours in random areas, which is generally what we're thinking. Just the risk for a brief tornado somewhere tomorrow. No really focal point for tornado potential. And it has a 15%. Oops, wait, that's the wrong one. I think it has a 15% wind for tomorrow. It actually has a 30% wind risk in far northeastern Ohio for tomorrow. Uh, 81 mile an hour wind report up here in Michigan. That's the third 75 plus mile an hour wind report we've had up in Michigan. So Michigan has performed very well as a enhanced risk for severe weather, even though it's a slight risk. I mean, it is still early in the day if we're talking about the tornado threat here, but I think our primary tornado threat are the risk for like a violent tornado or the risk for like an intense long track tornado is going down. I still think we're going to end up with multiple tornadoes later on tonight embedded in the QLCS, but that opportunity for an intense long track tornado or a violent tornado threat I think is going down. I mean, look at our area of rotation on this storm. It's completely fallen apart. None of these look good at all. This looks good, and the only reason why it looks partially
A
good
new tornado warning has been issued.
is because it's probably far from radar. I wish we were closer to a radar so we could see if it actually looks good or bad. But that storm looks to be our only very real tornado concern. Today's becoming a slop risk. And like I said, intense tornado-wise, a violent tornado-wise, I would say probably at this point. We had a pretty good window there, though. Like, we had a good 2-hour discrete window. It's just really no storms took full advantage of that. But the day's by no means over. Like I said, our wind risk is going to be very, very crazy here over the next 4 to 6 hours or so. 6 hours. Maybe even more than that, actually. Maybe 6 to 8 hours. Up until these storms get near Kansas City at about 11 p.m. So you're still looking at 6 hours of significant damaging winds, probably significant hail with any semi-discrete storms, and then still plenty of tornadoes are possible, including a few strong, maybe even an intense tornado risk. Like I said, though, with these storms becoming more semi-discrete, less confident in a more notable, intense plus tornado risk or a long track tornado risk. If this could sort itself out, it definitely could be a huge problem, though. But you could see that's right on the northern edge of the violent tornado preamber. So even that's not in the best environment. But you could still see pretty crazy environment there. And these storms are just going clustered. So the decrease with wind shear with southern extent could also be helping with the lack of a tornado threat. And then the storms going more clustered is also aiding in that lack of a tornado threat. So we'll keep watching these two northernmost storms to see if they could sort themselves out. And then also watching our cluster just north of our best environment. Is today a bust? If it ends like this, heck yeah. Tornado-wise, it will be. But the damaging wind threat, I'm expecting to greatly increase. And the hail threat could be quite the big underperformance as well, considering it's a 45 sig 2. We've only seen a single destructive PDS severe, and that was, I believe, on the edge of the 45 sig 2 risk. Is that down here? I recognize that town name, but this one? Yeah, you're so far from radar, it's impossible to tell. It's really impossible to tell. But I don't see any definitive CC drop. At least we ended up with tornadoes in this one and multiple tornado warnings, Caleb. The last one didn't even get a single good storm in it. Let's see here. Jake, the biggest thing is, though, the storm's already going sloppy. I still think we're going to perform very well with the QLCS side of things, especially damaging winds and spin-up tornadoes. But not something that would warrant a PDS type watch like what we have right now. We're tornado warning lists inside of our primary risk in Kansas. The hail threat also underperformed greatly, but I know for a fact things are going to start popping off. They always do. They always do. It's just that risk for an intense to violent tornado threat is decreasing quite a lot. See, there you go. There you go. Considerable for 1.75-inch hail out here in Kinsley in southern Kansas. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. And that's right on our edge of our 30% and 15% hail risk. But you can't tell me, I mean, if we go back to the HRRR for right now, we go back to this. I mean, we were expecting radar to look like this. A bunch of hailstorms happening in southwestern Kansas, which is slowly but surely starting to be the case. And then multiple semi-discrete supercells up here in Kansas, which we have, all we have is a Slopfest cluster and then a single huge cluster up here. So we've got two big clusters and some hail. That's what we got right now. Wait until these temps cool. Wait until these temps cool once these storms go completely linear. There's a problem with that. Your temps aren't going to cool until sunset, and that's when storms will definitely be in a line by then. And sunset isn't until 8 o'clock Central, which is 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 4 hours and 15 minutes from now. If you look at your temperatures, they're not going to cool by much. If you look at, like, This area here, right now it's about 81, 81, 81, 83, 82, 80, and then finally it starts to cool down, of course, when the cold front passes, but right about 9 o'clock Eastern is when your temps cool down a lot out here, Central Time. And if you look at that by then, it is a full-fledged line. But again, that full-fledged line will likely have multiple embedded tornadoes, probably some large hail if there's embedded supercells, and then also widespread 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. So again, I don't want you to let your guard down and think today's completely over, nothing's going to happen, and it's done. That's not the case. I expect the QLCS line to be fairly significant after 7 p.m. Eastern. It's just that the moderate risk area, what we were expecting, the moderate risk area, I'm getting less and less confidence in that actually performing. The later it gets, the lower my confidence is going to be. Here's the newest WOFIS run. Let's see. Most of this is just long-tracked hail. But WOFIS 2 is very aggressive. Here's WOFIS 3, which shows something a bit more realistic. WOFIS 4. Some storms fire in actually Oklahoma on some of these WOFIS runs. But I don't think that will actually come to fruition. But note that if storms do fire in Oklahoma, some of these WOFIS runs were the first to hint at it. Some of these, though, like this WOFIS run right here, WOFIS 4 have, I know it's off your screen, but like 4 supercells firing along the dry line in Oklahoma. Most of them actually fire storms right now in Oklahoma. Let's go see that. Oh, well, we got a little guy, but I doubt little guy's gonna hang on at all. And there's definitely no, 4 or 5 supercells here. Again, this is what the WOFIS runs have. Look in Oklahoma. This is for right now. And most of them already have well-defined updrafts firing. Which is dead wrong. New tornado watch, 70, 60 tornado watch. 80, 70 for wind on that new tornado watch in front of these storms. So very high confidence. 80, 70. That is very high damaging wind confidence right there. Very, very high. We are down to 2 tornado warnings now. And our entire nationwide warnings, we're down to just 2 tornado warnings.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Now, given both of those warnings are indeed inside of the moderate risk, as you can see there, both are in the moderate, but still, 2 tornado warnings in a moderate is pretty rough. Yeah, I don't see a way how this is going to verify as a 15 sig 2 anymore. I think we're past that now. I see it borderline impossible we get verification today, tornado-wise. I still do think, though, like yesterday went crazy in Iowa, I think today could do the exact same thing in eastern Kansas, northwest Missouri. I still think that's possible. You know, we spammed out like 30 tornado reports from that QLCS event in southeastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa yesterday. There was like 25 some tornado reports out there. And I think something similar could happen tonight with this MCS. Let's see here. Centerville? Y'all talking about rotation over here? Let's see. Oh, I do see the Centerville one you're talking about there, Caleb. I see that. A little something there. So, yeah, just wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado with some of these storms. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, all possible. The newest stage RRR 19Z here. Still very confident in a good severe threat about 8 o'clock, or this is 7 o'clock Eastern, about 2 hours from now. So we'll see in about an hour or two if storms are really getting going in Missouri, or if it looks like it's just not going to do anything. Yesterday performed better than this. I mean, yeah, we're kind of getting into like the QLCS portion of this, so yeah. Yeah, yesterday we had that intense to violent tornado. And then 3.5, 4-inch hail too, before the QLCS. These storms aren't like fully getting into QLCS just yet. They're more of clustered still. But this northern side's definitely starting to get towards that QLCS threat. Watch Missouri verify more than Kansas and Nebraska. I don't think so, because I think the QLCS threat later this evening is going to go pretty crazy. Now, there's a new considerable severe in northeastern Nebraska. That is for 1.75-inch hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. That might push the SPC to go ahead and issue a good-sized severe watch out here. Or it may be a little bit too far and few between to issue a watch further north. Because we've already got our tornado watches out here, so we'll see if we get a good-sized severe watch for storms that may fire north of that boundary. Not sure why Omaha's in a 10-sig tour right now. I highly doubt we're going to get any type of tornado activity up there. Going to be pretty close for where that boundary sets up, but I think it will stay southeast of Omaha. Yeah, I agree, Tracy. It's just that the cluster these cell merge clusters have really decreased the overall supercellular structure of these storms. Let's see. We have one tornado warning. Golly. Wow. Just cell mergers. I think cell mergers are really killing this threat. I think that's the number one thing that is killing today's threat is cell mergers. Because we just had consistent mergers from the south. And look at these storms here, too. That's what's happening here, too. Just merger. There's one merger. Merger. Merge. 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 And now there's like 10 more mergers coming for that storm. And then down here, all of these just started merging together with more mergers. I mean, they've just been interfering with each other's environment the whole time. We've had 2 tornadoes so far. At least 2. But most likely, both of those were weak and brief. I can tell you this, I definitely don't see a way how any of this verifies. I will be mind blown if any of that side of the moderate performs. I don't see a way how any of this performs at all. We could still, of course, get our strong Tor threat out of this and this, even if that comes to fruition. Again, I don't know why the moderate goes that far south. From the get-go, I thought that moderate went too far south. Even earlier, I thought they were going to disextend that moderate risk at the 4 o'clock update, but they didn't. I mean, you can see that's still a pretty rough QLCS there, further to the south. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get the moderate to actually perform. Yep, 2025, the year of warm fronts and crashing cold fronts and destructive cell mergers. This tornado season has been all over the place. It has been all over the place. We've had okay setups. Today was one of those pretty decent, actually potentially higher end echelon setups. One of the better setups of the year. But all it took was some overconvection and some cell mergers, and that went to absolute garbage real quick. Hey, there you go. First 80 plus mile an hour wind report in our risk area. 81 mile an hour wind gust measured from personal weather station. Also 6 to 8 inch diameter tree limbs broken 13 minutes ago from that storm. So there's your first very significant wind report. No surprise there. Continuing the tornado warning. Even though this looks like a big sloppy mess.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Clay Center, unworn tour. Cap. Cap. Let me see. Do you see ground circulation? Ground contact? Southwest of Clay Center. Southwest of Clay Center. That's down here. That's west of Oak Hill. Look at that. So you're saying that's an unwarned tornado ongoing west of Oak Hill in Kansas. Let me see. I mean, yeah, if I were forecasting, I would have had a 15 sig too, but I would have had it a lot smaller, not gonna lie. I would have had it focused only on the northern portion. That is for the more northern storm, which is still very much warranted there. And yeah, we do have a tornado on the ground here. And it looks like it's going to be this storm right here, by the way, Caleb. Not the more southern one. The chaser I'm watching has a tornado on the ground with this storm, not this one. The chaser that Proxy sent in chat. So unwarned tornado, or actually now tornado warned tornado. Tornado on the ground inside this tornado warned storm. So get to your safe spot. Tornado ongoing for Palmer, Lynn, heading up towards Greenleaf in Kansas. Looks like it's already about to lift. But nevertheless was a tornado. Man. I don't see it anymore, so may have lifted. Oh, wait, still tiny little funnel. Could be condensed. But either way, this is either a tornado on the ground still or about to be on the ground. So get to your safe spot if you're in Lynn, Greenleaf, or surrounding areas. Make sure you're in your safe spot. But Caleb is right with this one. Probably trying to produce a tornado as well here shortly. So if you are in front of that, I wouldn't be shocked if we get a tornado warning soon here for Oak Hill or near Clay Center. Wow. Wow. I don't know if I have ever done it that well before.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know if I have ever done it that well before to where I'm literally speaking it into existence here. There's your tornado warning for Oak Hill, Clay Center, Morganville, Green, and Milton Vale in Kansas. That's crazy. Fully just spoke that into existence. So get to your safe spot there if you are in that active tornado warning. This one looks pretty good. It doesn't look that bad. I think it's going to come down to one thing, and that one thing is the infamous destructive cell merge right here. The infamous destructive cell merge. We'll see what that does. We'll see if it cell merges with the storm and does nothing, or cell merges with it and helps boost tornado genesis. Still not very confident in this being a huge tornado maker, but we did just have a brief spin-up tornado here in north central Kansas. So that makes 3 tornadoes. That's 3 brief spin-up weak tornadoes. None are strong, none are long track, none are violent, so none of them really help much towards verification of a moderate. But it is at least inside the moderate risk area, so good on the SPC for that. This storm might have some strong tornado potential with it. It looks like, I think it's right there. Yeah, right here. This is the first storm. This is the second storm. I mean, that's not that bad. Not as good of an environment as further to the north, but not that bad. Right on the edge of that favorable wind shear, and it looks like it's on the favorable edge. So instead of it being south of the favorable edge, it looks like it's on the favorable edge and maybe even a little north. That very favorable edge is this dark blue line you see right here. And it is just north of that. What about surface obs? This is a 9071, but it's probably a little bit... I imagine the temperatures are probably a little bit lower further to the north. Wind shear has been the problem with far southern extent, but with these further northern storms like these up in here, no, wind shear hasn't been a problem. There's your violent tornado parameter. Is this, yeah, this is the new one. The new one's actually coming in right now. All these storms down in here are heading that way. They're all heading to the northeast, so it comes down to cell mergers and how clustered they are. That's what it comes down to. What does WOFUS have for this? WOFUS 1 keeps it clustered. WOFUS 2 is a higher end scenario where that southern storm becomes a primary storm and stays semi-discrete for an hour or so, and you could see, or longer, and you could see that long updraft helicity track right there. WOFUS 3, sloppy. Randomly has a prefrontal doing something in northeast Kansas. But some of these have this storm becoming a dominant supercell. So we'll need to watch that closely. Yeah, just maybe severe weather alert. Just maybe. Just maybe. It all comes down to cell interactions, though, over the next 30 minutes. I think our environment is perfectly capable of producing an intense tornado. But it comes down to just how these storms interact with one another. Lapse rates. I believe lapse rates are a problem further to the north. You could see lower level lapse rates are definitely an issue. Right on that edge. So it looks like that's probably your number one key for an underperformance today, if it does continue. Lack of lower level lapse rates with northern extent, which is in part to your boundary and your cloud cover. What I missed, 3 week brief spin up tornadoes, 2 in southeastern Nebraska, one brief spin up tornado that we just tracked in the last 15 minutes. This supercell in Clay Center is looking impressive, heading into a favorable environment. However, cell interactions may make it a bit messy. That's your rundown. We've also had 80-mile-an-hour winds in southeastern, 81-mile-an-hour winds in southeastern Nebraska. And we've had quite a few hailstones between 1 to 2 inches in diameter as well. So hail threat so far is slightly underperforming. Wind threat is going right now, I would say, as expected. And the tornado threat is... I'd say the tornado threat is going as expected. However, tornadoes aren't as strong as we anticipated. We were anticipating a bit stronger of a tornado threat. Because we've had 3 tornadoes, but all 3 have been weak, brief, and not that notable. Who knows, that could change with one of these storms here in the next hour. I would say 3 tornadoes for the beginning of this isn't horrible, considering we're just at the we're just the northwest quadrant of the moderate. It's just the fact that all 3 of those have been weak, brief, and very short-lived. If one of those or 2 of those were strong, or one of those or 2 of those were long-tracked, then yeah. If we had 1 weak, brief spin up and 2 intense tornadoes, one of which being long-tracked, you'd say, yes, this moderate is verifying. So it's not the tornado count, it's the tornado intensity that is underperforming. Surprised we don't have a severe thunderstorm watch yet for somewhere in this area. We have 4 severes now, 2 significant in eastern Nebraska. But we're starting to get up there again on severe warnings. We're up to 25 severes. We're still pretty low on tornado warnings, 4 tornado warnings, 2 of which are for the same storm. So 4 tornado warnings, 3 tornadic storms. We got one going towards Auburn in eastern Nebraska. And then these 2, again, it's pending cell interactions, which right now still hasn't been very favorable. They're both weak couplets, but that southern one does have a pretty good looking hook. So, once more, comes down to cell interactions on how that performs. StormNet, not very confident.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
StormNet, not very confident in these storms to be tornado producers. Hold on, I gotta see the spotter networks again. Look at them all. It looks crazier on radar scope. I want to show you guys it on radar scope here. That's where it looks even crazier. Let's see. Can't even find out how to turn on spotter network dots. Oh, I'm not signed in. That's what it is. Shoot. Well, at least you could see it on here. You could see how many there are. There is a bunch of chasers on this one storm. That's crazy. Very, very crazy. Alrighty. So once again, it's just going to simply come down to storm interactions with this. We'll see what happens. If it goes well for the storm, definitely could be a big problem in about 30 minutes for Morganville in green. I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on StormNet. I'll let y'all know if it really jumps in probabilities. Because StormNet's pretty good. Right now, it's at about a 30% chance for tornadoes out of this, 30 to 40. Which is not particularly low, but just not a lot of confidence. Summerfield, Kansas. Oops. Oh, that little thing? Tiny little mesocyclone with a cell merge. It's in a very good environment, so worth keeping an eye on just in case. The problem is the lower level lapse rates that far north. This is your significant tornado parameter effective layer. And you can see that bullseye is right on that cell merge and also back down here on that northern storm. But lower level lapse rates are probably too low for that to maintain. So this is going to head into that similar environment in about an hour. Let me see. Yeah, again, StormNet very confident in the QLCS threat from... it's actually pushed back an hour. It used to be, I believe, 7. Now it's from 8 to 10. That cell merge is happening right now for Clay's center storm. Yeah, we've had a lot of storms in this portion of Nebraska. We just had a Torrey west of here yesterday that was in a radar hole. Now we have this big cluster here, and I'm sure we've had plenty more clusters last year in this area. Like I said, a little surprised we haven't seen a severe watch in eastern Nebraska, but I guess it's not widespread enough for the SPC to issue that watch. Well, there you go. There is your first 90-mile-an-hour wind report from a personal weather station. So this is a very, very dangerous supercell producing 90-mile-an-hour winds now. That is in southeastern Nebraska going towards Auburn, Nebraska. That's your QLCS threat trying to spark up. I still think that this is a more of an embedded supercell cluster, not necessarily an MCS just yet. It will really become an MCS as we get closer to 7 o'clock here. But that is a very significant 90-mile-an-hour wind report right there. Let's see. Oh, hey, look. Wow, okay, buddy. Okay. severe thunderstorm my foot. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma now. That's in far southwest Oklahoma, north central Texas. It actually, I don't really count that as a storm in Oklahoma yet because it fired in Texas and moved to Oklahoma. So does that really count? I suppose it can. Who knows? That might be the single severe Oklahoma ends up with today. Dang. Yeah. It is indeed preliminary 160 from yesterday's tornado. Wow. That was our first tornado of the day north of Grand Island. And by the way, there's your Torrey. There's your Torrey, by the way. EF 190. 95. Right around EF 195 mile an hour winds for a tornado emergency. And like we thought, it stayed south of Hebron. And it did stay north of that National Weather Service employee's family member who was along this area. So that's good. But yeah, there's your very high-end EF3 tornado. 160 is very high-end echelon. All walls collapsed. That's from, again, yesterday's first tornado. Surprised that there was a structure out there that was capable of withstanding those wind speeds. Let's see. It says 0 injuries and 0 deaths, so hopefully they're okay. I mean, that's what it says. That'd be awesome if that is the case. From what I see, that's it says 0 injuries, 0 fatalities, so like I said, hopefully that's the case. That is preliminary though, of course, so that could change. Severe in Virginia looks better than the one in Texas. Oh yeah, I'm sure it does. Yeah, look at that. Still not a crazy severe storm, but definitely worthy of a warning. Whereas if we go to Texas, well, this one's starting to get there, but nowhere good of velocity signatures and still very miniature, but it's starting to get there. Cell merge is relatively finished, although we might get another one here from behind it. So you can see all these other mergers that are heading up towards it too. But that could try to intensify shortly. And then we'll continue to monitor this storm here towards Oneida and also the one in Summerfield. Keep an eye on both of those in northeastern Nebraska. This one's looking, or northeastern Kansas, my bad. This one in Nebraska, southeastern Nebraska here for Auburn. Starting to look a little bit more concerning there. Again, these two are in Kansas. This one, though, Auburn, Nebraska, a little bit more interesting. StormNet decreased with the tornado probabilities for the tornado warnings in Kansas. but it does still have decent probabilities for this storm. Let's see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep, that's for the Summerfield storm. There you go. That is for the Summerfield storm. So a little area of rotation there. Heading into Pawnee City in southeastern Nebraska. It's in Summerfield, Kansas, but it's crossing the border into Pawnee City, southeastern Nebraska. Not very impressive, but they warned it anyways. So, be in your safe spot there. We'll keep an eye on it just in case. Now look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings here, but still no severe watch. That seems 5 severe warnings in decent proximity there. In my opinion, I would have thought that would have been worth a severe watch, but I guess not. They're still holding off on it. Let's see. We already saw this update from Mesoanalysis here. Still a very good environment. Very favorable for those northern storms. And right on the edge of that
A new
cluster.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's your first one for observed 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it is for Missouri. So, yeah, we have a decent environment right in here. Or I shouldn't say decent. I should say a very, very good environment. Borderline volatile environment. And near Westmoreland, we do have a volatile environment. However, I don't think any storms will get into that environment just yet. But they may enter that similar environment here in an hour, depending on how far northeast they turn. Because if they keep going due northeast like this, they're not going to get into that absolute peak environment. So we just got our first PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds in our main risk area. We got 2 more in Michigan earlier today. But for this main risk area, it's going to be the first PDS severe thunderstorm warning for winds that we have gotten here. And that's for Fairfax in northwestern Missouri. So be in your safe spot. Treat that as a tornado warning. And there's a pretty good chance a tornado warning does get issued at some point again for this storm. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely as it goes towards Rockport. So we'll keep watching that again. If you're in Rockport, get to your safe spot because of that PDS severe, but there's also the chance for a tornado warning here soon. It looks pretty good, though, in Clay Center. Oklahoma doing Oklahoma things. I told you. I didn't think our only severe would be this far southwest, but it is. I was expecting it to be closer to the border of Kansas and Oklahoma, not Texas and Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, so that's a new one for our Clay Center storm, which is looking better and better every scan. But again, we've got another cell merge here, which could help inhibit it from producing a tornado. Now that cell merge might not be as big of an inhibitor because it looks like it might kind of miss the main hook. Might head more into the western core as opposed to the hook echo. But then again, you got another cell merge right here that's about to head right into the inflow. It's moving more like this. But we could get a tornado out of it still north of Clay Center, so get to your safe spot. Alright, let's go back up north again. Still looks pretty good there. Not a crazy area of rotation, but worthy of a warning like they already have. Little area of rotation there near Niles, southeast of Bennington in Kansas. This storm is far enough north to where I think it's getting into that more favorable environment. So it could be worth watching for tornado potential in the future. Plenty of storms here, but none of them look overly concerning tornado-wise. At least right now. Probably the most impressive one is the one in Clay Center, but I know that mergers easily could inhibit that from doing anything. Then again, they also could help it to produce a tornado. And this Summerfield storm's probably just going to be completely ingested into this Slopfest cluster. It is on the tail end of the cluster, so maybe that could help with better southeasterly inflow. But it's hard to see radar-wise if that's doing anything noteworthy. Just be in your safe spot just in case. It still has a mesocyclone. I don't know if it's like rotating enough to be tornadic or anything like that, but it probably still has some upper level rotation to it. But yeah, it looks like this risk isn't doing very well here in Missouri. Which I'm guessing the reason for that is the instability is just a little bit too far south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The best cape is just a bit too far south. That is a new warning for, oh, it's a new warning for east of Bennington. The one that you guys called out in chat there. So new tornado warning for Manchester, heading towards Longford in Kansas. Get to your safe spot. Also another tiny little area just to keep an eye on here in Marysville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's a new tornado warning up here for northwestern Missouri. We called that out. That includes Rockport. Make sure you're in your safe spot. We're up to 6 tornado warnings and 18 severes. This one in Clay Center is looking more and more concerning by the scan. Oklahoma tornado watch. Wow. Yeah, that's going to bust. You'll get maybe a few severes. Maybe a few more than I was expecting. But that's going to bust. That's all the way down, by the way, even outside of the 2% tornado watch area. I knew Oklahoma would do something. What is your version of something? Because I knew Oklahoma would have some gusty winds and maybe hail. But I highly doubt that tornado watch is going to verify. That's some Oklahoma bait. It honestly doesn't look horrible in southwestern Oklahoma. It doesn't look great tornado-wise, but what's the probs on that watch? If it's like 32%, 32, 30 for the top prob, and then the bottom prob is like 5% or 2%. A couple strong tornadoes possible. Yeah, that sucker is not verifying. That sucker is not verifying. Who does bro think he is? Next scan, that fell apart very quickly in Clay Center, so that's really good. Yeah, this actually is looking fairly good here in Pawnee City. It doesn't have many death mergers to its south that have really killed today's strong tornado threat. So maybe that storm at Pawnee City needs a little bit more watching than I originally gave it credit for. And it's not in a terrible environment by any means. It's right on that edge of the greatest violent tornado preamber. You can see it actually looks very nice. Yeah, this actually looks very, very good. It could be one of our greater strong tor potentials so far. Although it's far from radar, so maybe it's being deceptive. Trying to pretend that it's got a great area of rotation when in reality it don't. That's a 50-30 tornado watch in Oklahoma. That is considerably higher than I was thinking. 50-30 tor, 50-40 wind, and 50-40 hail. So SPC has faith in Oklahoma. So apparently, few tornadoes possible, one or two strong in Oklahoma. Although I really think the main threat is just going to be some hail and isolated 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. I think we could see 1 to 2 inch hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe a brief tornado. Definitely way more aggressive wording that I just said right there than I originally thought. Or should I just stick with my gut and say Oklahoma's not going to do a thing? The only real tornado potential right now in Oklahoma is further to the north. Maybe closer to sunset if storms are discreet enough. Yeah, closer to sunset if storms are still discreet in west central Oklahoma and somehow survive long enough. Maybe we could squeeze out a tornado or two. Maybe one strong. It's just a little bit too far off the screen there. Wolfus is not very good, though. Wolfus hasn't been very good this year, but it has been very consistent on some sort of supercells firing in northwestern Oklahoma. The problem is, most of those that have a storm firing in northwestern Oklahoma already have it fired. They already have it being a good storm fired and a good updraft, and that's not the case right now. I do see a CU there. I just don't see any evidence that that CU is firing imminently, like in southwestern Oklahoma. There's a new SIG severe for 1.75 inch hail for Lake City in Kansas, not Arkansas. Lake City in Kansas. And Sun City, too, in south central Kansas. So be away from doors and windows there. It's just hard to see what's happening with this Pawnee City storm. It looks good, but it's just hard to see because we don't have any good radars. And I think this cell merge is far enough in front to where it won't hurt the tornado potential. See what StormNet has for tornado potential. Let's see. It randomly has a little locally higher tornado threat more south into Kansas. That's at 00Z, so that's right in here. It actually gives this area a little bit higher tornado threat than the previous StormNet update. But still, the general thinking is just the entire QLCS is going to have a good tor threat. I mean, you'll probably see some cool looking clouds out of this right in here, but it doesn't look very good right now. It looks like Cape's just too far south, and lapse rates are just too far south. So, be in your safe spot if you're in Pawnee City. It's hard to say exactly what this storm's doing, but it's in a very favorable environment, and it looks pretty good. So, just get to your safe spot. You're in a tornado warning, and the environment is capable of producing tornadoes out there in the tornado warned area. Told you it works really, really well, doesn't it, Lucy? It works very well. I'm telling you, you don't want severe weather. I'll just give you mod and you'll never have it again. You're 3 for 3 on busts right now. Maybe more than that if you consider the smaller risks. But who knows, maybe tomorrow can give you some more hope. Look at that new scan. That's crazy. That's right in the corruption hole, though. So I don't think that strong rotation is actual rotation in southeastern Nebraska. Still probably the one of the better looking storms out here in Clay Center, Kansas. But again, it still doesn't look great. Well, we've started to uptick a bit more in all hazards activity and significant severe weather activity, but we still haven't seen any notable tornadoes. We are up to 4 brief week spin up tornadoes, though. So we've had 4 spin up tornadoes. So we're climbing, and I think the QLCS threat definitely could help us get to a regional tornado outbreak. Not again!
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
You gotta be fisting me. Well, this is now a tornado emergency in southeastern Nebraska. What the heck? It's the same NWS too, huh? You gotta be kidding me. Well, here we go again. We have a tornado emergency for Pawnee City in southeastern Nebraska. This is a life-threatening situation. A large and extremely dangerous, catastrophic, violent tornado has apparently been confirmed via emergency management in southeastern Nebraska. So, get to your safe spot. Yeah, run to your safe spot because apparently this is a violent tornado that is so violent to the point where you're probably going to need to be under the ground and in your safe spot in order to survive this. That's typically what a Tory means, but just like yesterday, I'm skeptical. I am skeptical. What the heck are we doing? That's crazy. That is crazy. Multi-vortex tornado east of Highway 99 and Highway 8 in southeastern Nebraska. A multi-vortex doesn't necessarily mean that it's violent, though. Fun fact, sometimes multi-vortexes actually can signify a weaker tornado, meaning that it's not a fully condensed tornado, and it's actually practically pretty weak to the point where it just touches down briefly and then lifts back up. I don't see any probable velocity here, so they're relying significantly on emergency management. And that is in southeastern Nebraska. So be in your safe spot. This is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level warning that can ever be issued by the National Weather Service ever. This is a apparent violent tornado that is doing catastrophic damage in the vicinity of Pawnee City, or maybe just south of Pawnee City in southeastern Nebraska. So you need to run, not walk to your safe spot. This is a extraordinarily dangerous situation, and you must be in your safe spot. Yeah. We're just giving corruption Tories now because that's apparently what we do now in Nebraska. Like, that's bad. If there probably is a tornado because it's reported, but it's emergency management, and let's face it, they don't have the best reputation when it comes to reporting accurately. So that is worse than yesterday, actually. That is actually worse than yesterday's tornado emergency based on radar. Because yesterday's tornado emergency, at least it had a debris signature that was lofting debris, 7,000 feet up, which would still be signifying of a strong tornado. This one doesn't even have any CC. This one, you can't even see it on radar, and it's a tornado emergency. So this one's worse than yesterday's. There was CC. Yeah, in the corruption. Literally S tier classic corruption right there. S tier corruption. You fell for it again award. Because it can't get more corrupted than that. Also, I would love to note the location of that tornado report 4 minutes ago. Tornado here. Quote, CC drop here. That does not match. That is very, very much corruption. Your tornado was probably more in proximity of actually where the hook echo is. Recommend looking at the upper levels. Okay. Watch this. Here's the thing with GR2. You go to a dual panel, and I could show you the corruption stays up with tilt. Now, you can't see it completely here, but there you go. Corrupted with tilt. Corrupted, 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 and then now you're so high up that you can't even see it really anymore. Omaha? I don't think I have Omaha radar open. And FYI, if you're looking at Omaha's radar site, you're looking further away and you're looking more into the hail core. Alright, so now we are looking over 8,000 feet up. The other radar that we were looking at was looking 6,000 feet up and had a clearer beam, thus was considerably more accurate, so I don't even know why I'm bothering to actually look at the Omaha radar site, because it's pointless. There is your velocity and your reflectivity. Garbage, I can't see squat. Okay, here we go, here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, you better downgrade that. Too late now, though. So there you go. Corrupted. Donut hole is corrupted. 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 All corrupted. It's full corrupted. It matches perfectly. Again, tornado reported down here in the hook echo, which makes sense. That makes sense. I think the tornado report is probably valid that we had a weak brief spin up. But the velocity, corrupted, 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 corrupted. Wow, they're actually keeping the Tory. That extension is actually confirmed. But they maintained the tornado emergency still. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado. I just want to make sure, please tell me this wasn't Omaha. Because NWS Omaha is really good. Oh, crap. Pretty sure the NWS yesterday. Was yesterday Omaha? I believe yesterday was Hastings. And today it's Omaha. Omaha is typically a very good NWS, so I trust them a little bit more. But that looks like a very invalid Tory. I mean, that's just, if this is actually like atrocious. Like if this gets confirmed as anything less than an EF3, the Tory is gonna mean garbage at this point. Because yesterday's was confirmed as a EF1. Yesterday's tornado emergency. That typically means it's a tornado capable of literally catastrophic damage, was rated EF1, and we just dropped to PDS. Somehow we are still PDS. I mean, PDS is better, but still, I disagree with that even.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we had a high-end EF3 yesterday from a PDS tornado warning. We had an EF1 from a tornado emergency, which is a higher step up. And we'll see when they go and rate this, what they find. I have a pretty good feeling this is going to be a lower rating than the one yesterday. That just tanked. If this doesn't get rated as like an EF3 or worse, and it's actually kind of what I'm thinking here. That just tanked the reputation of both NWSs from yesterday and today, and tanked the reputation of what a Tory actually stands for, which is extremely serious. Yes, I remember Essex Tornado. What about it? Let me go over here. We also got another tornado report 2 minutes ago of a stovepipe tornado on the ground. So at least we know that there's a tornado, because that's actually from a spotter. So there definitely was a tornado then. I could tell you this, though, based on location here, if we just go back to that. I'd be shocked if this... I mean, don't you think you'd see a little bit more with a violent tornado emergency signature, right? And we're only looking 6,000 feet up. That means there's not even a tornado strong enough to lift debris 6,000 feet up. Typically, for a tornado emergency, you're going to have multiple reports of a tornado and a radar debris signature that is worthy of a Tory being 70 knots or greater of gate-to-gate rotation, and a debris signature lofting debris well over 10,000 feet up, typically 15 to 25,000 feet up for a Tory to be issued. Yesterday was not even close to that criteria, and we know that for a fact now since it was rated EF1. This, I highly doubt, was even close to Tory criteria, too. Hold on. Let's see here. I'm about to get myself in some deep drama. Okay. Let me... Oh, yeah, that's apparently still PDS there. Sure. Okay. Typing out something that's going to get me cooked on Twitter. gracious. Well, now, see, now that is a way more concerning area of rotation. We'll have
A
to
new
see if that
flash flood
holds.
warning has been issued.
We'll have to see if that holds another scan, but that is a very concerning area of rotation for Blue Rapids. And it did hold. That is probably a tornado about to occur and could be strong heading towards Blue Rapids in northeastern Kansas. Let's see if I spelt everything right. There we go. I'm cooked. Twitter police is gonna destroy me overnight. Yeah, we'll need to see if this lasts another scan or so, but this definitely could be an intense tornado ongoing here if these scans continue. So please make sure you get to your safe spot if you are in Blue Rapids. This could be a very dangerous storm if it continues to intensify. Never mind. I'm fine. Matthew, guy from my radar, just also pointed out the same issue. I'll be fine.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Are we serious? Photo of a cone tornado ongoing south of Dawson. Oh, great. Might as well just pour the reputation down the toilet at this point. But that is a cone tornado, so yeah, that one probably is a little bit more valid. It's not a Tori. There's a big difference between a Tori and a PDS. Huge difference. This one could be a little bit more justified here. Weather spotters confirm a tornado 2 miles southeast of Salem. So make sure you get to your safe spot. There could be a large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing here heading towards Salem. I like this warning's better than a Tori. I don't have as much to fuss about with this one. Tag me? Alright. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah. That's Dawson, southeastern Nebraska. Yeah, see, that's definitely worthy of PDS right there. So that's a large cone tornado on the ground. Like I said, not as much to fuss about with that one because it's not Tori. You don't need a very clear-cut signature, especially when you have video proof of a tornado. So that is... Did he say northeast of Dawson? Or just near? Near Dawson. So get to your safe spot. We have a confirmed large cone tornado on the ground here west of Dawson. Moving towards Dawson. Get to your safe spot. Now, I know the other one down here in Kansas is on the ground. I took a peek at that before I went back up here. We do have a tornado ongoing now south of Waterville, heading up towards Blue Rapids, so please get to your safe spot. That couplet has fallen apart just a little bit, but we do have a new CC drop there, and that confirms that there is a tornado ongoing. We could check other products too, like ZDR. ZDR doesn't lower, which is a sign that it may not be a valid CC. Spectrum width does increase though, CC's present, velocity, so everything except for ZDR
A new flash flood warning
is
has
present.
been issued.
Everything except for ZDR is present, so that's a probable tornado. We'll see another scan, what that CC looks like. But again, we've got a large cone tornado ongoing up here, northwest of Dawson. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Video.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Photo and video confirmation of that being ongoing. Like I said, I don't have a problem with this PDS warning. I agree with this. The Tori is the one I had a problem with, not this one. I think this is a great warning. A good call from the NWS.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I do need to change that, though, here real quick. Not Tornado Watch. This one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Confirmed tornado warning now out for Blue Rapids. You got to get to your safe spot. Observed tornado on the ground. Not a notable CC drop anymore. So doesn't mean the tornado's lifted. It could just not be picking up much debris, or it could just be weak. So tornado is either still ongoing or about to occur and head towards Blue Rapids in northeastern Kansas. Please get to your safe spot. We also have a PDS tornado warning in effect up here in southeastern Nebraska. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is confirmed with this storm in southeastern Nebraska. You need to get to your safe spot. So, let's see here. Yeah, again, if they issued a PDS tornado warning for this and it wasn't Tori, I wouldn't have fussed like I did. I apologize for that if that rant was too crazy for y'all. But there's a huge step up between PDS and Tori. We see plenty of PDS tornado warnings. We normally see, most of the time, we see so many that some of us actually forget which storms got PDS tornado warned. Often it is a considerably higher amount than Tori's. Normally, we only see one or two, sometimes not even a single Tori per year. And we have had 7 tornado emergencies now, and 2 of those were likely for weaker end tornadoes out, like I said, one today, one yesterday, here in southeastern Nebraska. We're up to 7 tornado emergencies now because of yesterday and today overall for this year. No, the Tori was not needed. There's no way. No way. This PDS one is definitely justifiable, though. Definitely more justifiable. Like I said, I don't have a problem with this being PDS whatsoever. I think it's a great call from the NWS. So we still could have a large cone tornado ongoing there. Still could have a tornado ongoing here, heading towards Blue Rapids. So we'll continue to watch that very closely. Oh yeah, all the Tories before today and yesterday were warranted, 100%. Those were actual Tories and what Tories should actually look like. Not the type of Tory we saw yesterday and the Tory we saw today. That tornado did look needed. People said it was a damaging tornado. Fun fact, a damaging tornado is a confirmed tornado warning. Doesn't mean a damaging tornado doesn't mean it needs a tornado emergency. If you've got buildings being flattened and you have trees being fully knocked over and debarked, that is a violent tornado. That's something that's worth a tornado emergency, especially if it's heading towards population. But if you've got a tornado that's lifting some leaves off of a tree, doesn't mean it needs a Tori. Damaging doesn't mean violent. But this by no means warranted a tornado emergency. I'm curious to see if these were one tornado or two separate tornadoes. That's what I'm very, very curious about. Definitely going to be paying close attention to the survey that the NWS puts out tomorrow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Definitely will be paying close attention because I'm curious if the Tory was warranted for like one tornado here and then that lifted and then a new one touched down and that's why we saw the PDS warning, or maybe this was just one longer
flash flood warning has been issued.
One longer tracked strong tornado. But either way, get to your safe spot. If you're in Dawson or surrounding areas, that's a PDS tornado warning. They're continuing that PDS tornado warning.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So NWS still believes that there is a strong tornado ongoing. Again, this could be the same tornado that was warranted by a tornado, was warranted with the tornado emergency, or it could be a separate tornado. You know, we had a tornado touchdown, got a Tory, that tornado lifted, and then we ended up with a new tornado with a PDS warning. Or maybe it could have just been one long track tornado. Again, that's up for the NWS to see when they survey it. Let's see. Yeah, so we're very far from radar. This is probably a lot stronger towards the surface, which is why we have a PDS warning continuing. Again, strong tornado ongoing. It looks like, from my understanding right now, and based on these polygons, that this is the one that warranted a tornado emergency right in here, right? We had a tornado somewhere in here for that tornado emergency, right? And this PDS tornado warning is because of a new tornado that is developed off of this storm, actually, that is heading this way. Two separate storms, one Torrid, one PDS. That's what it looks like. And based on that tornado report being right in that hook echo too, I'm thinking our Tori was a completely different entire tornado and completely different mesocyclone and completely different storm. And our newest PDS tornado warning is because of a stovepipe that is still ongoing here, not associated with the other storm that was Tori at the top left.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still could have a tornado at any point with this storm going towards Blue Rapids. We also got a new tornado warning for this storm in Green in Kansas, so we'll be watching that closely. That's what it looks like to me. Is it looks like the Tory is the one that was a completely unwarranted tornado emergency and probably wasn't that bad of a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fingers crossed, wasn't that bad of a tornado. And this PDS warning was warranted because of a completely, entirely different storm dropped a tornado. And this one looks a little bit more legit, too. This one looks a little bit more legit. Even though it's far, it still looks a little bit more legitimate. As you can see there, it's still is corrupted, but it looks a lot more legitimate than the couplet with the tornado emergency. And again, this storm has photo photo proof that it's produced and still likely is producing a strong tornado. Let's see. I'm going to go down to Oklahoma really quick. Okay. That's what I thought would be happening. It does look like this one in Blue Rapids is getting a little bit more sloppy here. So this could be in a recycling phase. They dropped the confirmed tornado warning, so no longer confirmed on the ground. But this definitely could produce another tornado as it goes towards Frankfurt and over Blue Rapids, so please stay in your safe spot there. New tornado warning northwest of Junction. Oh, great, it's that word again. Junks. I give up. I give up. Junction. Oh my word, city. It's that same word again, man. Just one day I just decided I couldn't pronounce that right anymore. And that is in northeastern Kansas. So be in your safe spot there. That's northwest of Junction City for Wakefield, Kansas. Be in your safe spot. Golly, can I speak?
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
9 tornado warnings now. 9 tornado warnings now. And we now have a new observed warning for Blue Rapids. This is a tornado back on the ground now for Blue Rapids in northeastern Kansas. And we just got a new observed tornado warning that you're about to hear shortly here in northwestern Missouri for Mound City. That's our dangerous tornado, potentially weakening a little bit, heading towards Craig and Mound City in northwestern Missouri. Also 2 new tornado warnings here that you may have not seen. One in southwestern Iowa, one in northwestern Missouri for this area of rotation moving up to the northeast. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tornado one. I'm missing one more. There's 9. Where's the one I didn't see? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, right there. Another tornado warning right here that I missed. That's 3 there, 3 there. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. 9 tornado warnings in effect. So we have a weaker area of rotation here in Wakefield, Kansas that we need to watch. Apparently, I'm assuming chasers. Weather spotters, yep, confirmed a chaser. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado ongoing now for Blue Rapids. This is the second tornado out of this storm. So make sure you get to your safe spot in Blue Rapids. That's a tornado back on the ground. So if my count is correct, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tornadoes today so far. And apparently 2 of those strong. So we definitely went up in tornado count quickly. Wish I could fast forward time to see the NWS survey. I really want to see that survey now in southeastern Nebraska. Again, yesterday's Tory was EF1, so I'm very curious to see if this was 1 tornado or 2 tornadoes. I'm thinking 2. 2 tornadoes makes more sense to me. It makes more sense that there'd be 2 tornadoes there. Again, if you back up this storm producing the Tory right here for Pawnee City. What radar am I using? Go back to this one. Pawnee City storm producing a tornado that warranted a Tory from emergency management reporting a multi-vortex tornado. Although it looks like the strongest couplet was full-blown corruption, that tornado lifts, goes off to the northeast, dies out, and we get a new tornado that gets PDS tornado 1 because a photo confirms a large stovepipe tornado south of Dawson, and that is still ongoing, continuing a new report now. Multi-vortex tornado still ongoing north of Falls City. So be in your safe spot there in southeastern Nebraska. So that's a confirmation. My suspicion has just been confirmed with that new report 5 minutes ago. That the Tory is a completely separate storm that produced a tornado, and this new PDS warning is completely separate from that tornado emergency. It's a completely different updraft, completely different mesocyclone, completely different storm. Still confirmed tornado warning here, and Blue Rapids being your safe spot still looks pretty good, and we still have a confirmed warning on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. Ooh, got even tighter and closer there. This could be a huge problem for Blue Rapids here. I think it's going to go to the south side of Blue Rapids, but it could hit the southeast side of town. So if you're in Blue Rapids, you got to get to your safe spot. This could be a potentially a strong tornado ongoing. But 1,000%, Ben. 1,000%. They did drop this previous PDS warning down to radar indicated now. So that's radar indicated now for Verdon. Still PDS though. For far southeastern Nebraska. Oh, funnel cloud reported 2 minutes ago, so hopefully this isn't on the ground. A new area of rotation, new tornado warning for Pawnee City. You guys were just inside a tornado emergency, and we've got a new tornado warning now for a different storm heading very close proximity to Pawnee City in southeastern Nebraska. So get to your safe spot there. Let's see here. What about that far southern storm? What does that look like way down here? Wouldn't rule out a tornado down here, but it's mainly hail and wind. Oh my goodness. Gracious. Yeah, that is probably right over the southeast side of Blue Rapids here. Thank goodness no CC drop. My word. Hopefully it can get out of Blue Rapids if it does drop. Let's go back to our... Wow. That is the most impressive couplet I've seen today, and it's not even remotely close. I will be shocked if that's not down. Anybody watching a chaser on this thing? There's either an just absurd amount of rotation with it, or it's on the ground. Because that is crazy velocity. We still again have a PDS tornado warning in southeastern Nebraska. Still a confirmed large tornado. 34 more minutes on that warning. Might get a new scan here in 3 seconds. Nope, no new scan. I do want to go check here. Wow. Talk about a bullseye. Yeah, this is not going to go very well. This is not going to go very well at all. The leading supercell right inside of the environment with 19 to 20 violent tornado parameter. No surprise that couplet is very intense. Still no new scan here. One thing is, yeah, this definitely maintained a more discrete mode, man. It still was semi-discrete to clustered, but definitely not as linear as most models depicted. But yeah, I'm thinking the northern side of our moderate's verified now based on what we've seen. Southern side, like I said, no shot that verifies. I still stick by that. I still don't think there's any way we see verification down here. But I think our northern moderate's verified. Still no CC drop. Wow. Apparently chasers are confirming a tornado right now. I'm going to go check chasers. Yep. Tornado ongoing. Tornado on the ground east of Blue Rapids. Good sized cone tornado here. So get to your safe spot. Tornado on the ground heading towards Frankfurt. Make sure you are running to your safe spot. Confirmed tornado ongoing. Secretly watching this one in Wakefield closer and closer with every scan as it keeps getting tighter and tighter. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely for Wakefield and Milford in Kansas. That could produce a tornado in the future. And again, we do have an observed tornado now just east of Blue Rapids, confirmed doing damage. It looks like a decent tornado, so get to your safe spot.
Information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
That's for Missouri, actually. So a continued large and extremely dangerous tornado is still on the ground heading into Corning and Craig. The National Weather Service received reports from weather spotters of a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground about to head into Corning. So get to your safe spot. You don't have pretty much any time left if you're in Corning in northwestern Missouri. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is ongoing. Run to your safe spot now. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. You're in a life-threatening situation. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Where's the closest radar? 16, 8, and 9. Which one was 8 and which one was 9? That one's 8. Omaha's the closest radar. That's the one you're looking at right now. That matches up very well, too. So I do believe that that is a large and extremely dangerous tornado there. Radar matches up fairly well. So get to your safe spot. If you're in any of the active tornado warnings, especially the one in northwestern Missouri, as that is a PDS tornado warning. It doesn't look like this is on the ground anymore. I don't see any debris cloud. So I don't believe this is a tornado ongoing anymore, but it very quickly could touch back down at any given second based on that couplet. Let's see here. Yeah, so we'll keep watching this storm. Again, I don't think it's on the ground. Two chasers I'm looking at. It's not, doesn't look like it's on the ground, so hopefully that is the case. That big mess of warnings in northwestern Missouri, right on that quad state border of northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska, northwestern Missouri, southwest Iowa. Mess of warnings up there. I'm curious, is this new HRRR any different? It still shows a huge line, which is not the case. We don't have a huge MCS like that. We have multiple 3-4 embedded supercells along this line. What that means is basically we're dealing with a longer tracked tornado threat than anticipated. Instead of us growing upscale and us not seeing too big of a tornado threat actively, we're probably going to continue with this active tornado threat for who knows how long. As long as storms can stay discreet, which it looks like they're doing pretty well at right now. Definitely watching Wakefield again. Could have a tornado at any given second there. So we're watching that very, very closely in Wakefield. Now barely east of Wakefield. Oh, look at the little CC drop. Is that back on the ground? I need to go to a different chaser. Crap, it's a horrible dead zone out here. What the heck? Little? Yes, my guy. That is 6 pixels, if barely. That is a little CC drop. I didn't say it wasn't a deep CC. I said it was little. Yeah, I can't get any chasers out here. Let's see. So we'll keep watching that. See if that CC gets any larger. Oh, wait, I think Chaser has a view of it. Looks like it's a large funnel and a little bit of debris. So maybe just a very small, quick spin up there that occurred. I don't see it on the ground despite radar. Also, something to note here, real quick. Just make sure everything's muted so I don't get copyrighted to death. Yeah, look at all the flash flood warnings out here. Back into Illinois and Missouri. So, if you think you've heard a lot of flash flood warnings today, that's because you have. We've seen a lot of flood warnings and flash flood warnings here in southeastern Missouri into south central Illinois. Debris signature still continues. So we may just have a small tornado on the ground here. Just barely lofting some dust. I don't see a huge tornado. I see a large wall cloud with maybe a little bit of dust under it. So, a large wall cloud, but not a large tornado. Still watching that one up in Pawnee City, but it's in a radar hole. Hard to see what's happening with that. It's got a little bit of rotation. That's something to keep an eye on. And again, we are still at a PDS tornado warning up here for Fairfax. So if you're in Fairfax, you got to run to your safe spot. Still a reported large and extremely dangerous tornado on this storm. So get in your safe spot. Again, that is in northwestern Missouri. Still watching this one in Milford. Very strong winds, but it's just not really coming together very well right now. North of Milford in Kansas. And of course, there's our main area to watch right there. Still a tornado ongoing. Also just realized this PDS warning was downgraded at some point to radar indicated, which means the tornado is no longer being reported ongoing. Yeah, you could see here, there's no longer any wording of this tornado being on the ground. So if you're in Fairfax, what that means is for you, it means that the strong tornado has lifted. However, if it touches back down, it's likely to still be strong. So you want to be in your safe spot in Fairfax. There's not a tornado ongoing right now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
But if one does touch down near Fairfax in northwestern Missouri, it's likely to be strong. There's a tornado on the ground now in Wakefield. This is a storm that I've been watching for a while. Weather spotters have now confirmed a tornado just north of Wakefield about 3 minutes ago. So tornado ongoing with this area of rotation. It's not very, like I said, it hasn't been very tight. But apparently that did just produce a tornado and may still be producing a tornado. Looks like a large uncondensed tornado was on the ground up here. So not... Basically, it's a huge mesocyclone with a lot of dust under it that is most likely a tornado. But it's not fully condensed. So you have this huge... Let me see. So you have this huge rotating mesocyclone, right? Giant mesotating cyclone. And then you have the ground here. And what you have is you have some dust being kicked up under that mesocyclone. Right in this area here, right? You have some dust being kicked up. And so it looks like tornadoes ongoing. And there actually is a tornado ongoing. And there's a lot of dust under that. But it's fairly large. And it's not condensed. There's no full cone down. And it's not a huge tornado. It's an uncondensed large tornado. And that's very much still apparent by the CC. The CC drop being very small and little and not very deep at this point also shows that there's probably just a bit of dust being picked up. However, that area of rotation you could see is fairly large and fairly strong in the mid-levels. So it's a large, strong mesocyclone with a large, weak tornado that is uncondensed. All right, let's go to Iowa. That's for Bedford. Could be pronounced Buford. But Bedford and southwestern Iowa, get to your safe spot. That is a new radar indicated tornado warning for you. Get to your safe spot.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Now that is radar indicated. Once again, that is radar indicated. So if you're in Maryville, you're in a life-threatening situation. A large tornado could touch down at any second. There's not been a tornado observed, but it is a strong area of rotation that if it touches down, it will be most likely a large, strong tornado. I don't think the southern end of this tornado risk is going to verify at all, and I don't think the hail risk is going to verify much on the southern end. But the wind risk is already verified, the hail risk on the northern end is already verifying, and the tornado risk in the middle and northern side of the moderate is verifying. So I would say it's going relatively as expected now. We had a fairly slow start, but because these storms are more discrete now, we're seeing a much more active later afternoon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. I'm going to go see. It's still not even fully condensed. It's a cone tornado, but it's not that large of a tornado. Still a large area of rotation there. So again, tornadoes still on the ground. Out here heading towards, what is that? Winifred? Winifred, just northwest of Frankfort and northeastern Kansas. Make sure you get to your safe spot. That's just northeast of Blue Rapids. CC is barely present there, but pretty much gone. But we still do have a tornado ongoing. The other tornado warning has been extended as a radar indicated, so no longer believing that's on the ground anymore. So we only have one tornado on the ground right now. That's the one heading into Winifred in northeastern Kansas. So get to your safe spot. If you're in any of the active tornado warnings. And we have 11 tornado warnings now active. That's the most we've had the entire day. Just to show you where those are active at. Anything that is flashing pink and blue, pink and purple, pink and red, anything that is flashing there, that is your tornado warning. So you have one up here in Bedford, another one behind that, another one behind that, two under that, two to the southeast portion in southeastern Nebraska, another one here, observed one in northeastern Kansas, and then two more down here. We just lost one, though, so that brings us down to 9. We just lost 2 tornado warnings right there. We're at 9 tornado warnings now. Just a bit there, we were at 11. Nope, no PDS for Winifred right now. So just being your safe spot, still likely a tornado on the ground there. If today just had a little bit less over convection, it could have been much worse, even though it was already pretty bad. I mean, it's been crazy active for the last hour and a half. Like, right when that Torii got issued, everything popped off. That's when everything went haywire. Actually, Kane, I think lower level lapse rates helped today, believe it or not. Because I think if we had better lapse rates, it would have been more overconvected. And prefrontal storms would have been an even bigger issue for cell mergers. Destructive cell mergers. So I think lower level lapse rates being low actually helped today perform the way it has. Because if lapse rates again were any higher, I think we would have a worse
A new
overconvection.
flash flood warning has been issued.
A worse overconvection issue. And the HRRR was just dead wrong on any severe threat there in eastern Missouri. It just looks like Cape simply wasn't far enough north. And lapse rates were too
A
low.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
But man, the flooding out there has been crazy. We have a 3 out of 4 moderate for flooding in that vicinity. A new mesoscale discussion here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh, we got a MCD for the potential of a violent tornado. That's a dark red MCD. That's a dark red MCD. I don't know if I've seen those that often. Dark red MCD. Seems new. Seems new.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I get it. There's flash flood warnings. Oh my word. They're obviously updating them all. My word. We have 13 flash flood alerts. Gracious. I swear if it does it one more time.
A new flash flood warning.
Yeah, you're being refreshed, buddy. Take that. How about that? The thing's gonna beep 12 times in a row. There's a new MCD, primary tornado risk area for the next couple hours in that dark red MCD. Few strong tornadoes, an intense tornado, maybe even a violent tornado possible. The threat for tornadoes in the next few hours is maximized from northeastern Kansas into far southeastern Nebraska and northwest Missouri. A couple strong tornadoes possible, in effect till 8:45 Eastern. The lower level jet will remain at or just above 50 knots through early evening, which will also allow for the warm front to push further north into Missouri and southern Iowa, while the cold front is likely to continue to undercut cells to the south of I-70 in the near term, with an eventual transition to damaging winds being the main problem across portions of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. Borderland region will continue to experience a tornado threat of strong tornadoes. So basically, you can see that's why our threat further south hasn't been big tornado-wise, because it's been undercut. And so basically storms right in here are going to be the greatest tornado threat along that warm front and in front of the cold front. But any storms south of that are going to be getting undercut from the front and remain mainly a hail and a wind threat. Still an observed tornado for a tornado ongoing near Winifred, so be in your safe spot there. Pawnee City storms looked decent, but not very, very strong. It's just looked decent to where it's warranted the tornado warning, but it likely hasn't dropped any tornadoes, at least from what I've seen. Now, don't forget, we easily could have seen a tornado out of that at some point that either slipped under the radar or wasn't reported. And we just got a mess up here with it. Oh, wow, look at that. 84-mile-an-hour wind gust is that? 4 minutes ago, 84-mile-an-hour wind gust from a personal weather station. So if you're in Bedford, southwestern Iowa, you're in a tornado warning. But if you don't get a tornado, well, we've got wind gusts over 80 miles per hour with this. And this is on the edge of the moderate. They just barely slipped this stuff in. It's right on the edge of the moderate. And I do think that environment is going to get exponentially worse with time. So I think those storms have another hour or two, probably another hour for the peak tornado threat. And then they're going to leave that really good environment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Confirmed tornado warning continues here for Beetle in northeastern Kansas. Get to your safe spot. Confirmed tornado still ongoing there.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That is where we had the 84 mile an hour wind report at. So PDS severe for observed 80 mile an hour winds. That is a destructive severe for Yorktown, College Springs, and surrounding areas in southwestern Iowa for an observed 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm. And just going to continue to watch these tornado warnings down here. I do think this storm, probably tornadoes about to, if not already has lifted. And it's likely going to attempt to recycle later on. All right. Let's see what Lucy got here. This is from Lucy WX24 on Twitter, one of our mods. Mod dome didn't work, I guess. This is the shelf cloud she got earlier. Better than anything I've seen in 2 years. Look at that. That is from a just really not that crazy of a storm, but it's crazy how just a little bit of cape and outflow dominant storms can have crazy looking clouds like that. That's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, Lucy. Appreciate it. Glad you got something. It wasn't a severe thunderstorm warning or anything too crazy. Isn't there another storm heading your way too? Isn't that going generally in your direction? That actually might get a severe warning. That looks fairly strong right there. Wow.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, another tornado warning too. A new PDS severe warning for Buford in southwest Iowa. Radar indicated 80 mile an hour winds. Get to your safe spot. And also, the PDS tornado warning for Maryville has been downgraded to an ordinary radar indicated tornado warning. Also, on this newest scan, for some reason, the Winifred area of rotation really intensified again. So that's going to probably attempt to put down a new tornado here northeast of Winifred as it heads towards Baileyville in northeastern Kansas. So get to your safe spot. Random considerable severe in northwest Iowa. That is on the border of the slight and the marginal risk. Look at that. This is one of those areas that was hit hard yesterday from severe weather. Considerable severe for 1.75-inch hail up there. So be away from doors and windows if you're there in Peterson and Sioux Rapids in northwestern Iowa. That is a significant storm for large hail. Also a significant storm for damaging winds. At first thought it was hail, but that's for damaging winds for Hutchinson in south central Kansas. So be away from doors and windows there, as that is a 70 mile per hour severe there. Still at 10 tornado warnings, although we are about to lose quite a few here. Actually, I think we're going to lose 2. Only 2. Nope. 3. We'll lose. Oh, 4. We'll lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, actually, we'll lose 6 tornado warnings. Wow, in 4 minutes. We lose this observed. We lose that radar indicated, that radar indicated, that PDS, that radar indicated, that radar indicated. So we lose quite a few warnings here in 4 minutes. Yep. The last 2 hours have been very active. I think they were our peak tornado threat. We had what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5 PDS tornado warnings, and then 1 tornado emergency. Even though the tornado emergency was just like yesterday, where it was probably not worthy of a Tory. So most concerning storm is probably this one north of Frankfurt, heading to just west of Baileyville. We'll continue to watch that. Make sure you be in your safe spot. There's no photos of the Tory tornado that I know of, at least.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's for the Pawnee City storm. It's been one we've been keeping an eye on closely. Going for Table Rock over Pawnee City and heading towards Verdon and Dawson. This area has been hit very hard. You guys have had plenty of tornado warnings. This is your 3rd tornadic supercell. You probably saw photos from the PDS tornado warning out here near Salem and Falls City. Most likely not the one from the Tory. I believe this was the one with the stovepipe right here, right? Yeah. That was 2, yeah. These 2, I think, were from the same PDS tornado. I haven't seen a single photo just yet of the Tory tornado. We're at 11 tornado warnings, which is right at the peak that we were earlier. 11 tornado warnings, 16 severe, 13 flash floods. But again, we'll lose 6 tornado warnings here in about a little over a minute. Once again, we also still have PDS tornado warnings. Or not, my bad. PDS severe warnings. I apologize. Been saying PDS tornado warnings for so much here. We actually just lost our last PDS tornado warning. That has been downgraded to gone. That actually just expired. So that counter at the top left should change in within 60 seconds, and we should lose 6 warnings. So we should be down to either 5 or 6 tornado warnings here in a few seconds. So no more PDS tornado warnings. They actually just downgraded that PDS severe warning too. So no PDS severe warning there for east of College Spring anymore, but we still do have our PDS severe warning for Bedford. So we lost both our PDS tornado warning and our PDS severe right there. It feels like all of these are in a radar hole, honestly. That counter should update at the top left soon. We're at 5 tornado warnings, 1 observed, and we're at 11 severe warnings. Only 1 PDS. I'm going to leave you guys here. I'm going to take just a brief break because I haven't been out of this chair in just over 5 hours. So give me about 3 minutes or so. A little longer break since I haven't had one in 5 hours, and that's not good. So, yeah. Looks like that area of rotation is still there, just not that strong. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Give me just a bit, and we'll continue coverage. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Much needed break right there. It's probably about 2-3 minutes. Really needed that one. Haven't been not good to stay stiff like that for 3 hours. Today's been lame. Okay, well, we've had 81-mile-an-hour winds in Michigan, 84-mile-an-hour winds in southeastern Nebraska, 84-mile-an-hour winds in southwestern Iowa, multiple 1 to 2 inch hail reports, some just over 2 inches in diameter in Kansas. We've had a countless amount of severes and tornado warnings. We've had a tornado emergency. We've had 4 or 5 PDS tornado warnings. We've had a countless amount of other tornado warnings, and we've had at least 3 or 4 other observed tornado warnings. So I wouldn't really call today lame. If it were like 3 hours ago where we were still at, yeah, it would have been a pretty good underperformance, but the last 2 hours have fully exceeded my expectations. I definitely didn't see storms staying discreet for this long, but they're starting to, we're starting to see this turn into more of a line. This is starting to turn more into a line. Once these connect, they're going to be pretty much a big line there. This stuff's gotten more sloppy, for sure. You can see we're starting to see our line. We're starting to see our line in here. We still have some breaks in that line. Down in here's a break. Here's a break. This is a bit of a break in here. So we still have some breaks. But yeah, our main tornado threat, according to the Storm Prediction Center, isn't over until 8:45 Eastern. That's what they said. (8:45 Eastern) for our primary tornado threat. Let me go see the new HRRR. Yeah, so it shows everything congealing up into a line from here on out, which I think will be the case. We still could have some breaks in that line that allow for a discrete storm or two. We're still going to have a few embedded supercells, but I think our worst tornado threat is almost over. Give it another hour, and then our worst tornado threat is over. But our overall severe risk still is going to continue well beyond 8:45, 8:30 Eastern. I would say the PDS Tornado Watch verified. I would say most of the moderate from the middle to the north verified. I think the SBC did very good for today. The only thing I disagreed with was not having a 45 sig 1 in place. And I think if they did, that would have verified very well up here. I think a 45 sig 1 would have verified very well if they put it from southwestern Iowa down to southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, and into northwest Missouri, which was where I was thinking. Because if we go back to those earlier runs, 13Z HRRR, you can see it was these storms right in here from about central Kansas all the way up to southwest Missouri that looked like the biggest wind threat. But they didn't put a 45 sig 1 wind, which isn't, that's not really a bad thing because it's still verified as a 30 sig 1. But I think it also would have verified as a 30 sig 2. Or rather, my bad, a 45 sig 1. Today would not have verified as a sig 2 wind so far. Hold on a second. No, it would have, right? We had a 90-mile-an-hour wind report, did we not? I swear I remember seeing 90 somewhere. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe that was yesterday. (81, 81, 80. No, 90. Yeah, Eaton, Michigan? Sorry, what? So that was in Michigan we actually had 90, not out here. And in Nebraska, we did. That's what I saw. Nemaha County, Nebraska. 5 miles south-southwest of Johnson. I didn't see that one in Michigan. I didn't see that one till just now. So today's wind threat probably will have verified as a 45 sig 2. The hail threat, we did see one destructive severe. I think the hail threat hasn't verified as a sig 2 hail. It's verified pretty well so far with the multiple hail reports we've obviously already seen. Over 40 reports so far, or actually exactly 40 so far. So I think the hail threats, I don't think the high-end hail threat, like the risk for 4-inch hail verified, but I think the rest of the hail threat verified pretty well. The wind threat, obviously, like I said, verified. And I think the tornado threat is verifying on the northern side. So you can't be perfect with your outlooks, but I think the SPC did great today. Like I said, the only thing that I disagreed with this morning, the only thing I disagreed with was not having a 45 sig 1 wind risk is what I said. And then the tornado risk I also thought went too far south, and that actually seems to have so far been the case. We haven't seen a single warning down here. Hopefully that holds. Hopefully we don't see any tornado warnings down here. In Oklahoma, we've just had this long-tracked singular severe storm from Texas to Elk City, Oklahoma thus far. We are down to 5 radar-indicated tornado warnings. No observed, no PDS. We are also down to 15 severes, which is up there, but we were at like 24, 25 not but an hour ago. And also, none of those severes are PDS. So we might be at a little bit of a lull here, but don't let your guard down because we could have another big uptick in tornado activity over the next 30 minutes or so before our primary tornado threat dies down. I don't think the QLCS threat will go as crazy as yesterday. I'm not as confident in that. Yesterday's QLCS threat, I was very confident in. I'm not as confident in today's QLCS threat. The greatest threat for QLCS tornadoes will definitely be right around that 10, 11 p.m. Eastern mark, about 2.5, 3 hours from now. So, look at STP. Look at the updraft helicity tracks, too. Let's see, STP, the effective layer is typically the more aggressive. Oh, heck yeah, SIG 3 right now. Urgent update. SIG 3, 75% Tor. Low key, though, is that actually legit? I actually haven't seen the STP that high before this year. That is the highest echelon environment I have ever seen this year. Wow. That actually that might be the first environment that would be right at borderline SIG 3 category. The thing is though, if it was like this morning, or this afternoon, we would have seen SIG 3, but where we stand now, no. We're not going to get SIG 3. Because you gotta take into account everything else that's ongoing too. But that's the first environment that I would be, like this is a type of environment that could be worthy of SIG 3 if this were in the afternoon. And look at that, we're maxed out on violent tornado parameter. Big chunk of 20 right there. Maxed violent tornado parameter. So that is by far the most volatile environment I've seen this year. I don't think that's even close. Let's see. I'm gonna go like right Right in there. Almost 4,000 Cape. 300 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Almost 500 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. 7.5 mid-level lapse rates. Crazy lower level veering. As you can see there. Really good photograph. That is definitely the most volatile environment I have seen this year. Let's see. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to get this real quick.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
There's your new tornado watch. What? Wait, don't look. Nobody look. What are we guessing for probs? We haven't been able to play the game yet. What are we thinking for tornado probs alone? Only the tor prob, the top prob and the bottom prob. Top prob first, bottom prob second. So I'm gonna say 60-40. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say 60-40.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That line near me is really starting to create notches. You're gonna get a tornado. Nah. You'll probably get a cool looking cloud, cooler than I've ever seen this year. Caleb deleted your message where you said that because he's stupid. I mean, because he accidentally scrolled up. Yeah, that. 60-50, 60-40. I agree with you, Proxy. 60-50. Very well could be 60-50 with the volatile environment in place. 70-50 could happen. You looked. Nah, I'm just kidding. 70-60. That's insane. Wait. Or that's a different watch. Apologies. False alarm. False alarm. That's the Northern Watch. I thought that was all the same watch. Oh, rip. Well, we just got it anyway, so let's actually go see. Not 70-60. False alarm. False alarm. The actual probability is 50-40. Who got that? I know someone got that. I saw that. Critty got it. I don't know if Critty somehow cheated it. There's no way he did because he was the first person to say it. There's no way. Critty definitely got it legitimately. I said 60-40. Critty said 50-40. That was correct. So 50-40 is the watch prob. Which means that's still pretty high probability for strong tours. I almost want to say that means they're kind of thinking a more discrete mode, but I suppose that's just the chance for strong tours embedded in the line. That's an all moderate prob watch. Moderate. I think there's a moderate risk today. It's a lot of moderate. I mean, that is a little bit into the 15 sig tour, so makes sense. The tornado watch up here verified, 70-60 verified, because we had two PDSs up here. Two PDS tornado warnings up here. And at least one tornado. So I think this watch verified as well. And the wind threat was high up here. So good on the SPC for doing that, because this is where we had the 84 mile an hour wind report at, was inside of this watch. The PDS had 10% significant wind prob, and the newest watch up for Iowa had 70. You know what? I don't know. It's going to be close, Lucy. Look at the new HRRR here if we compare it. The old one had it right here. The newest HRRR 21Z has it back here. So it's trending a little bit slower, which could allow enough time for central Illinois to destabilize and be a big, severe threat. Will that actually make it to you? Who knows? Maybe. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow. I wasn't thinking I would, but I might actually do a live stream tomorrow for like an hour or two, depending on other things. So 50-50 on a live stream tomorrow. If I do go live, it will be... I know it won't be as early as today. What does the NAM have for tomorrow? That's a model that might show destabilization a bit better. Yeah. Highest threat tomorrow looks to be between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. That risk, though, in Texas could continue well into the night. So, I might do an hour or two live stream tomorrow. We'll see. But we're not done with today's live stream yet. Although I think our worst threat is concluded right now. Really nothing of high concern tornado-wise right now. Did we... I don't know if we looked at the new 22ZH Triple R. I forgot. Oh, look, just south of Omaha snuck in a severe. This has the greatest wind threat coming from that cluster in Kansas. This guy right here. It has it somehow... Somehow this cluster goes from way down here to north of Kansas City. It goes this way. Like this. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen, bud. This thing is clearly moving southeast. Which way is our cold front moving? That could be... Our cold front is moving southeast. There ain't no way that line goes from south central Kansas to north of Kansas City in 2.5 hours. It might head close to Kansas City. It depends on which way it turns. I have to see. Continuing that severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't even be surprised if, like Caleb said, they end up eventually going PDS for this if that velocity couplet or that velocity increase continues to occur. I could see a PDS severe for this. See. So one of our tornado warnings expire in 8 minutes, the other two in 23, and then the longest one in 38 for Auburn and southeastern Nebraska. Those are our only 4 tornado warnings. And actually, what's this one? That one Has that one been canceled? I can't tell. I don't think so. I don't believe that one's been canceled. So still stay in your safe spot there. But yeah, this stuff is running out of juice. It's running out of juice. You still got some cape, but your overall environment is decreasing drastically as those move eastward. So their highest threat is well peaked, well past. The highest threat for these two storms was about an hour, hour and a half ago, back when they were in southeast Nebraska. Yeah, Z, we're starting to turn into more of our slop fest. What we thought was going to happen 2 hours ago is happening now. Actually, what we thought was going to happen 2.5 hours ago is happening now. What's happening is the cold front is undercutting these storms, so they're turning mainly wind dominant. This storm here is outrunning the highest shear, so it's starting to die out. These storms are turning more sloppy, so they're turning into more of a wind threat, less of a hail threat, less of a tor threat. Let's see. Okay, all those look to be the same still. But the SPC still said our greatest tornado threat would be focused with these storms in here for about another hour. It was storm mergers. We had a lot of cell mergers that inhibited today from actually reaching its ceiling. So I'd say it was mainly the biggest thing was probably the cell mergers, which again, if we had higher lapse rates, probably would have been worse. Probably would have been worse with even more mergers. And if it wasn't mergers, it was something else. There was a point where wind shear wasn't overlapping well with Cape. There was a point where obviously the storms are being undercut by the cold front still happening now. Storms being too far north and passing the warm front and being mainly elevated. That was mainly in eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. So it depends on exactly where you're talking about, but the overall significant tornado threat, the main player in that was unfavorable cell mergers leading to overconvection and just poorly timed cell mergers. I wonder if StormNet still has... StormNet is still picking up on a good tornado threat on Thursday, the 21st, for some reason. It has been sold on that. May 21st is Thursday. If anywhere, that'd be in southeastern Colorado. A few land spouts, maybe. So, yeah, but I don't expect anything else notable for May. We will have our mesoscale days like we did in early May. And in between the 6th and now, we had our mesoscale days. But no notable outbreaks like yesterday or today. I don't see any type of widespread notable outbreaks in the foreseeable future for May. We have this trough here coming in on the 21st. That could allow for a sneaky setup there in Colorado. And then on Friday, maybe some severe weather with a mesoscale setup going into the central southern plains. And then we continue with mesoscale features from there on. And then June, right now, the beginning of June is setting up to be a full-blown Omega block bust. The Euro, the GFS, and I'm pretty sure if the Canadian would go out far enough, which it doesn't go out far enough yet, probably all of those would show an Omega block at the end of May, beginning of June. If we take a look at our glorious GEFS supercell composite here, daily usage of supercell composite. You could see we're not flatlined for the end of May, but definitely after the 27th, that's pretty dang low of a signal. There's a few instances in here where our supercell composite goes up, but nothing like what today was. Look at today, dude. Golly. Just way up there. Way, way up there. I don't know if any setup for the rest of the year is going to be that high. I don't see that but once a year, sometimes not even. I think this was probably the highest I've ever seen it. Yesterday's run for today was probably the highest I've ever seen it. That just shows you how high end today's environment is, which is very much true, because you could just take a look at it with your effective layer STP right in that area. Just an absolute volatile environment. Classic volatile environment. Thankfully won't be used up too much as storms are turning more sloppy and linear now. Let's go look at Wophus for whatever that has now. This is a new one coming in. Let's go to the little bit older one here. Oh yeah, Kansas City's cooked. Not actually, but if you do live in Kansas City, you should probably get ahead of this and prepare for...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Prepare for significant damaging winds around 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. Because that's very high confidence in our line heading up your way. Very high confidence. Probably 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, maybe gusts a little greater than 80 possible in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. Hopefully you get something, Lucy. Hopefully it doesn't produce too much hail, though, unless that's what you're wanting. I know when I storm chase, really one of the last things I want to see is large hail heading my way. Thankfully, if it does produce hail, it's going to be probably around or less than an inch in diameter there. Hello, Brooklyn. Glad to see you in here. Glad to see you in here. Yeah, this is going to be our main line right here. We'll have to see if it fully combines. If it doesn't, you're looking at least 2 separate significant lines. So be aware of that if you live anywhere in this region. Very significant damaging wind threat is beginning in central Kansas. I don't know how far north that line's going to extend, but this could attach to it as well, and then we could have a huge line all in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think our wind threat is really increasing, though. A new warning in Iowa. Let's refresh. That's going to go up towards Mount Air, if that's how you say that. Something around there, Blockton in southwestern Iowa, so make sure you go to your safe spot there. Any update for me? What are your thoughts? You're good. You're good. Still likely to see some rain very early tomorrow morning. I wouldn't rule out some gusty winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Half-inch hail. Can't completely rule out a brief tornado somewhere in eastern Oklahoma tomorrow morning, but If it does occur, it will be very weak, very brief. Most likely just some scattered damaging winds and very tiny hail. But can't fully rule out that brief spin up. You should get plenty of rain. It depends how strong that line will be, but I'd imagine you should get a good amount of rain. Hopefully these models are correct with a lot of rain tomorrow for you. Some of them show as much as 2 inches of rain, but that may be a bit aggressive. Yep, funnel cloud reported on your storm, Lucy. Not too surprised. I mean, it's your warm sector ought to be a little bit further north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, warm sector is the tiniest bit further to the north, and then you got a little bit of wind shear there, right on that storm. Where was that? Summer, Nebraska? Probably, I think that was this one. So Stella, if you're in Stella, southeastern Nebraska, get to your safe spot. Yeah, that is a tight couplet there. How far are we looking? 8,000 feet, that's bad. It's very far up. But we'll need to watch that for Blockton in southwestern Iowa. Definitely got to be in your safe spot if you're in Blockton or surrounding areas up through Clearfield in southwest Iowa. Let's see here. That's probably the most interesting storm right now. I want to go back here. Golly. Yeah, like Caleb called out about 5 minutes ago, I actually at this point very shocked that's not a PDS severe. So that's the beginning of our very significant damaging wind threat. Wouldn't rule out 80 to 90 mile an hour winds as this goes towards Alma, as Misty just pointed out as well. Not a very favorable environment for this storm up here because we do know that it is past our most favorable environment. Still capable of producing a tornado, but we know for a fact it's past our most favorable environment there. Still a good hodograph, and you still have 257 0 to 3 kilometer SRH and 327 0 to 3 SRH, but your CAPE is decreasing, your CAP is increasing, and your lower level lapse rates are also very low. So there's a few things working against that. There's also been a pretty stable atmosphere across this corridor for much of the day, thanks to the MCS last night. So we know for sure that's not heading into the best environment. Continued tornado warning for Grant City as well in northwestern Missouri. Make sure you get to your safe spot. We're still at, well, we're actually at 5 tornado warnings because there's 2 warnings inside this same area. So we're at 5 tornado warnings. I was going to keep a close eye on this area of rotation here in southeastern Nebraska. Your PDS Tornado Watch has about an hour left on it, 9 p.m. Eastern, an hour and 23 minutes. I don't think they will continue that any longer. I think the majority of our storms will be outside of the PDS watch at that time. They actually could keep a small portion of it in place. Oh my word. What the heck? Yeah. Definitely 80 to 90 mile an hour winds here. I'm shocked we don't have a PDS severe just yet. That is a very, very dangerous microburst or just a general area of damaging winds, straight line winds, moving up towards McFarland and Alma and Voland. And that's in northeastern Kansas. That is very significant. Let's see here. Had two PDS tornado watches this season, both busted. Yeah, you're also the same person who on April 16th didn't think April 17th would have much of a tornado threat, and there was over 100 tornadoes reported on that day. So your opinion is completely invalid. Fully an invalid opinion. Because you thought there wouldn't be much of a tornado threat on a day that produced over 100 tornado reports. Yeah, I'm not even going to fall to the Rage Bait Cactus said. Let's see. We'll go back to Grant City here. Again, still going to watch the storm here in Grant City, Missouri. And also very much watching the one in Blockton. I think the one in Blockton heading up towards Benton is going to be one to really, really watch. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the NWS doesn't see this on velocity, but I think this entire pocket is well capable of producing 70 plus mile an hour winds. And remember, a severe thunderstorm warning is the winds up to. So up to 70 mile an hour wind gusts with this storm, but actually it should be up to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. So we'll wait and see if they put a PDS on that. It looks like they're holding off on it though. Use storm relative velocity? No, not in this case. Storm relative velocity is considerably less accurate. It will very much undermine the damaging wind potential. It will cut those velocities in fifths. It'll probably go... Actually, let's look. It's going to go from 83 to 50. That is inaccurate. I've studied that myself with this radar product, and I've learned that for damaging winds, especially when it's approaching a radar site or exiting a radar site, storm relative velocity is highly inaccurate. I've found normal velocities to be more accurate. But like for normal velocities, like in here, yeah, storm velocity, storm relative velocity is going to be more accurate in here because that's corruption. So there's a better chance we see 22 mile an hour winds than 50 mile an hour winds in here. But either way, both of those are wrong because this area is likely experiencing 5 mile an hour wind gusts at best. Same goes for back here. This is behind our main storm. Probably 5, 10 mile an hour wind gusts at best, and normal velocity says there's like 50. Relative says there's like 20. That's inaccurate. But when you're scanning directly into the storm like this, or if the storm is exiting and you're scanning still right behind it, normal velocity is going to be more accurate. But in specific situations, storm relative velocity is better. But only in specific situations. They did keep this at 70 mile per hour severe, which I find very odd. 67, of course, mile an hour wind gusts was reported east of Manhattan. And that would be in this proximity in here somewhere. Oh, there you go. North of Manhattan, actually. And look at that. That is... Can you imagine if... Let me just pull this back. If these velocities are producing 70 mile an hour wind gusts right here in Manhattan, when our... You could see our velocity was saying right about 70 mile an hour winds, I'm pretty confident this is producing 70 to 80 mile an hour winds here. So I'm very surprised we don't have a PDS severe for Alma and surrounding regions. Still easily could have a tornado at any moment around the Blockton and southwestern Iowa area. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning storm. Dow post? Yes, it's actually on my feed right when I opened up Twitter. Wow, what was that? Oh, that was yesterday. Okay. That's crazy. I believe that was the one that was rated EF3, right? That was at 6 p.m. Let me see. Storm day 4:06 p.m. is when that began. Yeah, and it peaked at intensity right about 6:10. So yes, that was the EF3, a high-end EF3. Guarantee they drop the moderate at 01Z. They may keep a very very small portion of it, but they might. It depends how fast the cold front is. That's what it comes down to. This is generally the line right in here. I don't know if that's... Actually, yeah, that is your cold front. We actually saw that on the MCD, that's your cold front. So... they might keep, like, the absolute smallest sliver of the moderate in here. But, yeah, they should drop it. They probably won't, but they should drop it, in my opinion. Wow. Scanning only like 900 feet up here. And we're getting 90 plus mile an hour velocities there. That pocket is definitely capable of 80 plus mile an hour winds. That's heading into Alma still. Nope, there's a new scan. Now that's invalid. I could already tell you this pixel here. That's invalid. That's invalid. These 94, those are legit. I think that 107 one is probably invalid. It may not be, though. It may not be, though. These, though, up here, 100, 1300, and 11, those are invalid.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Observed tornado warning now for Blockton in southwest Iowa. Confirmed tornado via weather spotters. A possible rain-wrapped tornado 7 miles southeast of Bedford. So no clear observation because it's rain-wrapped. But this very easily could have and likely did produce a tornado heading up to Mount Ayr in southwestern Iowa. I've lost count how many tornadoes we've had today. I think we are in double digits.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's another new tornado warning. Let's see, that one was in far southeastern Nebraska. That's for Falls City. Right there. That's for Falls City and Salem in southeastern Nebraska. You guys have literally had like 4 or 5 tornadic supercells here. 80 mile an hour wind report 2 minutes ago, so I'm not sure why this is not warned for 80. That is clear-cut observation that this storm is easily capable of producing 80 mile an hour winds. Because those 80 mile an hour, that 80 mile an hour wind report is well removed from where the highest velocities are actually located. That is crazy. Let me see here. Yeah. These storms might be getting a bit more undercut by the cold front, so it's possible that we don't see too much of a QLCS tornado threat with these.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is for northeastern Kansas. Out here for Berwick. So these storms are capable of producing tornadoes, and you could see that they are a little bit further out in front than our storms to the south. So at some point, somewhere in here, our cold front has undercut these storms. Maybe we can... Oh, it's very hard to tell. Very, very hard to tell. Very close to undercutting it. I know they were undercut before. I don't know about now. There's another 78 mile an hour wind report. No reason for this to still be warned for 70. There's no reason. The maximum wind gusts are at least up to 80 miles per hour with that 80 mile an hour wind report there. And if that's not enough for you, we know it's capable of producing winds over 75 miles per hour because we have a secondary report of 78 mile an hour winds, which is greater than 75. Second report over 75 mile an hour winds. That's enough for them to upgrade it to 80. So make sure you're in your safe spot. If you're in Mount Ayr, get to your safe spot. As that is a confirmed tornado heading your way in southwestern Iowa. $60 to 70 mile an hour winds, I mean, may be underwhelming for the 80 mile an hour wind report that we have, but still, that report validates an 80 mile an hour severe, regardless of what traffic cams show. At least, in my opinion. Hey, There you go. Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted was a PDS severe right there. Thank you. So there you go. That is a PDS severe for St. Mary's, Newbury, and surrounding areas for observed 80-mile-an-hour winds. That is a particularly dangerous situation. And make sure you are in your safe spot. Treat that as a tornado warning.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
So wherever you'd go for your tornado safe spot, go for this severe thunderstorm warning if you're in Alma, McFarland, St. Mary's, back towards Silver Lake, Maple Hill, and those areas in the Brown region.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
So make sure you get to your safe spot. There really no major fail modes actually came to
A
fruition.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh, they're redoing all the flood warnings. None of the major bust factors came to fruition today. We did have an underperformance because of the
A new flash flood warning has been
overconvection.
issued.
The overconvection with those prefrontal storms. And that did underperform a bit of the intense plus tornado threat. Another one?
A new
Yeah.
flash flood warning has been issued.
I'm going to refresh that because it's going to go through literally all 10 alerts. But we still ended up with at least 3 strong tornadoes, and yeah, we had a couplet that could have been worth an intense tornado. And of course, we had our tornado emergency. But seeing a violent tornado today was the high end. The maximum tornado, if everything went worst case scenario, was 170 miles per hour violent. That was if everything went right for Mother Nature and wrong for us. So, but the expected was multiple tornadoes, a few strong expected. And that's what we saw. Even though those strong tornadoes mostly occurred in a radar hole. We had one notable strong tornado out of the radar hole. I'd say this performed as expected. I would agree with Critty. You could definitely debate that it didn't perform as expected because we didn't realize the violent tornado threat, but in my opinion, this performed almost exactly how I expected. We've seen plenty of very dangerous, damaging winds. We've seen very large hail. We've seen a lot of hail. We've seen plenty of tornadoes and even a few strong tornadoes. But one could definitely argue the intense tornado threat and violent tornado threat not being realized could have been, you could argue that could possibly be why this underperformed. But in my opinion, it performed as expected. Still pretty strong area of rotation here in Mount Air. I easily could get a strong tornado out of that. And then also watching this one here in Grant City. It's further from the radar, so it's harder to tell. But just stay in your safe spot there in northwestern Missouri. And again, we do have our PDS severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our radar site. Our radar is dead center of that. And also, of course, this is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds observed for Alma, Silver Lake, St. Mary's, and surrounding areas. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, we'll keep watching that PDS severe. Still haven't observed tornado warning on this Mount Air storm, and that's looking worse and worse every scan. 32 more minutes. This is very much capable of producing a strong tornado here. I would not be shocked if we start getting a CC drop on this. Hopefully not, but wouldn't surprise me. We're looking about 6,000 feet up. A little less than 7,000 feet up there. Alright, we'll keep this one on this radar. We'll switch this one to this radar. And then I got to get one more radar open for Iowa.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. Could get the Omaha radar open, but these storms are really in a full radar hole. Like if we look here, the Omaha radar is 7,000 feet away. This one's 9,000. This one's 12,000. So Omaha is closer, but it's still, they're just in a big radar hole. PDS watch literally verified. That's rage bait. Go to the PDS watch. 80% chance of 2 more tornadoes and an 80% chance of one of those or more being strong. And we saw at least 1 or 2 strong tornadoes. And we saw like 7 or more tornadoes in the PDS watch area. And we also had a tornado emergency too. Even though the Tory was most likely not a very good Tory, it was Tory nonetheless. Still a PDS severe for Alma in northeastern Kansas, so get to your safe spot there. Let's see here. So, again, it does look like that broke apart a little bit more on the Mount Air storm in southwestern Iowa. But you still do need to be in your safe spot. Let me see. Yeah, these storms also knew considerable severe here for Gulf. Is that... Looks like Gulf to me. It's either Gulf or Golf. It's either an L or an F. That's moving up to the northeast in northeastern Kansas, so pretty dangerous storm there. Not dangerous enough to where you have to be in your safe spot, but I would recommend just in case you might want to stay close to your safe spot. We're up to 5 tornado warnings again. And we're at 12 severes. Only 1 PDS warning, and that is for our severe warning here in St. Mary's and Silver Lake. So we'll see how the rest of this MCS goes here. I kind of think the tornado threat may be a little bit more limited on the tornado side of things with this MCS. I don't think it will be like the tornado threat with the QLCS yesterday. I feel like our tornado threat may be a little bit more limited today compared to yesterday's overnight QLCS. And StormNet did downtrend on the QLCS tornado threat as well. Yeah, it's been a pretty rough day for chasers, but we did see a few chasers who scored a good tornado. At least one or two chasers in southeast Nebraska scored a really good tornado with that stovepipe. That was PDS warned for a while. That could have been a long track strong tornado too. We won't know until surveys come out for it. We won't know the full extent of how strong it was. So really can't say if we had an intense tornado or not today. It could have been an intense tornado with that PDS warning earlier in far southeast Nebraska. But yeah, let's see. It's one in Grant City, just far from the radar. Nothing too overly concerning that I see right now. Of course, we have our PDS severe here. So be in your safe spot there. Our observed tornado warning looks a lot less organized. .92 mile an hour wind report near Topeka, Kansas. Let's see. That's on our PDS warning, right? Not seeing it on my end. Maybe it's just not the right color. I don't see 92 anywhere. Is it that far ahead of the line? Like, is it back here in the PDS warning, like near St. Mary's or Maple Hill, or is it like in Topeka? There ought to be a closer area than Topeka, dude. Topeka is not the closest well-populated area. You have St. Mary's here that's populated, Maple Hill, Willard, Rossville, Silver Lake, all those have good population.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If there's a wind report up here in like Maple Hill, I don't go and say Eskridge or Harveyville or Allen. You'd say Maple Hill, near Maple Hill. That's a observed tornado warning. Is that the same one? Yeah, they are continuing that. Report 11 minutes ago of a tornado from emergency management, time estimated by radar. So they're continuing that, as we just recently had a emergency management report a tornado. So still could be a tornado on the ground near Mount Air, moving up towards Grand River in central southwestern Iowa. Where'd you see that from, Critty? Did you get that on like Twitter, or is it from one of your radar softwares? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere. No, today definitely did not verify as isolated high risk. It verified as Low in sig to moderate. Let's see. It's just hard to see any of these storms because they are all in radar holes. Like literally every single one of our tornado warnings is in what I would consider a radar hole. Near Louisville or Louisville. It says 80, but the text says 92. This says 78. You said the 81, which is right here. 80 measured. Let me go see if the SPC site says otherwise. I don't even see the 80-mile-an-hour wind report as an official report on the SPC site. I see the 78, but not the 80. Which is weird. But either way, that was a while ago, so now it's... now that storm's moved off to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That, how long ago was that? That would have had to be that would be a while ago. That would have been almost 30 minutes ago. Quiet. I'm gonna go check 2 other softwares. Yeah, I don't see any of those reports, Critty. Either way, it was somewhere around 80 miles an hour, maybe more, maybe upwards of what you said there, 92. I'm gonna just go with the report that I have been and say 80. Also considering that's what they warned it for too. And I checked the official NWS and no report over 80 is through on that in that area. That's one in Grant City. It's very hard to see. Nearly impossible. Man. New severe north of Wichita is actually a downgrade. Was 70-mile-an-hour winds, downgraded to 60. Also, a lot of these northern storms are losing their severes too. This is gone in 2 minutes. We'll see if we get a new one there or not. Remember, this watch expires at 9 p.m. Eastern. So we'll monitor that, see if they extend it at all. Still says expires at 9 p.m. Hmm. Very curious to see how long this line lasts, because sometimes the HRRR overdoes the intensity of these things. Right now, the HRRR actually not showing too crazy of a wind threat. 75-mile-an-hour wind gust on the simulated run. But I do think we could still see some isolated large hail up to about 2 inches in diameter, especially with any embedded storms. A few brief spin-up tornadoes also possible, maybe one strong. And then I think the primary threat will be those damaging winds upwards of about 80 miles per hour with this line as it pushes eastward. You can see your main line is formed now. We have your main line. And then your storms up here in southern Iowa that are still kind of prefrontal storms right now. Southern Iowa, northwestern Missouri. Those really... I'm surprised they were able to produce another tornado. Even 6 minutes ago, multiple reports from emergency management of a confirmed tornado. So this thing's produced one or more tornadoes in the last 30 minutes to an hour. Change your background from satellite to black. Why? I literally have it customized to where it looks pretty good, from what I think, at least. Pretty good on satellite. I don't even think you could send that low of a donation. I was going to say, if you send the 1 penny donation, I'll do it. You send the 1 penny donation first, I'll do it. I don't even know how you change it. It's been so long. But I don't even think YouTube will allow you to send that little of a donation. Oh, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Why? Oh, I see. That... It's so difficult to see what the heck is happening out here. This storm barely is picking up on any lightning. I highly doubt this storm's that tornadic.
A new flash flood warning has been
Here
issued.
we go again. No, that's actually just a new flash flood warning, not 10 new ones. That's for Junction City in Kansas. Yeah, this watch expires in 42 minutes, and I think most of these storms will be out of here, out of that watch area in 42 minutes. So we should be able to watch the PDS watch expire. I think one other problem on why today could have underperformed a little bit may also be because of the very high temperatures. Our temperatures did get pretty high up there. So maybe temperature dew point spread resulted in a little bit taller than expected cloud bases. Yeah, Oklahoma's tornado watch verified. Great today. Awesome. And Oklahoma did exactly what I was expecting. There was one storm that stayed severe. It tracked a lot longer than I thought, though. It was from northern Texas all the way up to like somewhere southwest of Fairview. It was a much longer severe storm, but it was still one singular severe thunderstorm. Definitely didn't produce no strong tornadoes, that's for sure. Yeah, we're going to keep going up on severes. We're at 6 tornado warnings and 11 severes. Actually, not that bad, severe-wise. The thing is, though, the reason why is because these severes are a lot larger. We're getting a lot bigger severe thunderstorm warnings here. So instead of us getting, 4 different severes for the same storm, they're just issuing these huge, large severes since it's a line of damaging winds. So, yeah. Where is StormNet is still highlighting 9 o'clock there in northwestern Missouri. It's really, really highlighting right in this area in about an hour. Which will be live definitely till at least 9. We're going to go past 9. We're going to be live for the SPC update for the PDS watch expiring. So we'll stay live watching these storms. Good luck, Ben. My area is going to be absolutely hammered with hot temperatures. Glad I didn't go outside today. What the heck? It's 83 degrees right now. It got up to 85? It's going to be 86 tomorrow? And on Wednesday? I'm not going to survive. I'm going to have to get up very early tomorrow to go outside, bro. Because I ain't going outside in that hot of temperatures. What if I get up at 8? You're telling me if I get up at 8 o'clock, it's still 74 degrees out? And at 10 a.m., it's freaking 85? Oh my word, I hate summer. Hey, at least this weekend it's gonna be nice. Can't complain much. Just 3 more days of crazy heat. Really hope it doesn't rain much on Saturday. That's a lot of rain.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for a QLCS spin-up tornado for Holton. This is one of our first tornado warnings for our MCS/QLCS line here. I have to see what the next velocity scan shows. There it is. Nope, not yet. Velocity scan in 14 seconds. Frank can't name one Michael Jackson song. I'm low-key ashamed. I would be too. You should unfriend him, Loki. You should unfriend him.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is producing a tornado right now north of Holton. That's a very nice low precipitation supercell, embedded supercell. Yeah. So be in your safe spot if you're around the Holton area in northeastern Kansas. That could be on the ground. You better be joking, Caleb. I'll unmod you in a heartbeat. I can't have mods that don't like Michael Jackson, bro. That's like having mods that hate weather and don't like to track it. Play MJ music. I will get a lawsuit faster than you can say lawsuit if I play music on YouTube. By the time you even get to say law, I've already got a $20,000 lawsuit on my doorstep. Yeah, Pez, this is not the type of place to say that. You might actually get banned by one of the mods for saying that. That almost might be considered like a cuss word or a slur in this chat. Play Freebird. I like Freebird, but again, lawsuit will happen quicker than you can say the word lawsuit. No, Critty, I didn't play it, bro. When I start playing it, by the time you type lawsuit, I've already got a 20K lawsuit on my front door. Maybe more than that. The thing has been a lot of these higher end companies, like the big royalty music, they're gonna charge per stream or per day. So it could be, you could be talking about tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars if you play it within like two or three different live streams. You could amount to like literally tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's best to go for royalty sites. So like Epidemic Sounds is really good. I forgot exactly what it is for commercial use, but they charge you monthly, and that's actually really good. I used to use them earlier in my YouTube.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, yeah, that's one of the better sites out there. They charge you monthly or yearly, and it's very fairly priced. New tornado warning. I believe that was for this storm here in Rulo, southeastern Nebraska. Actually, wait, that might have been here for Grant City. Nope, it was down here in Rulo. Yeah, Caleb, stop hating. You're the one who said you didn't like Michael Jackson. Hold on, I want to see something real quick. Okay. Another pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds here, about to move into Alma in northeastern Kansas. So make sure you get into your you don't have to be in your safe spot, but make sure you just get into your house away from doors and windows. What are we at now? We are at 9 tornado warnings yet again. However, we lose 2 of those in about a minute, a little more than a minute. We're up to still 13 severes. I don't think we'll ever get back up to like 25 severe warnings. Because we've turned into big, fat, severe polygons instead of multiple normal-sized ones. You see all the ones that are being issued are large severe thunderstorm warnings. They are all large polygons. I think the highest tornado threat exists with this storm right here. In Holton, northeastern Kansas. We'll get a new SPC outlook here in about 30 minutes. Again, we will be staying live for that. Our primary severe threat is already concluded. But I do still think we're going to see a good tornado threat here. But I actually think our primary risk,
tornado warning has been issued.
Our primary risks overall is over. But we'll continue to see tornado warnings and quite a few more severes up until probably midnight Eastern. And the biggest problem from between now and then will be widespread damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, few gusts of 80. Wouldn't rule out a random gust above 80 miles per hour between now and midnight. And then we also could see a few brief spin-up tornadoes, maybe one strong. And the main area for all that action is going to be right in here. That would be the main area for severe weather for the next 3 hours. Might as well include southern Kansas in that too, right in here. That's the area to watch for the next 3 or so hours. PDS watch expires in 29 minutes, and I believe they'll actually let that expire. I don't see a need to continue that. If they do, it's going to be because of that one single county. It would be because of that one county in Council Grove. But they'll probably just let that fully expire. So, yeah. No longer an observed tornado warning now. We're down to all radar indicated. We are down to 6 tornado warnings. And we lose a lot of those here. We lose 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in 13 minutes. Of course, we'll likely end up with new warnings sometime between now and then. None of these are impressive anymore, though. Let's go to mesoanalysis here. Actually, I want to just look at WOFIS one last time before I close this out. Yeah, like I said, it has a big line hitting Kansas City here. in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. Very widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Yeah, this is the probability of at least one severe wind report, and you could see it is really a guarantee. Really a guarantee here. Of course, we're going to get a bunch of reports once this hits Kansas City because Kansas City is a very highly populated area, so everybody and their mother will be reporting any type of tree branch down in that city. And you can see there is your track of damaging winds. The highest damaging wind potential right in there. And that is actually going to stop here in about an hour, or actually about 30 minutes. So our best chance for those wind gusts exceeding 70 miles per hour is in the next 30 minutes. Which is why you can see a lot of these severe warnings are being dropped down to just your normal 60 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail severes. Do you hear this insanity? Nah, I stopped looking at chat a hot minute ago. I'm looking every now and then. Whenever Pez joins my chat, I look away. Either that or I ban him. One or the other. Let me see. Want to see the 23Z for tomorrow. Could be a pretty big severe weather day. Thing is, even the 18Z HRRR brings a lot of cape up there and just not much initiates, so we'll see. If it looks like tomorrow's going to be a pretty windy day across Indiana and Ohio, I may do, like I said, a quick hour or two live stream tomorrow. Brooklyn, I'm not at liberty to say. He's got so many great songs that I don't want to say a song and then start a huge debate in the chat about which songs are better. Like Pez has done with artists. Yeah, Pez, that's why you were only a good, you only had a good music taste up till you were 8 years old. After that, you fell off. Life is a, wait. Okay, that's crazy. DRG's intro music. Now, I could play that. I could play that. You ain't listening to the same music as me, Pez, because nobody knows my true favorite taste in music. Only one person, not even Lucky, knows my true favorite taste in music. Only one of my very, very, very close family members knows that. You don't, Caleb. Trust me, you don't. Radiohead is fire. I just listened to a Radiohead song before stream. I kid you not. Severe continues for Cottonwood Falls in Kansas. Make sure you're away from doors and windows. You'll be fine there. Not too sure why we're continuing this clump of tornado warnings up here when It's better safe than sorry though, but I really don't see anything tornadic up here. Grant City maybe because it's far from radar and it still looks like it could have a notch there. So we'll watch that. Nah, Caleb, I stopped listening to her in December. Like Pez said, was, but not anymore. Fully cut that music out. Ah, get it, Fez? Get it? I can't say which Radiohead song because I don't want to start controversy. I ain't telling nobody my favorite song on a live stream. Heck no. Jake, you're funny. That before I say anything, I'll see what chat says. I like how Caleb just said 8 out of 10 her music is mid. If somebody's music is mid, you're gonna give them between like a 3 and a 6.
A
Ooh.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Mid is not an 8 out of 10, my guy. How is that even warned?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. I didn't know our front got that far north, golly. Yeah, just a little tiny area of rotation there. Not really a good amount of rotation, but I suppose enough for a warning. Till 9:30 Eastern. Where was that new warning at? Was that up there north of Maryville? Sure was. Just a lot of tornado warnings in a radar dead zone that I can't commentate much on. That's crazy, Pez. Sure, Kevin. It was what you said. That way you could be happy. I'll say sure.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
See what okay. You guys think the SPC will drop the moderate? I think they will. I think they will. I think the cold front has wiped enough of the moderate to the point where they'll drop the whole thing. Looks like our highest damaging wind threat right now is focused in this corridor right here. Burlington, Iowa. You will be hit tonight, yes, but I highly doubt storms will be that strong. Just some isolated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado and half-inch hail. But main risk is 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, half-inch hail. Wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado. There was actually a line that came through very early this morning that wiped out some of your instability. And these storms will be late, so that's going to help decrease your overall threat tonight and tomorrow morning for you. Timing is going to be probably about 1 a.m. Central. Also ignore chat. They're way off topic. I can only keep them in track for a few hours. The chat started talking about Sabrina Carpenter, and after that it went haywire. Underrated artist, you said there, Caleb. Yo, Pez, nah. Nah, Pez, nah. Nah. I'm sending that straight to Lucky. Oh, heck no. No, I already screenshotted it. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, Pez, wow. Way to give yourself up like that. Thanks. Don't make me show your messages on stream. That's crazy. That is crazy. 15 more minutes before our PDS Tornado Watch expires. We started the live stream literally like 3 minutes before the PDS Watch was issued, and we're about to watch it expire. We have covered, assuming this expires in 15 minutes, the entire PDS Tornado Watch. Which I think it will. I think they will let it expire. I don't think they're going to continue it. Some of these severes are starting to go significant again. New update on this radar scan in 2 seconds. Just want to see if that hook is a... Yeah, that's legitimate. That probably is going to get warned if the NWS sees it. Spin up QLCS tornado trying to occur here east of Council Grove in East Central Kansas. Yeah, that's the state we're looking at. So, bulk of our tornado warnings right now are in southwest Iowa and northwestern Missouri. And then we have one random tornado warning here south of Des Moines, Iowa, for a very small area of rotation. We also get the 00Z HRRR here, starting to render in about probably almost exactly 10 minutes. That would be important for tomorrow, and Pez's risk that won't exist. He'll stay to his northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Good call from the NWS there. That's the area I called out just a moment ago. For that area of rotation east of Council Grove. in East Central Kansas. Very good call from the NWS there. Called that out just moments ago. One second before this updates. I wouldn't be shocked if that's a tornado ongoing at any second east of Council Grove. How many warnings are we up to? Well, we were just at 7, now we're down to 4. Actually, no, we are up to 7. We were at 4, now we're up to 7. There we go. Hold on, I gotta go find this real quick. Okay. Still a very good area rotation here. Oh, someone actually just reported a tornado on this. So apparently a tornado is now on the ground here east of Council Grove in eastern Kansas. Newest scan, still no CC. Hopefully that continues. For some reason, though, again, StormNet really paints the highest tornado threat with this storm. And I fully disagree. I really don't know why it's so confident on that storm. What's crazy is this tornado warning expires in 24 minutes, so if the PDS watch is allowed to expire in 9 minutes, there's actually going to be a tornado warning where there's not going to be any tornado watch. And I wonder if that storm is going to be the reason why, if they do decide to extend that PDS watch longer or not. I don't think it's needed because all these storms are moving outside of that watch area. And any storms that are on the edge of that watch are exiting the edge of that watch anyways. Yeah, so likely tornado ongoing east of Council Grove in eastern Kansas. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Still a little area rotation for this tornado warning south of Pleasant Hill in Iowa. I don't know why that thing at the top middle is stuck at 4 tornado warnings. The severe warnings is right, the flood warnings is right, and obviously the winter weather alerts is right. But we're actually at 7 tornado warnings, not 4. Not sure why it thinks there's 4. We are at 7. Let's go back to GR2 here. This will update in 20 minutes. Still no observed warning for this. There hasn't been any clear-cut debris signature, but there has been a tornado report. Ooh. Wow, that's a very strong area of rotation. That is a fairly strong area of rotation right there. We'll wait and see what the rest of that has to show. Obviously, you guys know. Oh, never mind, never mind. I was about to pull that up, but I won't. All right, back on topic, people. Come on. You're deleting the messages, so obviously you know that you're not supposed to be sending them. Let's see. Still no CC on that newest frame. That's really the only, this area in Iowa doesn't look half bad. But really the only area I'm really watching is that tornado warning here in eastern Kansas. They still didn't confirm it, even though there was a tornado report. There's no clear debris signature, so I don't really blame them. Yeah, not as strong of an area of rotation with that, but still a good area of rotation east of Council Grove. So remain in your safe spot. New SPC outlook in 5 minutes. That is also conveniently when our PDS tornado watch drops. Whoa. 5 minutes ago, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported on this tornado warned storm. It wasn't tornado warned at that time, though, when it went through Council Grove. That could have been RFD, or it could have just been associated with the actual severe storm. Let's see. Wondering if that might be a little CC drop there. Might be. I have to see the velocity. Eight more seconds left. Brooklyn, it's for storms. Okay, that broke apart. Probably not a tornado. The outlook that comes out in 4 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That will be for severe weather from 9 p.m. Eastern until what is it? What's 12Z tomorrow? I forgot what freaking time zone we're at. So I need to do math real quick. 8 p.m., 11 p.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 8 a.m. Okay. So yeah, it's valid from 9 p.m. Eastern to 8 a.m. Eastern. So that's from 8 p.m. Central, which is your time, 8 p.m. Central to 7 p.m. Central. So it's valid for 11 hours. Overnight tonight, pretty much. Overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And then the outlook that comes out tomorrow morning, that one will be valid from 7 a.m. Central till 7 a.m. Central the next day. And then, of course, they'll update it tomorrow afternoon. So, like at the 11 p.m. or at the 11:30 a.m. Central Time update tomorrow, late morning, that will be valid from 11:30 a.m., which is 16:30 Z, all the way till 7 a.m. Central the day following. So, yeah, we'll wait to see the new outlook here. Tiniest little CC does continue. I mean, we had a tornado report, so it probably was a brief weak spin up tornado. By the way, they continued that tornado warning into Harveyville now in eastern Kansas. I think we are actually at 5 tornado warnings now. We have one up here in Iowa. We have one right there in northwest Missouri. Another one right there in northwest Missouri. That's 3. That's 4. And 5 right there. So this one is no longer in effect. This one right here is no longer in effect. This one is. This one is not. So we have this one, not this one, not this one, not this one, this one, and these 2. There's 2 in there, believe it or not. Quick refresh, and you should see all those extra polygons go away. There you go. So all the flashing polygons are your 5 active severe, or your 5 active tornado warnings right now. And you've got 2 inside of 1 over here. SPC Outlook should be out at any second. And our PDS watch is gone. It just expired. No more PDS Tornado Watch. It expired with that refresh. So we have covered the entire PDS Tornado Watch today. That is absolutely awesome. We were here about 3 minutes before they issued the PDS Tornado Watch, and we will be here pretty well after they've obviously canceled it. And like I said, the severe threat's continuing and going to continue to increase. I've been live for just over 7 hours. Just over 7 hours. We started at 1:45 Eastern. Our rotation's still pretty strong there. Easily could put a tornado down at any moment. Only one break. I took a break at the 5-hour mark. Somehow did it with only one break so far. So it looks like our new highest severe threat is going to be right in here. That's where our greatest severe threat's going to be, as that goes up to Kansas City. Good question mark. I don't know. Good, not good. Nope, I'm only taking 1. Not enough water. Let's see, I brought in, I think, 5 bottles, so I've had only 2.5. Typically, by this time, I've had 4. So I am very well below average for bottled water drinking. But that's okay because this is a very rare occasion. Yesterday, I had a big break, obviously, for supper, so yesterday wasn't bad at all for covering. But yeah, I only do something like this. We don't do it. We don't do it too often, unless it's a crazy tornado season like 2024 and 2025. But thankfully, we've less. It seems like we've left those type of years in the past. Because 2023 was pretty crazy. 2024 was absurd. 2025 was absurd, and 2026 is about average. Ben, I make up for it. I promise. Believe me. What's the first thing I'm gonna do right after I'm done this stream? It's not gonna be too late, so I'm gonna have enough time to go out there and get me a huge meal. Believe me, I'm gonna have a meal probably of about 700, 800 calories. Make up for all the food I missed. But no, I actually exercise a lot, which keeps me fit. I watch that. I watch my health closely. Especially this year. That's why I've been decreasing the live streams more this year compared to last year in 2024. I realized just how unhealthy it was to do what I was doing in 2024 and 2025. Not very healthy for you. Who would have thought sitting down for 12 hours, weeks on end, per day is not healthy? I mean, come on. Critty, I definitely think second season could go a bit crazy. I don't know how crazy, but I know we are likely to have at least one or two good severe threats in second season. So we'll see. Catman, I don't know if you shouldn't have been. I don't think you should have been so fast to ban that account. I just unbanned that account, so if that was actually one of the viewers who were trying to do a prank, yeah, making alt accounts under other people's names gets you banned, as you obviously just found out very quickly. But I wonder who that was in the past, because their account's been active. So, whoever made that alt account, you could type again. If you don't type again within the next 2 minutes, I'm just going to assume that it is a troll account, and I'll just reban it in 2 minutes. You got a 2-minute timer. Good luck. I hope you're still watching. Curious to see how the rotation looks there on the next frame. Yeah, these warnings, 8 minutes for that, 23 minutes for that, 23 minutes for that. And then this one's 7 minutes. How are we supposed to know who's on the alt account? I don't know. They dropped the moderate, by the way. Yep, PDS Tornado Watch 222 was canceled 16 seconds ago. Well, they replied. I'm not sure who it is, but there you go, Rockets. There's your evil twin. That area of rotation did fall apart very quickly there in Harveyville. But still capable of producing a tornado, so still be in your safe spot. But yeah, we've really gotten down on warnings here.
A new
Crap.
tornado warning has been issued.
I shouldn't have said anything. Why? Why? As I was saying it. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll show you guys the new SPC outlook when that fully comes out, probability and all. StormNet is still confident in a pretty decent QLCS threat over the next 2 hours. So be hyper weather aware.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We should have a decent QLCS tornado threat in this area for the next 2 hours. So just stay weather aware. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, a few gusts upwards of 80, maybe a random gust a little greater than 80. A few tornadoes, maybe one strong possible in this area. Also can't rule out, 1.5 inch hail, I think is probably the max hail we're going to get out of this. If any storms are embedded supercells. The absolute highest threat will be probably in here for tornadoes. From southern Iowa, northwestern Missouri, down to northeastern Kansas. That's where the tornado threat's probably absolute highest. All right, there's a new outlook. It's a 10 sig 1. I'm surprised they even kept a 10 sig 1. I really think they could have downgraded that to a 5 sig 1, honestly. I'm surprised they even kept that. And then 30 sig 1 wind, and for some reason they kept the hail too. I would have thought they would have dropped it to a 15 sig 1 hail, 30 sig 1 wind, and then a 5 sig 1 tor. They didn't drop those probabilities as low as I was thinking. But there you go. So again, 50-50 shot that I'm live tomorrow. We'll see. It's a 50-50 chance. I may be live tomorrow. I may not. And yeah, we still have 4 tornado warnings right now and 14 severes. Just to look over what tomorrow could bring. I expect a minimal tornado threat. They did add a secondary 2% in Texas at some point, which I agree with that. So those are your main 2 tornado areas, but I don't expect much, just a brief tornado or 2 tomorrow. Damaging winds, I think we'll see quite a bit of 60 mile an hour wind gust, maybe a few 70 mile an hour wind gust, and I wouldn't rule out the random wind gust as high as 80 tomorrow. And then large hail, we'll have pretty widespread 1/2 inch to 1 inch hail, and we could have some isolated hailstones even as large as 3 inches in diameter back there in Texas. The damaging wind side of things, there is a very slim chance we get an enhanced risk for damaging winds and hail, both in Texas, and I wouldn't rule out a 30% wind risk back up here in the Midwest if it looks like destabilization will be widespread and significant enough. But either way, tomorrow will be a considerably lower threat for tornadoes than today. Only looking at a brief tornado or 2 being possible tomorrow. No strong tornadoes, no tornado outbreaks. The biggest problem tomorrow will be hail in Texas and damaging winds across the board. If we take a look at the HRRR, which we're getting the new 00Z in now, and it looks like that's going to be probably similar to the 18Z, so shouldn't see too big of a difference here. We're looking at some redevelopment of some isolated severe storms. This is where we could see a 30% wind risk issued if confidence is high enough in rapid destabilization for a a damaging wind threat to occur out there in Ohio and Indiana. That will continue into southwest Ontario, western New York, and northwestern PA as we go into the very late evening hours and overnight nocturnal hours, early overnight nocturnal hours. And then back down here towards Texas, we'll have a leftover MCS across Oklahoma tomorrow morning. Isolated 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts with that until we see redevelopment closer to 5, 6 o'clock Eastern. And that will be focused in western Texas with large hail up to 3 inches in diameter, damaging winds upwards of 75 miles per hour, and a brief tornado all being possible there. Main threat will be from probably 4 p.m. Eastern all the way till about midnight, maybe even 1 a.m. Eastern out there. Oh no, I highly doubt we'll see a slight risk for Friday. If we go out to Friday, it looks very uncertain. There's not a lot of confidence in severe weather on Friday. Matter of fact, we could just go look at CSU real quick. If it lets us, because I know CSU sometimes turns off. It turns off at a certain point. It hasn't turned off just yet. Like, I know after like 00Z, it won't let you look at some days. So for tomorrow, it does have that enhanced risk for damaging winds in Indiana for rapid destabilization. It has a hail risk in Texas, tor risk in Texas, tor risk in the New England states. That definitely shows a bit more of a high end for tomorrow. Day 3, Wednesday, isolated damaging winds along the far eastern U.S. coastline, isolated 1-inch hail. It does have a mesoscale tornado corridor in the northwest panhandle of Texas. Day 4. Oh, is not going to show it. See? It doesn't show... Oh, well, it does show day 1. Wow, that was a complete underperformance. Shows day 2, day 3, but not day 4. But, yeah. I don't think we'll get a day 5 slight. I don't see that. I would be shocked. That would shock me. That would shock me. Here, this is for Friday. That has a enhanced in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. But I don't expect much. I don't expect much. If we go to day 3 on the NAM, you can see the NAM has just a few isolated storms in the panhandle of Texas. Nothing notable, though. NAM 3K. NAM 12K, same boat. I don't think we'll see much severe weather-wise here for a while. We are down to just 2 tornado warnings. Wow. Just 2 tornado warnings left. Let's go. Love to see it. In 14 minutes, maybe we can get to 0. Maybe. Let's see here. Okay. Sorry, I was just seeing something real quick. I do want to see the 00ZH for today. I think the HRRR is overdoing the rest of today's risk. I think it is. This is what it thinks it looks like right now. We definitely don't have that crazy of a of an event happening. Still is a pretty widespread risk, though. But hopefully we could go tornado warning lists in 12 minutes. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Let's go to... Oh,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
cap. Not cap. Dang it. 41 more minutes for that one. Well, won't be going tornado warning lists. That sucks. Hey, we still got down to 3, or 2, I mean. Now we're at 3. We still got down to 2. So, yeah, we're gonna wait and see here. There's not really anything that new to talk about here anytime soon. Here's the mesoanalysis. That's the next newest thing we have. Get rid of all this real quick. And you can see we're still at a very favorable environment, but if we go to like STP, that's decreased. And violent tornado parameter is still fairly high though. So, but the big thing is capping's increasing and CAPE is decreasing. Right, that's your new mesoanalysis. Let's go up here to Iowa. Not really a lot of inflow there. I think that's a very outflow dominant storm. If the green picks up a bit, this could go tornadic, but from what I see here, this is a very outflow dominant storm. This actually might... Storm relative velocity might be a little bit... The thing is that increases the inflow a lot, and I don't think we're actually seeing that type of really good inflow. I think this is mainly an outflow dominant storm. But if we do get a tornado on this, it will definitely be right in there, inside the tornado warned area. Yeah, so we're still at... This has 2, that's wrong. We're actually at 3 tornado warnings. We could get down to 1 still if we lose this one and this one in 9 minutes. We could. Tiny CC. Well, there's a lot of CC everywhere, Ben. Depends where you're referring to and if it's tornado warned. Tiny CC, I mean, if you switch to the CC, look, there's a lot of CC all over the place. If you're referencing the tour up here, I don't see any clear CC here. If there was a tornado, it would be right there. And on the southern tornado warning, way down here in eastern Kansas, I don't see any good area rotation there. So again, biggest problem is going to be this line going right for the Kansas City Metro here in about an hour. That's going to be our primary risk for a bit. Well, once it gets there, that will be the biggest problem. That's what I'm really watching the most. See you later, Critty. I honestly probably won't be live for too much longer since the tour risk is really dying out here. Like I said, we have a chance to get down to just 1 tornado warning, and it's getting late and I want to get supper before my parents go to sleep because I don't want to go to bed on a full empty stomach. but not going to end just yet. We're going to see what this storm does. But yeah, my suspicion, I believe, is coming to realization here that this is just an outflow dominant storm. Not too sure if that's going to be able to do anything. I get why they warned it, because if that inflow picked up at all, it could have produced a tornado. So it's not like a bad tornado warning. Just in my opinion, I think and still think that's outflow dominant. Well, let's take a look at reports for the day. We had our insane surprise wind threat in Michigan and northern Indiana. That leads us at nearly 200 wind reports. We are just shy of 20 tornado reports, and we are at over 70 hail reports. So, based on what I observed, I think the wind threat verified as a 30 sig 1 fairly well, maybe 30 sig 2, with the 2 reports of 90 plus mile an hour winds we had out there. And the hail risk verified as probably lower than what it actually was. It was a 45 sig 2. I don't think we did have a lot of hail, but I don't think we ever had any hailstones exceed 3 inches in diameter, which a sig 2 is for hail exceeding 3.5 inches in diameter, and I don't think that was realized today. So I think the hail threat underperformed a little bit. I think the hail threat, like I said, underperformed a little. I think the wind threat performed as expected, and I think the tornado threat performed almost as expected. I think tornadoes weren't as, there wasn't as much of an intense tornado threat today, and also not much of a tornado threat further south like the SPC was forecasting. So overall, I think this, if you combine everything, I would say a slight underperformance of the risk today thus far. And considering the day's almost over, I expect maybe a little bit more tornado activity, but the biggest problem will be winds as those winds go into Kansas City. I think we'll see a lot more wind reports in this area here as those winds go into Kansas City. But I think if you asked me how today performed, I would say probably a slight underperformance overall. So, yeah, we'll see. They canceled that tornado warning. We are down to 2 tornado warnings for real this time. I doubt they'll cancel that one. But this one, considering they just issued a severe, they're likely to let that one expire. So we should be down to just 1 tornado warning here in about 3 minutes. Man, shut up, Caleb. Why are you trying to make me hungry, bro? You already know I'm hungry enough. Look at you. I'm already hungry enough, man. No talking about food. Alright, that's it. I'm ending in 2 minutes now. So, if you guys did enjoy this... No, I'm just kidding. I should, though. No, unfortunately she didn't, Pez. Yesterday, though, I got off early. We separated yesterday's stream into 2 because, well, she made chicken sandwiches, and, you know. One of my favorite foods is chicken sandwiches. I'm not for sure with my number 1 food, but tacos is right there, man. Tacos and chicken sandwiches. 2 things I can never go wrong with. And you want to know what I still to this day think's overrated? Spaghetti. I know some people literally could eat spaghetti every day of the week for like a year straight, but I think spaghetti's overrated. I'm not a huge fan of spaghetti. I ate it so much when I was younger that I'm almost sick of it at this point. Ooh, how were they, Pete? Are they worth me driving 2 hours out of my way to get? The nearest one is, I think, an hour and a half, 2 hours away. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say. I don't know. I'm borderline. I almost do hate spaghetti. I'm like right at there because there has to be a very specific sauce for me to want to eat spaghetti now. And even then, I'm getting sick of that too. So big severe, yeah. Very large, 70 mile per hour, significant severe for Ottawa, Lawrence, and surrounding areas. Just be away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with that though. We are seconds away from officially being down to one tornado warning. Chick-fil-A, oh my word. I understand the hype. I do think, yeah, if somebody says it's overrated, yeah, I mean I wouldn't disagree too much, but I am Chick-fil-A all the way. I have dropped thousands. We have put thousands of dollars into Chick-fil-A. My whole family loves Chick-fil-A. It is number one on the restaurant food chain for me. And it's not even remotely close. It's probably the only restaurant where I would be like, yes, I want to eat there. I will go out of my way and pay every single dime that I have to eat there. That's how I am. No other restaurant that I've tried like actually gets me to want to spend my hard-earned money there for food. It is so expensive, but every single penny's worth it, man. It is. But I mean, you can get a Chick-fil-A sandwich, large fry, and a large milkshake for about $15, which is a lot. I mean, you could get something very close in quantity for that at McDonald's for like $7, but it's so worth it. You can get that now. I got to think of exact pricing. I think you could actually get that for like $11. About $12 at Chick-fil-A for a large fry, a large milkshake, and a chicken sandwich, which is normally what I do. But McDonald's is just so low quality. Like, if McDonald's is good if you're low on money and you just want something to fill you up. McDonald's is good because they have a $6 meal that I got that when I was in Charlotte storm chasing. You get a double cheeseburger, I think a small fry or medium fry, and then a large drink and 4 chicken nuggets. If you just need something to fill you up for cheap, $5-6, that's something that's good. But like I said, the only restaurant that I will willingly spend my hard-earned money on if I have time to is Chick-fil-A. You work there, Brooklyn? And where you work? Can I get a discount? Shoot. Might promote me to fly to Oklahoma just for a Chick-fil-A discount there. Shoot, I'll do it too. I'll do it too. During a storm chase, I'll be like, if I'm in Kansas, we gotta go drive to Oklahoma, man. I need a discount on Chick-fil-A. Oh, you know what? Now that I just thought of it, one restaurant that is above Chick-fil-A for me is Lucky's Restaurant. Of course, that's a very high bias right there, but I do like Lucky's Restaurant food better than Chick-fil-A. They make everything extremely fresh, more fresh than Chick-fil-A. And yeah, the nuggets that his restaurant makes is better than Chick-fil-A. I don't know though, because they're so close. I like both of them, but his is better though. His has more of a crunch to it. The skin texture of nuggets at his restaurant, it has more of a crunch, and so it makes it taste better. 50% off? Oh my word, I gotta get a job at Chick-fil-A. You'll never see or hear from me ever again, and I will turn fat. 50% off? Yeah. You would never hear from me again. I'll be a Chick-fil-A-aholic. Free. Oh my word, yeah. You count me out, man. I am done live streaming. I'm done with everything, and I'm just gonna go work at Chick-fil-A and get me a bunch of food. Count me out. Count me in for Chick-fil-A, out for weather. Can I get a degree in Chick-fil-A? Because that's what I want. 50% off? Shoot. Skip meteorology. I want to shake now. Our nearest one is 25 minutes away, which isn't that shabby, but I think, hey, Brooklyn, what time do you guys close? It's almost like fully universal, so there's a high chance whatever time you guys close is my local Chick-fil-A's closing time. See, now I'm gonna check because, like I said, Chick-fil-A is one of those only restaurants where I will spend my hard-earned cash on. 10 o'clock, I can make it. I can make it. I'd have to leave right now. It's a 25-minute drive and they close in 26 minutes. That'd be so mean. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to them. Pull up at 9:59. They probably would turn me away. Argue your time's off by 60 seconds. You're wrong. 10 p.m. Yep, you're right, Brooklyn. See? Oh my word, we're tornado warning lists. We're tornado warning lists. All we had to do was talk about Chick-fil-A and we went tornado warning lists. I thought that was a tornado warning right there. Almost panicked. We officially have covered the entire PDS tornado watch. They've downgraded the moderate, and we covered the first tornado warning and so far the last tornado warning. We ought to get maybe a few more tonight, but the full span right there, full span of a PDS tornado watch and every tornado warning in the PDS watch area up until we got to 0 tornado warnings. Yeah, Lake, you know what I could say? One of my mods works at a Chick-fil-A over 1,000 miles away and has a 50% discount. Can I get a discount in her name? They definitely would not qualify that, but hey, it's worth a shot. Anything for Chick-fil-A, man. It might work. You never know. You don't know till you try it, right? I'm gonna get, oh, hold on. I want to see the 0ZH for tomorrow. Oh my word. There it is. You know what? I'm happy I got to see that counter at 0. I'm happy. We ended up with a tornado warning anyways, but we saw that counter at 0. That fulfilled me. Yeah, we could end up with an enhanced tomorrow in Texas. That wouldn't surprise me. Let's go back up to 5. Nah. No. Nah. No. No. Matter of fact, that counter at the top left still says 0. Oh, crap.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Never mind. It says 1. Says 1. Kaylee, welcome to the stream. Not sure if you've been in here today, and I just missed your comment. Definitely could have. But welcome to the stream. Thankfully, you ain't going to be getting a whole lot today. You have been in here. I just haven't messaged you. You've been in here since the start. You've been in here since the start of the live stream, and I ain't never welcomed you. Wow. Some YouTuber I am. I don't deserve Chick-fil-A tonight. No, I'm actually going to go reheat leftovers here in a little bit. I'm not going to stay on much longer because we've been covering for, I'm just making it to the 8-hour mark, and then I'm ending here very soon. My stomach's starting to growl, so that means I got to go get food. I haven't eaten in 10 hours, so... yeah, I'm gonna go do that. But I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Every single one of you, all you mods for mod and chat as well. Everyone for tuning in. Um, and yeah, like I said, Kaylee, you're just gonna get some rain tomorrow morning, very early tomorrow morning. That's it. And I don't know why there was a tornado watch in Western Oklahoma. Never should have been issued, in my opinion. I said that from the very beginning. So, what a day! I definitely didn't perform exactly as we expected. A little bit of an underperformance, but that's what I'd call it, just a little bit of an underperformance. I still performed very, very well. Look at that satellite right there, dude. Very intense thunderstorms. So let's go to here. That should be good enough. We'll do 96 frame loop. Should be good. Ooh, 96 frame loop is perfect. Matter of fact, this is exactly when we started stream right here. This is the exact frame we started live stream 95 frames ago. This was 1:45 Eastern, and that is when we started. We covered all of that. Puts into perspective how much we covered when you look at the tiny little blips that the storms once were when we started our live stream right here to boo what they are now. Definitely puts into perspective how long we've been here and how long we've been live. So again, I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I'm going to go get me some food, and if you haven't already, you should too as well. And like I said, 50-50 live stream tomorrow. We may be live tomorrow, we may not. It just depends on how things end up performing, and if anything looks to be more notable tomorrow than what it currently looks like. But regardless, I'm probably going to have a video out. I think Thursday is probably the day I'll have a video out. So nothing Wednesday, but video Thursday is the next planned thing. So yeah. Possible live stream tomorrow, nothing Wednesday, video Thursday, nothing Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. There will be no content Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Those 4 days, I will not be able to make content Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Nothing on this channel. So the last content will be a 50-50 live stream tomorrow, and then definitely a video on Thursday. So Thursday video, nothing Friday, nothing Saturday, nothing Sunday, nothing Monday. I know that's 4 days off, but still, there's nothing I can do about that. And then as for content next week, we'll just see if things get significant. We'll spark up streams again and spark up videos again. But again, 50-50 live stream tomorrow, video Thursday, nothing on Wednesday. I'll do that in order again. 50-50 tomorrow, nothing Wednesday, video Thursday, nothing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, and then we could start sparking up with live streams again early next week, depending on the severe threat. So, yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you so much for watching, especially if you were here the entire 8 hours, and if you modded the chat, I really appreciate it. If you haven't already, make sure you hit a like button on your way out, subscribe to the channel if you're new, and share the channel with your family, friends, social media, and I will catch you in the next one. Oh. Got distracted. Stay safe, watch this severe weather, and I'll see you guys in the video on Thursday, maybe a live stream tomorrow. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the severe weather. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the video on Thursday, 50/50 live stream tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Monday night.